they kind of feel pretty fortunate. But again, for a lot of people, I mean, a lot of folks, $100 or $200, $300 more car payment per month.
No, that's a lot. That's right, because you have higher rates, and also you have the tariffs, which would also then explain why President Trump was on social media talking about cutting rates, and that Jay Powell being behind that curve. And then he wants that jet fuel, the rocket fuel for the economy. Yet you look at, say, the equity market, and you're already seeing some fuel here. The S&P is sitting at 6,000, up by 1%. If we close at this level, we will be officially back into a bull market. That was just an incredible journey from bear market to bull market. You're looking at the NASDAQ continuing to outperform here, up by about 1.2%. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's all day long here at Bloomberg. Do want to begin with a couple of headlines right off the Bloomberg Professional Service regarding trade and tariffs. China is granting rare earth export permits to some U.S. suppliers. Also, China is granting permits for the top 3 U.S. automaker suppliers. Now, this according to Reuters. That news breaking moments ago, but the key headlines: China granting rare earth export permits to some U.S. suppliers, also granting permits for the top 3 U.S. automaker for suppliers. Again, those headlines according to Reuters. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they are all pushing higher right now. Stocks heading toward the highest since February. Bond yields rising after this morning's jobs report. The S&P up 49, gain there of 0.8%. We've got the Dow up 329, now up 0.8%. And NASDAQ up 198 for NASDAQ, a gain there of 1%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 1.9%. The 10-year at 4.47%, with the 2-year at 4.01%. Gold now down $23 the ounce, 33.28, drop there of 0.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, 64.35 for a barrel of WTI. Tesla's leading gains among the Mag 7 stocks, with shares of the electric vehicle maker rebounding after yesterday's 14% plunge when that feud between Elon Musk and President Trump devolved into a public war of words. Tesla shares now higher by 5.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus.
All right, today's Focus on Munis is brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength. There you go. Thank you. You're not Matt Miller, though. I have to just...
No, it's fair enough.
So
we are different.
All right, today's Focus on Munis is brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM insured municipal bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual. Let's get a look at the municipal bond market. We've got the bond market yields moving higher here today. The 10-year Treasury is up about 8.5 basis points, 4.47%. Danielle Moran joins us, municipal finance reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us via Zoom. Danielle, talk to us about how the municipal bond market's been performing over the last several weeks. Again, we've had a kind of a risk-on environment back with stocks retreating pretty much all of their losses from the peak. What are you seeing in the muni bond trading area?
So the muni bond market is pretty much unchanged today. There has been no movement in yields across the curve. Year to date, the market is down about 1%. It's been underperforming treasuries. A lot of that has come from just an onslaught of supply in munis. Supply is up about 20% over last year. This week in particular was incredibly large, around $20 billion worth of sales. So that hurt prices a little bit.
And broadly, though, individually, we've seen a lot of different cracks and issues, particularly around education. We talk a lot about, say, Harvard and Yale, but something that's close to my heart is a New York City private school going bankrupt. That's Manhattan Country School. It's a private school in New York City, and apparently it's facing such difficulty that it filed for bankruptcy with only $82,300 in its bank account. How do we get to this place in this kind of educational environment?
I mean, it's a lot of the same demographics that are pressuring small colleges and universities in the U.S. There's just less kids. The birth rate fell after during the Great Recession in 2007, and it has never recovered. So when your business model relies on an increasing number of kids to educate and tuition-paying parents, and that falls off, it's just a higher competition for education. And unfortunately, a school like Manhattan Country School is one of the victims of that. They tried to expand, which did work for a little bit, and then the pandemic came and people rethought the value of certain educational philosophies. People moved to the suburbs. They tried different types of schooling programs. And Manhattan Country School filed for bankruptcy a couple of weeks ago. Today is their last day of school, which was accelerated by about a week because they couldn't make payroll. They're now fundraising to try and pay teachers through the end of the year. It's a really sad situation, and a lot of parents are trying to figure out what to do next.
So awful.
Yeah, that is
those poor kids.
Yeah, exactly. Talk to us about Chicago. Chicago's always in the news, the finances of the city of Chicago. I know they were coming to market with an issuance. Talk to us about what's happening in Chicago.
Yeah, so Chicago sold bonds this week. They sold about $700 million and change of tax-exempt bonds. The yields on those were attractive to investors. A 10-year bond priced with a 5% coupon and about 117 basis points above the AAA curve. So that looks attractive for an investor looking for spread. But also they have to consider that Chicago is one of the worst rated major cities in the U.S. They have massive underfunded pension obligations and revenue that could decline depending on what's coming out of Washington. They're heavily reliant on federal aid, and their ratings just aren't at where some of the other major cities are in the U.S. So investors are asking for more yield to hold those bonds, and we saw that reflected in the pricing this week.
Silly question, but what kind of yield, where's the tipping point where the yield is too much for the issuer to pay and the borrower won't take on the risk? Like, do we know where that sits, particularly when it comes to this weird rate environment that we're in?
I think that's hard to say. In munis, there's often a philosophy that if the yield's high enough, you'll find a buyer always at some point, depending on the credit. And you do have to remember, Chicago is a major city. It's a giant economic engine. So there is a safety net there that a lot of investors do see. But if they come to market and there's anything that can be bought at a price. So that's what the philosophy is.
What's the new issue market look like going forward? Anything, is it still healthy? Are there some big names that the market's really going to be focused on?
Yes, it is definitely still healthy. Issuance is booming in the muni bond market. There's a ton that's coming to market. Next week, LA County is coming with about $700 million. There's a deal from the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Authority. The state of Maryland is coming to market. That state was recently downgraded by Moody's because of some of the impacts from the DOGE cuts that have reverberated outside of DC. So that will be a really interesting deal to watch. But there's just a ton of supply in munis right now. Governments are dealing with a sunsetting of pandemic stimulus aid. They still have a lot of infrastructure projects that need to be financed. And so they're coming to the market in droves this year.
All right, Danielle, we really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Danielle Moran is a Bloomberg Municipal Finance team leader joining us for so many things happening in the muni market. Who knew that was so exciting? Paul did. Paul knew it. It's just taken me a year and a half to buy into it. All right, here's a headline from Reuters that I just wanted to update you on. China apparently granting rare earth permits to some U.S. auto suppliers. That's according to Reuters. Interesting development there. This also seems to go back to something President Trump said a few weeks ago, that he doesn't want to manufacture sneakers and T-shirts here, which means that we might see, I wonder if we're going to start to see more and more exemptions on a sector by sector level. And what does that mean for the economy? Let's find out. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, joins us now. All right, you've had a few hours. Can you rate for me the jobs number? We gave the data earlier this week of B-. Where are we now?
Oh, okay. If we're doing it on a grade, C to B-, somewhere in there.
Okay.
The numbers are fine, but they're not as good as they look on the surface, and they're not as good as the administration has been touting. The part of the problem is that we are in a slowing trend, which is what's to be expected at this point in a expansion. And so the fact that we got 139,000 jobs is good news. It's more than the replacement level, and it's perfectly adequate, and it wouldn't cause any concern other than the fact that we have all this tariff stuff hanging out there, and the worry is that that's going to tank the labor market. And what we did see was that March jobs were revised down by over 100,000, and the net was 93,000 jobs fewer than we got. So overall, we end up with fewer jobs than would have been forecast. So the administration talking point there is wrong. But the unemployment rate is still hanging in there. It came close to rounding up to 4.3%, but it stayed at 4.2%, so you can't really complain at this point.
Immigration from the southern border effectively stopped over the last several months. Will we see that in these numbers? I think we'll see it I would think we would see it at farms, at home construction sites, at
restaurants.
It looks like we saw it a little bit. The labor force fell by 675,000, and that was the biggest since 2023. To get a little more wonkier, and maybe I can do a graph of this for
just for me, basically.
For Alex,
I'm into it.
She likes these nerdy graphs. The number of people who had jobs in April and then moved to not in the labor force in May was 917,000, which, except for a couple of COVID months, is the highest level ever in that data series. So it may be a combination of the border being closed and then people who might be undocumented hiding out and not admitting that they are in the labor force and working and looking for jobs because they don't want to get arrested and deported. So it looks like we may have seen something there, although construction hiring was okay. It was very low, but okay. And I looked, and we did not see a drop in the number of people in the Hispanic labor force.
Okay.
So it's not a clear-cut case, but it does look like maybe we're starting to see something.
When we got the ISM services earlier this week, and also manufacturing, that felt like a stagflationary kind of scenario. That's we kept getting stuff in our inbox that said that. But then you take a look at the jobs number, and then we don't see that. Do we expect the services data to really start to roll over here?
Well, it depends on what you consider stagflation. I mean, we think of it in 1970s terms, but if you're talking about basically just stagnant growth, slow growth, and some inflation, we could still be on track to that because the labor market is slowing down quite a bit, and growth is slowing. We haven't got a really accurate picture yet because of the distortions from trade, big contraction in the first quarter and a larger than real increase in the second quarter so far. But we can be still heading that direction because we do have a lot of anecdotal data, and including from the ISMs you were talking about, that prices are rising. And so that should be reflected in the price data in this month or the next.
And wage growth, still pretty solid? Is it too solid?
It's not too solid. 3.9% is a little bit above what the Fed is looking for as a sustainable level. They're looking at 3.5 or so. But they don't think that we're seeing any wage pressures because there's still more job openings than there are candidates for jobs. So if that continues, and of course, if the unemployment rate rises, that just lowers the inflation worry.
All right, Mike, thanks. Really appreciate it. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. Appreciate all that analysis. All right, coming up, we're going to talk to Scott Levine. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Energy and Industrials Services Analyst. We'll talk about President Trump's nuclear plan to really revive and nuclear as a viable form of energy, and also a new growth wave, not just expanding existing plants, but adding new plants and helping to boost up permitting as well for small modular nuclear reactor. Ooh, that was hard. Modular nuclear. Okay, we'll get there.
Yes.
This is Bloomberg. Happy Friday.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Stocks heading toward the highest since February. We are, however, off session highs. Jobs Friday and the S&P up 53, up by 0.9%. The Dow up 335. That is a gain of 0.8%. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 220, up 1.1%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up 1.3%. And the Bloomberg Mag 7 index up now by 2%. The 10-year at 4.47%, with the 2-year currently yielding 4.01%. Gold is down 0.5%, 33.34 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2%, now 64.62 for a barrel of WTI. So stocks higher right now. What about further gains, though, for the U.S. equity market? Chuck Lieberman is Chief Investment Officer at Advisors Capital Management. He was a guest right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
Well, the economy continues to grow. The pace of growth is a bit slower, but that was to be expected. And profits are rising. So, sure, why should stocks not continue to move up?
Chuck Lieberman of Advisors Capital Management. We're also keeping an eye on shares of Robinhood Markets, right now up 1.3%. Investors are speculating that the online brokerage could become the latest firm to earn a coveted spot in the S&P 500 index. Wall Street firms, including Bank of America and Barclays, have called the company a top candidate to join the benchmark. China, as we have been reporting, granted temporary export licenses to rare earth suppliers of the top 3 U.S. automakers. This according to a Reuters story citing 2 unidentified people familiar with the matter. Recapping, S&P up now by 0.9% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Also on your smart TV, think Roku, think Samsung TV, all that kind of stuff. You can search there, Bloomberg Originals, and you'll find our video feed there as well. So we're pretty much everywhere. I'll tell you, one industry that appears to be a big winner in the Trump administration is nuclear energy. The White House has a goal to quadruple U.S. nuclear generated capacity by 2050. Helping us walk through the math there, Scott Levine, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Energy and Industrials Analyst. Man, that seems, I mean, nuclear, we haven't talked about that in like forever. And I remember 3 Mile Island, we were sent home from boarding school because we were in New Jersey. Talk to us about nuclear energy and what this administration would like to do.
Yeah, nuclear has always kind of been a bit of a strange one for environmentalists and for the industry overall. You know, it's an emissions-free power source, right, which would seem to align well with the goals of environmentalists. However, safety concerns, you know, end up being an issue. You mentioned 3 Mile Island, Fukushima, and otherwise. And so, you know, with the combination of demand from AI for power of all types, coupled with the fact that it is an emissions-free power source, has really brought it back into the forefront in supporting the AI demand story. So you have the demand picture has clearly strengthened as a result of that. The 2 things that really blew a hole in the story the last time it was in vogue in the Obama administration was really the shale revolution, which made natural gas so cheap as an alternative. And then in 2011, Fukushima created all kinds of concerns there. So the 2 really blew a hole in the story then. And now, you know, 15 years has gone by since then. And the memory has faded. And now it's back in the forefront of folks' minds.
So expanding or keeping alive or recommissioning a nuclear plant is one thing, and that's what we're doing at 3 Mile Island. We're getting it back up and running again. Then Constellation also made that deal with Meta on Monday or Tuesday that it's just continuing to expand. It's going to keep going with its nuclear reactor, right? But building a new one is like a whole different thing. How expensive is that?
Yeah, so we've only built 1 plant in the last 30 years in this country. It was in Georgia. It was initially expected to cost under $15 billion and take 7.5 years. And it ended up costing over $30 billion to complete. And taking about twice as long as expected, and that was the one that got through, right?
Well, but President Trump and what he outlined in those executive orders is aimed to reduce the time and the money, but can it do it that much?
I mean, in theory, it's possible, yes, but there's so much we don't know, right? I mean, our expectation would be that, we may not even see full-sized reactors built at this point, right? Small modular reactors.
That's where I want to go.
Are being developed.
He said it well. I didn't say it well.
There are, and so these are going to be much more. They're, modular built. They're smaller in terms of the unitization. And so they could be built conceivably behind the grid if the regulators can get comfortable with the safety aspects. So it's conceivable, but none of those have been built yet, right? So a lot of it's still on the come, and a lot of it will depend on the progress of technology, progress of the regulators, et cetera.
Is the technology there? Because we've had people come through here and kind of imply that it is there.
It is on paper. There's
have we built one of them?
We have not built any of them in the U.S. There have been a couple built overseas. Only one design has been approved, and that is NuScale's small modular reactor, and that's basically mimics a light water reactor. It's a smaller version of the plants that are in service now. 2/3 of the ones in service in the U.S. are Westinghouse, 1/3, give or take, are GE, and those are all light water reactors. And then there's a whole other list of companies that are building these more innovative technology, gas-cooled reactors, salt-cooled reactors. None of those are in service, right? And, half of those are in the process of commercialization in some way, shape, or form, but none have been built here, no.
Why is nuclear so interesting to hyperscalers?
Because it's emissions free and because it runs 24/7, right? And that's the big knock on wind and solar, right? And so those two things in and of themselves, they need to be 24/7. They need to be base load in order to support data center needs, number one. And number two, emissions free, supports the environmental mandates of the Metas, the Googles, the Microsofts of the world. And those are two huge positives that can't be ignored. So if indeed we need power for a longer period of time than it's taken to train these models, and all indications suggest that will be the case for inferencing purposes, nuclear's positives are really too great to ignore.
But it's expensive.
Yes.
Who's going to pay for this? Federal government's going to come up with some subsidies? Is the president proposing that?
Yeah, they are proposing that, and that's really kind of the big unknown right now. How much money are they willing to put behind this? When they built the Southern Company plant Vogtle in Georgia, the Obama administration put over $8 billion in loan guarantees towards that, and it ended up costing $31 to $34 billion. Wow. Yeah, and so we're in an age now, right, where the budget's a concern. And some renewable projects are being canceled. Others are being allowed to move forward, whether it's hydrogen, whether it's carbon capture, et cetera. So, Trump's saying he loves nuclear is a big positive there. But how much money they're willing to put behind specific projects is really the key question here.
And that's such an interesting point, because therein lies the problem with hyperscalers. They're not used to taking on that particular kind of risk.
Yeah.
Also, they need power yesterday. So saying that we can get this to you, let's just be generous and say 7 years, let's say 4. They need it yesterday. 4 is not going to be good enough. So are they going to actually help offset the cost for something that won't be available to them in 4 years in an industry like tech that changes really fast?
I mean, every hyperscaler has made positive comments regarding nuclear. Then it comes down to how substantive is that exactly? And so, the reality here is they need interim solutions now to support the growth. They also need longer term solutions. Nuclear certainly could be a longer term solution, but we'll see what the details are. We'll see whether the government's willing to subsidize a portion of those investments. The one thing I can say is utilities are probably going to be reticent to put a lot of money behind this on their own without that backing, given the history of the last 3 decades.
Totally. All right, Scott, really good. It's great stuff. Love that you're covering this. Scott Levine is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Energy and Industrial Services Analyst. All right, coming up, we're going to talk to John Boyd, founder and president at National Black Farmers Association, on how the industry is faring amid the uncertainty.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney and Alex Steele on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Friday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also check us out on YouTube, as well as all your smart TVs and Roku and all the likes of that. June is Pride Month. So over the next few weeks, we're going to highlight segments on topics related to equality. And today we're speaking with John Boyd, founder and president of the National Black Farmers. John, it's not you, it's me. I've been not able to say words for like 2 hours. John, what does your organization, National Black Farmers Association, do?
Well, we offer, first of all, thank you for having me. We offer technical assistance and outreach to 151,000 members in the United States. We've been around since the early 80s, and we were organized to help eradicate discrimination at government agencies and state and federal levels. And we've been doing this kind of work for a very, very long time. And I spearheaded the Black Farmers lawsuits, one in settlement in 1999 and the other settlement on December 8th, 2010 by former President Barack Obama that paid out $1.25 billion to 20,000 Black farmers who face and experience discrimination at the hands of the United States Department of Agriculture. So we've been around a very, very long time.
So, John, how is that journey going? I mean, clearly it wasn't great when you started the association. What kind of grade would you give it now?
Well, I think we really went back decades here in progress with the administration. They came in and done away with anything that began with the word equity and diversity and justice, and eliminated those positions at the United States Department of Agriculture. And we still haven't received our $5 billion payout for discrimination, and also the land and federal inventory that I've been after for many, many years. And it was disheartening to learn that the administration was bringing white farmers in from South Africa, offering them a fast path to citizenship. And also we learned that they're going to offer these farmers land out of federal inventory that came from Black farmers, and land from the Department of Interior that came grazing land that was primarily leased to Native Americans. I was disheartened that the president said, although he was doing away with DEI or anything that was race-related, and then brought in white farmers to the United States solely based on race. So he's saying he wants to have everything equal and do away with the race stuff, but then he brings in white farmers from South Africa and wants to offer them a fast path to citizenship, and I'm 110% opposed to it.
Well, you know, John, it's also hard because being a farmer is hard in general, like hard enough.
Oh,
you're dealing with crops, you're dealing with weather, you're dealing with things completely out of your control, and then you layer this on top of it.
Hardest occupation known to man, people, is farming. And I could work 24 hours in a day and never catch up. And, you know, we have to deal with the act of Mother Nature, like you said, floods and tornadoes and hurricanes and droughts. And this, believe it or not, is the first year in a very, very long time that I'm farming without a farm operating loan here in my own country, where the bank said, and the government said, you know, we're not going to extend credit to you because your input costs and the low prices due to the president's tariffs created some of the lowest prices in a very, very long time if you factor in the input costs and the low commodity costs. Wheat, $5 a bushel, corn, and $4 and something a bushel, and soybeans hovering around $10 a bushel, people. These are very, very low prices, and every time the president says the word tariffs, he scares the bejeebers out of the markets and the prices plummet. And, you know, many Americans don't know that farmers are price takers. We're not price givers. So my price is based on the market that the president can plays with when he gets ready. It affects the very first people that voted for him overwhelmingly is farmers in this country. Are the very first population that's taken a black eye from the president because of these low prices that we just don't have any control of them.
But do you think that grains, though, will be included in trade deals, which then in essence could help?
Well, I hope so. And, I like to equate it back to the president's first presidency. And I believe it was in 2018 where I was actually selling soybeans, almost $16.80 a bushel. And when the president imposed tariffs the first time on his presidency, the price plummeted because China basically stopped buying them, all the way down to $6 a bushel from $16.80. So we don't have anything to compare it to in a positive aspect. They didn't work the first time, and right now, as I'm sitting here talking to you, I'm in a very precarious situation. No farm operating loan, a shaky market. And for the future of agriculture right now, things are looking grim, people. We just don't have the new markets that the president said they were working to put in place. And, the ag department, instead of making things better, they're saying that they want to close offices. So the administration says that they're going to help farmers by payments, but they're closing farm offices.
Right. John, we got to leave it there, up against a break there. John Boyd, founder and president of National Black Farmers Association, kind of breaking down all the issues that are with farmers, but also black farmers in particular. That wraps it up for me and Paul on this Friday. Have a great weekend, everybody. Balance of Power is up next.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. From the sound of it, President Trump is looking to get past yesterday's nasty exchange with Elon Musk. The White House says Musk wants a phone call with Trump. CBS's Robert Costa.
President Trump told CBS News Friday that he's moving forward with his presidency. That's, quote, all I focus on, Trump said in a brief phone call. I don't focus on anything else. That's why, he said, I have the highest poll numbers. That confidence comes as Musk continues to ramp up his attacks on the White House, casting President Trump in negative lights, not only politically, but personally, and making allegations about Trump's conduct.
Republicans in Congress are calling on Trump and Musk to patch things up, and CBS's Nicole Killian says conservative holdouts on the president's budget bill are trying to find additional cuts.
That is, in fact, what some senators are trying to do, find additional savings in this bill so that it doesn't add so much to the national debt and deficit. But they continue to argue that without this package, many Americans could face an increase in their taxes because this would extend the president's tax cuts. So that's why they believe time is of essence.
There's where the Trump administration's asking the Supreme Court to leave mass layoffs at the Education Department in place while the court case about cutbacks proceeds. The government says employers added 139,000 jobs last month, shaking off concern about the trade wars. Bank of America economist Stephen Juneau.
Job growth is slowing a little bit. Over the last 3 months, we've added just an average of 135,000, but that's really not all that bad considering things. So we're not seeing a sharp slowdown.
The FBI says it stopped a planned attack on a shopping mall in Washington state. CBS's Michael Wallace.
The Bureau got a tip last month that a teenager had posted in an online forum his plan to set off a chlorine bomb at the Three Rivers Mall in Kelso, north of Portland, then shoot people as they ran from the building. The FBI's Douglas Olson says agents searched the teen's home and found
annotated schematics, a clear route to follow, weapons to be used, and a wardrobe to wear.
Olson has no doubt the teen was about to carry out the attack.
Overseas, correspondent Ramy Inocencio tells us it seems Vladimir Putin is carrying out his promised retaliation for Ukraine's drone attacks on Russian air bases.
Russia fired nearly 50 missiles and launched more than 400 drones, said Ukraine's defense ministry. Most were shot down, but cruise missiles did slam into a hotel in Ukraine's northwest town of Lutsk, only about 50 miles from NATO member Poland's border.
And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 380 points. This is CBS News. Federal investigators say they found a fuel leak and several improperly installed parts inside the engine of an American Airlines jet that caught fire after landing in Denver back in March. Preliminary findings don't identify the cause of that fire, which was extinguished within a minute. 12 people were injured getting off that jet. Well, there's a court battle over Jimmy Buffett's $275 million estate.
Spending money to burn.
Buffett's widow Jane has gone to court to oust the co-trustee of the estate, an accountant and former business manager for the singer, and he's looking to remove her in a separate suit. She alleges the trust is producing far too little income. The co-trustee, Richard Mosenter, says in his suit he was a trusted advisor to Buffett and says the singer worried privately about his wife's ability to manage money. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Jobs Day brings smiles on Wall Street and at the White House. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power as the monthly data sends stocks higher despite signs of a moderation in the job market. We're going to look under the hood with Mark Hamrick at Bankrate coming up. So much for burying the hatchet. President Trump and Elon Musk are still at it. The feud continues here. We're going to talk about potential national security risks around this with former Republican Congressman Denver Riggleman, and more with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us alongside Republican strategist Lisa Camuso-Miller. So let's get started, as always, with a look at Wall Street. The Friday trade, as I said, brings smiles. Just look at Charlie Pellet in New York.
Indeed. Solid, though not spectacular. That's the way some are summing up this morning's jobs report. We'll have a whole lot more on Balance of Power. But right now, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all mentioning, as you say, on Jobs Friday. S&P 500 index now up by 1%, a gain of 59 points. The Dow up 394, up 0.9%. NASDAQ is advancing 231, Joe. That is a gain of 1.2%. The key takeaway, we are well off session highs, but gains nonetheless. The 10-year at 4.48%, with the 2-year 4.03%. Gold is now down $22 the ounce, a drop there of 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2%, 64.61 a barrel on WTI, and Bitcoin is surging 4.6%, back above 105,105, 119 right now on Bitcoin. So the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ are all advancing. As for the market backdrop, Stephanie Roth is chief economist at Wolfe Research.
Now we understand this whole taco concept, which is silly, but it's true that Trump doesn't seem to want to intentionally tip the economy into recession, so companies can feel better about investing in this environment. They know there's less likely of a chance that the economy actually goes south, in which case, all right, my business is doing okay, now I just have to continue to invest and grow.
Stephanie Roth of Wolfe Research. Tesla shares higher after Elon Musk suggested making amends with President Trump, easing tensions after their public feud, but not over yet. We've got Dow Jones in the meantime reporting that President Trump is considering getting rid of his Tesla. Tesla shares up by 5.8%. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 1%. Balance of Power continues right now. Friday edition. Back we go to Washington. We always say it, what a week, but once again, here he is. Joe Matthew.
Yeah, I guess I really must sound like a broken record. I say this to my poor wife every Friday. You have no idea. What a week. And I'll say that again a week from today. This one did feel special, though, didn't it? Elon Musk going to the mat with President Trump yesterday. It happened during the program. God knows what will happen today. It is high noon, after all, and that's why you join us every day on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121, and on YouTube. Dial it up now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. You can always watch us as well on Bloomberg Originals. I'll get to the podcast. You can't hide from this program. We're onto something here, and it's Jobs Day, which, as I said earlier, brings smiles to Wall Street and the White House. The president feeling pretty good about these numbers, despite the fact that we are looking at moderation. They came in a little hotter than expected. Payrolls at 139,000, unemployment holding at 4.2%, wage growth accelerating. So much for the recession. We spoke earlier with the labor secretary about this, of course. on Bloomberg, Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer earlier on Bloomberg Surveillance. Here's how she framed it. Listen.
We are excited, 139,000 new jobs, and that President Trump, with his dedication and his leadership, really has beat expectations for the third month in a row. Our goal is to grow this economy and grow this workforce, and the president has done a wonderful job in accessing companies to invest in the workforce, and we're seeing it across the country.
Let's get into this, because it's always about what's beneath the headlines that we're talking about here on this program when it comes to economic data. And Mark Hamrick's had a couple of hours to dig through the report. He's the Washington Bureau Chief, Senior Economic Analyst at Bankrate, and I'm glad to say he's with us in studio today. Mark, it's great to see you.
Good to be with you.
So when's the recession? You know I'm supposed to ask you that. There's
today.
No, it's not today. But that was a conversation just a couple of weeks ago, remember? Recession odds were rising. The tariff program destroyed the economy. This is actually looking pretty good. What's your take?
Well, backward looking, right? Yeah. So this is a snapshot from around the 12th of last month. I think recession odds are probably still elevated relative to what is nominal. Yeah. But, you know, down from the 50% odds that we may have seen, you know, early April. You know, at Bankrate, much the same as with your audience, we're always trying to take, at Bankrate, we're always trying to take a bit of a long-term view. Sure. I know for traders, those who are trying to get in and out of markets or positions, that's different. The vast majority of Americans need to be thinking about the long term, and part of that means saving for emergencies, for the inevitable rainy day, right? The rainy day isn't here right now, but what's the number one complaint about the economy? It's price levels. What is likely to go up in the current and intermediate terms? Price levels. So there's not going to be any relief from that. And so if you go out, you know, maybe not in front of this office in downtown Washington, but a little beyond the Beltway, ask people, how do you feel about the economy? Yeah. They're not feeling too good about it. And so to them, recession, you can have your recession definitions and keep it. We'll make our own judgments about how we're feeling about the economy.
Okay, fair enough. What are you seeing in the numbers here? Stronger than expected payrolls, steady unemployment rate is what the headline's going to read. When you start looking at wages and participation, what does that tell you about this stage of the market?
Well, first of all, I don't want to lean too far forward on the better than expected. The consensus that I was looking at was around 125,000. Exactly. We beat that by 14,000. Sure. You know, no one should be going out buying champagne because of course,
absolutely. And by the way, that could be revised in a month as we've seen very often.
That's perhaps the most important point, because this was the fourth straight month of downward revisions, and the sharpest downward revisions that we've had in that series, minus 95,000 the previous 2 months. That takes a lot of the would-be luster off of this beating expectations.
Understood. Well, when you consider the potential impact of the Doge and federal workforce cuts, a couple of months ago, you were reading and hearing all the same stories I was. It was going to crater the job market in certainly areas like Washington, D.C. We still haven't seen the tens of thousands of job losses on the government level, have we?
They haven't showed up yet. Many of these people are still on severance. So
they're not claiming.
It's not showing up. And, you know, the good news for those affected people is that, you know, they would be looking for work at a time when the unemployment rate is still regarded as historically low at 4.2%. But let's wait till September, October, and see what the jobless claims and that component look like. As you know, Challenger Gray and Christmas earlier in the week talked about accelerating job cut announcements in sectors where we hadn't been seeing those occupying the top two positions. That was services and retailing, and hundreds of thousands of Doge-related job cut announcements elsewhere. So I think, you know, I'm not here to preach gloom and doom. I'm here to preach caution. Sure. And to look past the immediate headline numbers and try to think about a variety of scenarios that could be developing here in the second half of the year, which is weeks away.
Well, this is why we're asking these questions, Mark Hamrick. We heard from President Trump this morning a number of times, and I'm going to ask you about his take on Jay Powell in a moment, but his first reaction was, America is hot. This is all caps. 6 months ago, it was cold as ice. Border is closed. Prices are down. Wages are up. Our own Michael McKee took a harder look at that and went back 6 months and found that none of that is actually factual. Prices are not down from 6 months ago. Wages are not up from 6 months ago. He's calling at the same time for a full point cut from Jay Powell. He's not going to get that, is he?
Well, first of all, how does he come to that conclusion or recommendation when on the one hand he's talking about a robust economy?
Yeah, we're hot, but we need to cut.
And when do you cut by 100 basis points? In a crisis.
Yes, exactly. Can you imagine? Okay, let's talk about that. Imagine if the Fed announced today between meetings it was cutting by a full percentage point. What would happen to the market?
I mean, you'd have red lights spinning in here, and it'd be breaking news all day long.
It's been a long time since we've had a surprise
We
cut.
don't need to have
What's
that.
Jay Powell looking at, though, when he sees data like this, and you're looking ahead, urging caution 6 months from now, reminding us of a dual mandate? They're concerned about this job market, too.
Well, first of all, as you know, the expectation right now is we don't have any rate cuts probably for at least the next two meetings, which is June 18th and then July, and then we get into mid-September. I think that they'll continue to say that, and we're, a week and a half away from the next announcement and news conference. I think they'll continue to say the monetary policy is in a good place. Obviously, that's why they're not moving it. And they want to be responsive to the way the economy unfolds in the months ahead. He regards himself, and they have a take with the law that they are effectively bulletproof from the president's rhetoric. And so, if anything, he wants to maintain the credibility not only of the institution that he and his colleagues serve, but also the roughly year that he has left as chair. He wants to maintain the credibility of all that. So the last thing in the world that he's going to do is get into an Elon Musk style, retort.
I wasn't going to bring up Elon.
Well,
Mark.
I mean, that's another show,
it
right?
Sure
But,
is. Well, no, we're going to do that as soon as we change the topic. But look, you're right. A week from Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
We've got the next
18th
Fed meeting. You haven't said the word tariff yet. He's going to have to manage that. And the fact is, nothing's really changed on that front since the last Fed meeting. He's waiting for, July 9th to find out what the heck is going on.
Well, I think in the environment we're in, the tariffs are what we're going to be dealing with for the foreseeable future. If there's one tool in the president's toolbox that is on the top, aside from using social media, it's tariffs. And we could try to, Monday morning quarterback all we want on where they end up, where they're going, where they'll be Monday. But I think a baseline is you have to assume they're going to be with us for the foreseeable future in some form. And let's think about the fact that we know that, tariffs are a tax on imports that has to be paid by businesses and consumers or some combination thereof. And they are going to be with us for the foreseeable future.
$2.8 trillion, the CBO says, they'll raise in the next 10 years.
Yeah, what's the sustainability of that policy?
Well, they've already changed. It's fascinating that we're trying to get a tax cut done while we're also essentially taxing Americans $2.8 trillion to pay for it. I'll get a lot of bad mail there, but maybe you can explain it to me. Mark, it's great to have you. Happy Jobs Day. The great Mark Hamrick at Bankrate, and a great conversation for you here to get things kicked off on the Friday edition of Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. You want to stay with us. Denver Riggleman is on the way in next. He's just back from Ukraine. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks pushing higher. Jobs Friday. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all in the green right now. S&P up 56. We have got a gain of 1% on the S&P 500 index. This morning's jobs report seen as solid but not spectacular. Some analysts noting that labor market conditions may subside in coming months because of policy uncertainty on tariffs. The Dow up 371 now, up 0.9%. NASDAQ is surging 225 points. That is an advance for the NASDAQ Composite Index of 1.2%. The Russell 2000 Index up now by 1.5%, and our Mag 7 Index, which includes Tesla, up now by 2%. The 10-year 4.48%, the 2-year 4.03%. Spot gold down $22 the ounce, down 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is advancing now by 1.9%, $64.59 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. So the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher, keeping an eye on shares of Circle Internet Group after yesterday's surge. That stock is advancing again today. IPO'd yesterday, up by another 35.4% today. Recapping, S&P now up by 1%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie. Many thanks to you. Charlie Pellet here on the Friday edition. Yeah, you made it to the threshold of the weekend, and it's always a pleasure to meet you here on Bloomberg Radio. On YouTube, satellite radio, that's channel 121, and you can always find us now live on Bloomberg Originals. So much for the reunion, the cooling off, whatever reports we heard this morning about brokering a peace. No, not in Ukraine, between the president and the richest man in the world. That narrative has changed a lot since we woke up this morning. There are now no plans, this is Bloomberg setting the record straight, for a phone call between the White House and Elon Musk, a person familiar making clear to Bloomberg, despite earlier reports they were going to have some kind of a cooling off phone call today. This has been wild. And there were some indications that Elon wanted to make up. I heard about this back and forth with Bill Ackman on Twitter, who said that, you guys need to make peace for the benefit of our great country. Elon replied, "You're not wrong." We thought maybe they'd break bread or at least have a phone call. It's not going to happen. And I want you to listen to Donald Trump in the Oval Office yesterday. This is right when the whole spat was breaking loose, before the Epstein tweet, before Trump got real angry. Listen to him from yesterday in Washington.
I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot. Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we're well anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer. Said the best things. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill.
You wore the hat, after all. Musk threatening, of course, to decommission the Dragon spacecraft last night. He's pulled back from that threat as well. So it's a little hard to hear or get a sense of where we are. The fact of the matter is, these guys aren't talking, and MAGA is still angry. If you've heard from Steve Bannon, this interview with Politico, wow. I can't even read this on the air with the F words. But he does say that he and Peter Navarro have recommended that the President of the United States implement the Defense Production Act and seize Elon Musk's companies, SpaceX and Starlink, put them under government management. Calling for investigations into Musk's immigration status, security clearance, drug use, and supposed involvement with the Chinese Communist Party, suggesting he be deported. To think that this is where we're starting a conversation with Denver Riggleman a day after he got back from Ukraine is pretty wild. But that's what we're going to do right now. The former Republican congressman from Virginia, head of the company Rig, is with us here. Denver, it's great to see you, and welcome back. We had a brief chat last evening. I wanted to bring you back to talk more about this, and I want to get to your trip to Ukraine. But there are questions about the national security implications of this spat, how much sensitive information Elon Musk actually has access to, and frankly, his mental state. And when you hear about this idea, the government seizing SpaceX and Starlink, where are we going here?
Joe, I think when you're an intelligence professional, you've been in this business a long time, you have somebody like Elon Musk and Donald Trump spatting really like two trolls in a basement, you know, in their mom's basements. It's something that's unprecedented. But it's that instability that you're worried about. And what you're seeing right now is behavior that's so unbecoming of a president and somebody who owns some of the largest government contracts, secure contracts, that I think that ripple effect globally could be very damaging. But I also want to warn people. I mean, Elon Musk had access to people's data on a level that is unprecedented in Doge. He has contracts with SpaceX. He has contracts with Starlink. You're talking about multiple countries rely on those communication links. Billions and billions of dollars in contracts, and you wonder what the clearances. What clearances does Elon Musk hold? Is it TSSCI? You know, what does he actually hold, and what data is he actually seen? So I think when you're looking at what's going on here, it's the global embarrassment of the world's richest man and the world's most powerful man going back and forth. But it's the instability of these individuals, I think, that gives pause to global leaders, but also to the adults in the room that are in the American government, and there's not many left that are under Trump. But those CEOs of large corporations like Boeing, Lockheed Martin, SAIC, Leidos, all those people I think are looking at this like, what the hell is going on here? And I think that's what scares me.
Wow. You know all the guys I'm talking about here, and I'm really curious, Denver, your read on the MAGA reaction to all of this, because Steve Bannon has been an Elon hater all along. He actually predicted this was going to happen. By the way, you kind of did too. And I'm not trying to put you in the same boat as Bannon here, but when you hear about the celebrations, they're popping corks in MAGAville. What does that tell you about the state of the party here and what Donald Trump actually thinks about Elon Musk?
Well, I mean, first of all, you know, Steve Bannon's a criminal. I think the only similarity between me and Steve Bannon is we both breathe oxygen. But I think Steve Bannon wanted this to happen because that's part of what his whole shtick is, right? It's always been anti-immigrant, even if it's Elon, and it's always been pro-autocracy. And I think that's a big thing. And Bannon seems to almost be leaning towards anti-technology, this weird traditionalist philosophy that I think people need to look up, you know, this 1870 to 1913 thing they talk about. But I think what you're seeing, the rift in the party is real. And I think a lot of that has to do with Elon accusing Donald Trump of being in the Epstein logs. And by the way, Joe, I just want to bring this up to everybody if they haven't just sort of seen this in a common sense way. So if Elon Musk knew this, was he covering for somebody he thought was a pedophile from the beginning? It just doesn't make any sense, right? It's ludicrous. It's that instability stuff that you're seeing again. So I think for me right now, when you're looking at Steve Bannon calling for him to be deported, it's just that ludicrous, unserious childishness that you've seen throughout the MAGA movement for some time.
Of course, nobody knows what the Epstein stuff was about, and we have no way to verify any of that. Denver, we're talking national security on a day after you got back from Ukraine. And that was the original reason we reached out to you this week. I know that you found yourself in places like Odessa and Kyiv, listening to air raid sirens in the middle of the night, watching anti-aircraft fire light up over the city, watching Ukraine intercept drones and missiles from Russia. I want to ask you about what's next here, because President Trump talked to Vladimir Putin yesterday and told the world that a very difficult period of time was coming here because Russia's going to hit back on that drone attack that Ukraine sent deep into Russia last week. What are you bracing for, and will it happen this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to brace for indiscriminate civilian deaths because Putin's a murderer. I mean, when you look at what Ukraine did with that deep drone attack on strategic bombers and bases throughout Russia, you're talking about legitimate military targets. What Ukraine needs to brace for are illegitimate civilian strikes, you know, across Ukraine. Now, I was also in Kherson, and as you know, Joe, that is right there, right? I mean, I was on the right bank.
You were.
The left bank, the Russians are right across there with snipers, and that's where they fly their first-person view drones or their kamikaze drones out of that area. So I was there and in the bunker in Odessa when it was hit. I was also in Kyiv. I was also in Mykolaiv when the air raid sirens went off. I was in Kherson getting the hell out of there an hour before drone strikes there. So I think what you're going to see is a massive civilian retaliation by Putin, where he just indiscriminately strikes anything that he wants to based on what happened. But here's what Trump said that gets me, and again, Joe, I know me and you enjoy talking about this. He said he might just let them fight, which is the most ridiculous thing you can say is POTUS.
Like two kids in a schoolyard.
Like two kids in a schoolyard. But if you do just let them fight, and European nations brace and fund Ukraine, Ukraine will win this war. And I've been telling people this since that deep strike, that the upper hand is now Ukraine. And I think the desperate measures you see with Putin, like hitting Kyiv last night, and my phone was lighting up from people that were there. I think with him hitting Kyiv last night with really one of the largest drone attacks in Kyiv in some time, I think shows the desperation of the Russian government. But I do believe that people need to watch out for Kherson, Kharkiv, but also Odessa. I'm worried about Odessa, Joe. I really am. And I think people need to brace for massive civilian casualties.
Well, I guess that begins to answer my next question, which is how prepared Ukraine may be for an onslaught. They know it's coming, Denver. Do they have the shells, the interceptors to deal with it?
I tell you what, it's going to be tough on them. They're always resource limited based on the fact that the United States government hasn't been as supportive. And I think people in the United States need to realize we've always sort of been doers. We just don't watch. And I think we need to rally as U.S. citizens in a country that's being attacked, but they do have the heart and the spirit, and they have better tactics and adaptability and a massive drone production asset line that it's unprecedented. I got to see it. And I think they do have superiority tactically on drone warfare, which is why you see the stalemate. So I think Ukraine is ready for the onslaught. But there was a quote from somebody, from a Ukrainian, and this is what she said. She says, "We do not hate the Russians. We just want them to leave us alone. But in order for us to have them leave us alone, we need to kill them." Now, that is how the Ukrainians think. Wow. If Russia leaves them alone, they're done. But if not, Ukrainians are the toughest, hardiest, adaptable people I've ever met. I've been all around the world, and what I saw in Ukraine over these last few days, do not bet against the Ukrainians. And if Trump just lets them fight, don't bet against the EU not funding them either. And I think that would be the worst thing for Russia right now, is for EU to fund Ukraine to fight. But the U.S. needs to come in now. Now is the time.
Really interesting and contrarian take, Denver. It's not what I expected you to say. We have less than a minute. What are the odds that this retaliation, the next move by Russia, is nuclear?
I think that's why we double down now. I think that's why we send aid. I think that's a desperate measure by Putin. I don't think he'll go nuclear. They would be a pariah state. And I think at that point, I think other countries would go nuclear if he did, because you need to remember there's 9 nuclear countries. There just isn't one, just Russia and U.S. I think people need to understand there is nuclear deterrence out there, and there's not just Russia. So that would be very interesting if he did that, but they would be a pariah state, and I believe the consequences would be severe for Russia.
It's great to have you back on the program and in the country. Denver Riggleman, former Republican congressman from Virginia, U.S. Air Force Intelligence, retired, the CEO of RIG. Welcome home, Denver. We'll assemble our political panel next. Jeannie Shanzano is back with us today, along with Lisa Camuso Miller, as we try to get to the bottom of all of this on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks heading to their highest since February. Bond yields are rising as this morning's job data eases concerns about an imminent economic slowdown. Steadying Wall Street in the aftermath of President Trump's market-moving war of words with Elon Musk. Right now, we do have Tesla shares up today by 5.8%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, and our Mag 7 index all advancing. S&P right now up 52. That is a gain of 0.9%. The Dow up 345, up 0.8. And NASDAQ is up 210 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a gain right now of 1.1%. The Mag 7 index up by 2%. Again, Tesla climbing by 5.9%. The 10-year 4.48% with the 2-year 4.03% right now. Gold down $28 a ounce. Spot gold down 0.8%, 33.24. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.1%, 64.74 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin right now is surging 4.5%, just above $105,000 at $105,042 on a Bitcoin. Circle Internet Group share price continues to increase a day after the stablecoin issuers more than doubled from the IPO price. Right now, we have got Circle Internet Group rallying by 39.7%. Another IPO to tell you about, Omada Health shares, they are climbing 37% in their trading debut. The company helps provide virtual care for people managing chronic conditions. Recapping, S&P up by 0.9%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again. Your host, Joe Matthew.
Charlie, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us every day here on Balance of Power. And of course, on this day of days, we're watching stocks rise on good feels about the job market, the jobs day, bringing smiles to the White House as well. We're going to talk coming up at the top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Anna Wong from Bloomberg Economics and her take on the employment report today. Donald Trump needed something to feel good about. He couldn't have been too happy by the time he went to bed last night after the back and forth with Elon Musk. My goodness. The spat continues. We all woke up to headlines this morning that they were going to break bread, maybe come in off the ledge here. There were stories about brokering a peace and a phone call that was going to happen today. Not necessarily between the president and the richest man in the world, but that the White House would get on the line with Elon to start hosing this thing down. The press secretary was out on Fox last night calling for cooler heads to prevail. But of course, we know who we're talking about here. And so it goes on. With the reaction from MAGA, quite remarkable. Steve Bannon essentially calling for Elon Musk to be deported and the government take control of SpaceX and Starlink. We don't think that that's about to happen. I am curious about the motivations here. And as we talk with our panel, we're going to bring you back a couple of months to actually listen to some of the things that Donald Trump was saying about Elon Musk, because the whole line now in Washington is that he's upset they took the EV credits out of the big, beautiful bill. But Donald Trump had consistently told us that they weren't even talking about that. So you wonder, why now, and how did this happen so quickly? Denver Riggleman just pointed out some of the potential national security concerns that we have that could stem from this. And that's where we start our conversation with our political panel. Jeannie Shanzano is back, our Democratic analyst, Bloomberg Politics contributor with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, and Lisa Camuso-Miller, our Republican strategist, former RNC Communications Director, host of the Friday Reporter podcast. Great to see you both. Jeannie, I don't know where you are today. I mean, you've had a little bit of time to think about this. You're chuckling about it already. Is it a distraction, or could this actually change business at the White House? How wild is this going to get?
Yeah, I'm chuckling in a very sad way because, of course, it's D-Day. And 81 years ago, there were these selfless heroes who land on the beach. And you come forward to where we are now, and you've got the wealthiest man and the president yelling at each other on social media. So it is a bit of a sad day in my mind. And you know, this is not an atypical fight that you see in the White House. But I think the difference is here, it played out and we watched it live on Bloomberg, play out on social media, you know, in a span of just a few minutes, if not just an hour, and it got so ugly. I think President Trump has been clear in his, you know, brief statements today. He spoke to a few reporters that he wants to put this behind him, and he wants to focus on the bill, and I think that's the right approach, but it may be a little bit tougher than he wishes to do that.
Yeah. Lisa, the president says he's moving on. Isn't that what you say the day after you have a big breakup? But MAGA is not. Steve Bannon says he and Peter Navarro are recommending, and he says, I hope that the president is drafting executive orders as we speak to implement the Defense Production Act, seize SpaceX and Starlink, put them under government management, watch him squirm as the investigations are conducted. He wants investigations into his immigration status, security clearance, drug use, his dalliances with China and Russia. I get the vibe from MAGA here, but does the president agree with that, Lisa?
The president doesn't have to, Joe. We could have predicted this 6 months ago. I've been saying it forever. There wasn't enough room for more than one main character in this sitcom. And so this is absolutely predicted. The president will move on. He will focus on what he needs to focus on. And the MAGA folks will chew him up and spit him out and have a good time with it, because I expect that what will happen, and what it looks like is happening, Joe, is that House Republicans and Senate Republicans are lining up with the president, and they're moving along with business as usual. Because it seems more than anything that this is sour grapes from Elon Musk. Elon Musk is unhappy with the way that the breakup happened, and he's acting foolishly, to Jeannie's point. She's not wrong about that. I'm with her on that one. But this is precisely what we expected to see happen here. And these are two very big personalities that I expect that unless this quiets down and goes away, the person that will look like the most foolish will be Elon Musk, and the one that will prevail clearly will be the president.
I am curious when it comes to motivations, what we're talking about here. Everybody says it's about the EV tax credit. Jeannie, you've heard that. He's upset. He runs an electric car company. And, you know, he said yesterday on Twitter he didn't care about it. But you know who else said that? Was Donald Trump. Let's go back to March now, because remember, there were huge questions about conflicts of interest. Is Elon going to try to mangle the bill as he runs Tesla? Let's go to the cabinet room, the 25th of March. Donald Trump, listen.
Elon has never asked me for a thing. I mean, I got rid of the electric car mandate. I have no idea how that affects him, but possibly not good. I don't know. But he's never asked me for a thing. And I think that's an amazing tribute. Elon's a patriot. We want to thank you very much for the job you're doing. Thank you very much.
Round of applause. I think, Jeannie, that was your producer James is right. That was the two-hat day. He was wearing two MAGA hats. What are we talking about then? The president said it in the driveway as well when they were selling Teslas, that Elon never even brought it up. Do you believe that's what motivated him to break up with the president?
I think it is a whole host of factors. You know, Joe, it seems to me that this is a little bit like when you're in a relationship and you're like, oh, she's so wonderful or he's so wonderful. Then you break up. Not so much. There were all kinds of bad things we never told you about. So I think there's a little bit of that going on. And Joe, by the way, you said to Lisa, you move on after a relationship. No, you have to eat ice cream for 24 hours and watch sad movies. So maybe that's what Trump is doing today. But, you know, I think there are very serious issues that come to the forefront here. I do think that in the short term, Donald Trump will likely get this bill through. I agree with Lisa on that. I think the problem for MAGA, the Republicans, is long term on this thing. So you get this thing through. How do you then go and sell it? What, by the way, is the economic policy of MAGA when you have this enormous divide in the Republican Party that we've seen play out throughout the debate on this bill, with the Steve Bannons of the world on the one side, and then you get the deficit hawks on the other. So there's a lot of serious questions here. And oh, by the way, collateral damage. People like J.D. Vance, who's forced, because he wants to run in 28, not to side with either one of these guys and hope they both invest in him. So I think there's a lot more damage to go around here as we go forward politically.
picture J.D. Vance up there at the Naval Observatory taking the phone off the hook, draw the blinds. You mentioned the ice cream. It is Ice Cream Friday here at Bloomberg. Lisa, they were eating ice cream together in the White House a couple of weeks ago, right? The Elon Musk told this story in an interview. He was sleeping in the Lincoln bedroom. Donald Trump told him where to find the ice cream down the kitchen in the middle of the night. It reminds us of how personal this relationship got and how much Elon Musk knows about Donald Trump. There could be a tell-all. There could be leaks to folks like Vladimir Putin, who we know that Elon Musk has been talking to on the regular for the last 2 years, at least until he got into the White House. His work with China. How exposed could Donald Trump be on a personal level here, whether it's a tell-all book, a soap opera, or when it comes to geopolitics, Lisa?
You know, Joe, it feels to me still like Elon Musk, how foolish and silly is this that the fight played out on Twitter, on social media? If he knew how to deploy some really specific tactics that could be harmful to this administration, I have to believe that he would have done them in a very, very different way than throwing a gigantic tantrum on social media. It just, to me, doesn't seem that way. So yes, I don't discredit some of the other points that have been made today and over the course of the week on your show, Joe. It does definitely raise questions about what access he had to information about privacy information to American citizens and data that he had access to when he stepped away from the White House. Did he maintain access to those kinds of files? That's concerning. That's probably the area that we will see this administration now turn their sights on as to whether or not Elon Musk has access to that kind of information, because that's where the danger happens. That's where the worries are. I don't necessarily see him having any kind of impact in any other way other than in that space. Because even though Donald Trump does not have a close circle of friends, because he is the kind of person that is the first person all of the time, everywhere. So he does not keep a close circle. And I suspect that even though he and Elon Musk seem to have had a closer connection, that President Trump was pretty careful about how much Elon knew about him specifically on purpose.
Why does MAGA hate Elon Musk, Lisa?
Well, I'm not sure that they hate Elon Musk, except that they always
they
have
don't.
put Donald
You heard what Steve Bannon said. I mean, the F words I can't even read on the air here, and he's been really upset about Elon being in the White House to begin with. Is it the fact that he's an immigrant? Is it the fact that he's got a green car company, or is it more complicated?
I think it's more complicated than that, Joe. What I think it really comes down to is that Elon Musk was given a very, very big platform, bigger than even the vice president and Steve Bannon, who were main characters in an earlier episode of this season that we've been watching here in terms of MAGA. So I think the opportunity is that Elon Musk's star rose really fast, and now it's coming crashing down, and MAGA is having a terrific time at kicking him all the way down the ladder as he goes.
Mm-hmm. So Cece brings up an interesting point here. MAGA was supposed to be the new generation, the new iteration of the Republican Party here, Jeannie. Is there now a divide in MAGA? So there's a new and an old MAGA? Does Elon Musk break this whole thing apart?
Yeah, you know I have to give a shout out to Cece. I think that the reality is that this underscores an enormous divide that has been brewing in the Republican Party. And that is exemplified by somebody like Elon Musk versus somebody like Steve Bannon. Let's not forget that Elon Musk made his fortune in part by free and fair, well, let's put aside the fair, free trade, for instance. He doesn't want to close, and I know that was no cut, but I'm just saying by free trade, let's put it that way. And he does not want the borders closed. I mentioned just a few minutes ago the economic divide between the Republicans that underscores an enormous question so many of us have asked for so long. What is MAGA policy towards the economy? Because so far, MAGA has been pretty much what Donald Trump said it is. But if you listen to J.D. Vance last night, he's talking about MAGA, as many people do, as a movement. and it's presumably
Yes,
a
right.
movement that outlasts Donald Trump. So what does that mean from a policy perspective? And we're seeing those fights play out in real time. And that creates an enormous tension. And this is true anytime a movement gets big enough that there are factions. So I do think the tension, and you mentioned the Politico piece, and you see all the F words all over it, that tension is very real. It's not just personal, it is also policy driven. And I do think the migration issue, the immigration issue is real. Elon Musk is an immigrant, and Steve Bannon has said horrific things in that regard.
Wonder what happens to the Afrikaners, the South African refugees who came into Dulles. Hold that thought. Our panel's back in our second hour. Jeannie Shanzano, Lisa Camuso-Miller. Great conversation. Thank you both. Stay with us on the fastest show in politics. We've got more on the jobs report. Anna Wong is up next on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Jobs Day and the markets are rising, along with moods at the White House. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power. As monthly data reassures the market today, even as President Trump calls on the chair of the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates by a full percentage point. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, no one thinks that's about to happen.
Yeah, no, the Fed's not even thinking about cutting 25 basis points at this time, let alone 100 basis points all at once. But that's what President Trump is advocating for as he continues to allege that the chairman of the Fed, Jerome Powell, is too late. Hence why he says go for a full point. He says that will be rocket fuel. The question is what kind of fuel the economy really needs when we look at 139,000 print on payrolls, at least for last month. We do have to consider downward revisions, though, when we look holistically at the picture the labor market's in.
4.2% unemployment. Feels pretty good just weeks after economists were ratcheting up odds on a recession. We're not hearing calls like that today. Granted, there are concerns about a slowdown or a moderation at least. We still haven't really seen the impact of DOGE cuts if they ever emerge. And it is an interesting moment at the economy, but not one that would call for an emergency rate cut, most likely.
See, you said DOGE, and now all I can think about is the fallout between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Although it seems Elon wants cooler heads to prevail, or at least he said it's good advice to whoever told him on Twitter or on X that they should cool down for a few days. He told Bill Ackman he's not wrong, that the two should make peace for the good of the country. But it doesn't seem like President Trump is super eager to mend fences at this point, as the White House says these two are not going to talk on the phone today.
That's right. The president says he's moving on. He's got a job, and there were reports there might be a call to sort of cool things off. Not going to happen today. No plans for one anytime soon. I think that the bromance is broken.
Yeah, at least Tesla is having a better day than it did yesterday. Not recovering entirely that 14% loss, but still, we're up on the day along with the broader equity market. So let's get a check on those markets now and turn to Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
And good day from New York. We have got Tesla shares advancing now by 5.8%. With the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green right now. The jobs report seen as solid but not spectacular. A whole lot more on that report coming up with our Anna Wong in just a moment here on Balance of Power. The S&P right now up 48. That is a gain of 0.8%. The Dow up 309, up 0.7%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index up 201, up by 1%. Again, Tesla up 5.8%. Our Mag 7 Index up now by 2%. All 7 members of that index, by the way, are advancing. The 10-year 4.48%, the 2-year 4.03%. Gold retreating by $29 the ounce to $33.23, a drop of 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.8%, $64.52 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin now surging by 4.4% at $104,901 on a Bitcoin. Tesla leading gains on those Mag 7 index shares after the electric vehicle maker rebounded after yesterday's 14% plunge. Again, Tesla shares climbing now by just about 5.7%. Again, recapping, S&P up 0.8% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a look at these Jobs Day markets. Thank you so much. A very happy Jobs Friday to everyone joining us here on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals, wherever you find us on this Friday. We, of course, are coming to terms with the data we got earlier this morning. 139,000 print on payrolls, which, of course, the White House is touting as a labor market that is still strong, even if you do need to look at revisions also when we consider the full picture here, and also the fact that we're seeing these job gains really concentrated in specific sectors. And we're going to get into this more with Anna Wong of Bloomberg Economics in just a moment. But we had a chance to catch up here on Bloomberg with the Labor Secretary, Lori Chavez de Remer, about this payrolls print earlier today. And this is how she framed the figures.
And sometimes you gotta have the stool stand on several different legs. The president does a wonderful job at negotiations. The president will have a conversation with the Treasury Secretary, and he will determine when it's time to put the pressure on to lower those interest rates to make sure that we're still adding to the American economy and protecting the American worker.
That's where we start our conversation with Anna Wong. Always a pleasure to compare notes on a Jobs Day with Bloomberg Economics chief U.S. economist Anna, is this being framed properly in terms of moderation and good feels on Wall Street that this economy might be actually in better shape than a lot of folks thought?
Yeah, so notice how the bond market reacted in an outsized way to just 13,000 upside surprise. I think that what this tells me is that the bond market and a lot of traders were positioned for a very weak print coming in, and what we're seeing is more of an unraveling of these positions as opposed of suddenly this jobs report inspired confidence in the labor market. Because when you look at the numbers, the 3-month moving average of monthly job gains is only 135,000. And before this jobs report, even with our expected lower jobs creation in May, we thought that the 3-month trend was 153. And of course, if you use the consensus forecast coming in, their expected 3-month average would be more like 170,000. So the trend, basically, the revisions, the 95,000 jobs downward revisions, led to a trend job growth pace that's actually lower than what everybody thought. So I would say that on net, the takeaway from this jobs report is actually it's weaker than what most people thought.
Well, especially when we consider the kind of sectors where we're seeing hiring versus where we're not. Very heavy concentration in leisure, hospitality, and healthcare, not so much in the other areas of the economy.
Yeah, so we actually had expected that leisure and hospitality would be a weak point, and also transportation and warehousing, given the steep drop in imports containers volume. So I actually thought that the fact that jobs are coming from there is a bit suspicious. And was signify that there will be downward revisions. We saw that most of the downward revisions in the last 2 months was in the transportation and warehousing sector. Last month, based on the printed data, you would have thought that that sector added jobs, but they are all revised away today.
The federal government lost 22,000 jobs in May. Is that the Doge, and is that as bad as it gets?
So that part, we actually expected that, partly because every month you have a natural attrition rate of the federal workforce of roughly 13,000. And without being replaced, as there's this federal hiring freeze, you would naturally see at least 13,000 jobs, federal workers leaving the workforce.
Just through attrition.
Right, through attrition. And then on top of that you have maybe 7,000 more from Doge. And we know for a fact that many people are indeed being laid off from Doge, and they are not necessarily being paid. The new tranche of federal workers that are laid off are not being paid till the end of the fiscal year.
So how is the Fed looking at all of this, Anna? And I ask this knowing that President Trump is looking at the Fed, having today taken to Truth Social to say too late at the Fed, which is how he refers to Chairman Jerome Powell, is a disaster. He goes on to say, go for a full point. Rocket fuel. Is there anything in this data that suggests the Fed will be thinking about cutting even a quarter point, let alone 100 basis points?
Right. It's interesting because the administration is characterizing this job report as strong, yet recommending 1 point of cuts, which would be a panic cut if the Fed were to go for that. So the Fed is more focused on the inflation print. We are getting the CPI report next Wednesday, and Wall Street is very fixated on the CPI report right now.
Interesting. The president isn't going to stop teasing or urging the Fed chair to do what he wants them to do. What does the bond market think about this? Are we still taking this seriously, or are we getting to the point where there's not much reaction to it?
Okay. Yeah. I think we have been seeing just small term premium being added the more Trump tweets about Fed policy. But I think for the bond market, the more important thing is this growth fear narrative. Sure. It seems like they're just responding very in an outside fashion to any hints of recession or weaker hard data.
All right, Anna Wong of Bloomberg Economics, where she's our chief U.S. economist, joining us on this Jobs Day. Thank you so much. And of course, Joe, when we consider what the bond market is looking at here, it's not just questions around the data and what it means for monetary policy, but as we've been discussing for weeks, if not months now, they're also worried about fiscal policy and the potential deficit impact of the bill still working its way through Capitol Hill. And in that way, the bond market and Elon Musk might be a little bit aligned, as remember, this whole big breakup we've seen between Donald Trump and Elon Musk started with Musk's criticism of this legislation and how much it could add to the federal deficit.
Even though we keep hearing from Republicans that it has everything to do with the elimination of EV tax credits and incentives inside the president's bill, Elon Musk said it's not about that. And we know the president, just as recently as a couple of weeks ago, said that's something they never even talked about. I will note, by the way, not much from Elon Musk in the last 24 hours on Twitter. Maybe he's finally getting a nap.
Yeah, maybe he's taking the advice of the person who said, hey, you should cool off for a few days, to which he responded, good advice. The question is a cooling off necessarily amending offenses between the world's richest man and arguably the world's most powerful man? And on that note, we turn to Chris Sununu, the former Republican governor of New Hampshire, who is joining us here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Governor, welcome back. It's always great to have you. You, of course, are familiar with both of these characters that we are talking about here. Are you surprised that there has been a falling out between these two, or at the very least surprised by the velocity of the break?
No, I am. I actually am. I've worked with both of them, and I thought cooler heads would prevail over the bill. I think Elon has never been great with understanding the value of messaging and the timing, and he probably went a bit too far, not just saying, hey, we need to push back on the big, beautiful bill, but I think it was the you went to one Pennsylvania without me comment that really probably got under Trump's skin more than anything, and that escalated things. I do believe, though, cooler heads will prevail. There'll be some reconciling, a private conversation here. Things will quiet down. They'll get beyond the bill. They still want the best for this country. They have, on a couple issues they may differ here and there, but things are inflamed. I think the Democrats are excited. There could be a breakup of the two bros, so to say. But at the end of the day, I think there'll be some Cold War peace found.
Well, Governor, it's good to see you. Welcome back to Bloomberg. We just heard from Elon Musk. He just posted while you were talking on X, very simply, Bannon is a criminal. So we're going to get right to the point here. I don't know if you've heard some of the remarks that Steve Bannon has made about Elon Musk over the course of this second term for Donald Trump. He weighed in with Politico saying that he and Peter Navarro are recommending executive orders to implement the Defense Production Act to seize both SpaceX and Starlink, take them under government control, while Elon Musk is investigated for his immigration status, security clearance, and drug use. What is MAGA's hang up with Elon?
Well, I don't think it's a MAGA hang-up or even a Republican hang-up. I think Bannon and a few others have just never understood the relationship that the president and Elon had. I think Bannon is, again, he's giddy because finally the guy he never really appreciated and wanted in the White House in the first place is kind of getting his comeuppance, if you will, with the president. So I think there's just a select group of people that are just like, okay, they didn't have that relationship that the president had. Remember, I mean, Trump and Elon would talk every day, multiple times a day, every night. They have a very long and firm relationship that is obviously under some severe fire right now, but it's not built on a house of cards. I mean, it really is built on, I think, a vision that the two of them share. So ultimately, I don't think it'll ever go back to the way it was. Don't get me wrong. But I think cooler heads will prevail on both sides, especially Elon's, but on both sides, because, there's benefits that each of them have to the other, not just commercial and financial benefits, but political benefits and trying to get the country back on track. So, I think this will be an interesting chapter when someone writes the book on it all, to be sure. But I don't think it's going to define the presidency or crash the bill or be. It's more of a trivial thing at this point.
Well, forget the book, Governor. I'm waiting for the docu-series or whatever is going to show up on E! If there's going to be a reunion of some kind hosted.
I'm watching it right
made for
now.
Bravo.
I think we're in it.
Well, fair enough. We are living it, certainly. Governor, we've spoken with you before on this program about how you actually admired Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency's fundamental mission, which was to reduce the size of the federal government, get our fiscal house in order. So in that vein, do you think Elon is fundamentally wrong about his accusations around this bill being too big to be beautiful, and having too much of an impact on the debt and deficit of the United States?
He's right. Elon is right on this one. There's no question about that. That the federal government has to start making tough decisions. And we can put it in the Elon context. He was asked to come in, do things that no one else has ever done in terms of exposing waste and fraud and finding places to cut, tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars. No one had done it. No one had ever done it that fast and that strong. He did it for the president. He sacrificed a lot for it. And now he's like, wait, but I don't get anything for this. I make all that sacrifice and you guys aren't even going to go through with it. Now, there'll be some rescission bills, but already we all know those rescission bills are a very small piece of the pie that the federal government really needs to take on. So I completely get the frustration and the disappointment that he has when it looks like that we're going to, the fiscal conservatives are adding to the debt. Like what are we doing here, right? This is crazy. So it's not just him. You see it from the more independent fiscal minds, whether it's the Jamie Dimons and you know, the hedge fund managers and these guys that really watch this economy deeply, saying yes, they are hedging themselves into other currencies right now, not because they don't believe in America, but let's remember, we don't no longer have a triple bond rating, right? It's just good practice right now from a financial standpoint to look at other currencies. We're still going to be the reserve currency in the short term, but there are threats to that. There's no question to that. And nobody wants to see it, but it's all because of the debt and inability. I believe there's a bit of a political revolution coming where all this money that goes to candidates is going to start to go back to the states and issues where there's opportunities. I think we've talked about it on your show before. I'm a believer. There's 27 states that have passed balanced budget amendment resolutions for the federal government. You need 5 or 6 more. That's it. And then the states impose a balanced budget amendment on the federal government. That's how the founding fathers designed it, and we're right at the finish line there. That's a great opportunity for an Elon Musk to come in, right, and say, look, I'm going to fund that. I'm not going to fund these conservative politicians anymore who say one thing and don't do another. I'm going to fund opportunities in the states to force the federal government to get their act together fiscally. So there's just going to be a different mindset, given that this was the golden opportunity. This is where America said, we know you have to make tough decisions. It might be a bumpy road. We're ready for it. And then they backed off. They all chickened out. Yeah, Josh Hawley, Senator Hawley is supposed to be a conservative, and he's telling people we can't touch Medicaid because it would be a political suicide. We didn't elect you to go there and make decisions based on politics. We elected you to go there and make tough decisions because America has some really tough financial times ahead of it, and we're standing it. And what a great opportunity. For the first time in a long time, the public is thinking about debt and deficit. They're willing to understand that there could be some bumps in the road. The economy is strong. What better time to do it with a strong economy? And I know Trump wants the 1% cut right now. I would tell the president, don't waste it. You're going to need that in the fall, by the way, right? You're going to see the jobless number really skyrocket this fall. That's when all these federal employees are going to really come on the rolls. I'd love to know what Anna thinks about the timing of all that as well. She's brilliant. But a lot of these jobless claims out of the federal government will really accelerate this fall, and that's when you're going to want the cut, not to 1%, but maybe a quarter, 0.5%. And I think the Fed Reserve Chair knows that. So all these are big pieces of the puzzle, and Republicans should be doing their job, and they're kind of blowing it, you know. So I get Elon's frustration here.
Well, boy, we're going to be playing back a bunch of this tape in the fall. Governor, we only have a minute left.
You got me going.
It sounds to me like you see Elon Musk as somebody who came to Washington and saw too much to take it seriously. And maybe the same dialogue you had with yourself when you had a chance to run for Senate and you said, no way. If you were in the Senate, you'd vote no on this?
Yeah, I'd vote no on this bill. Yeah, I couldn't get it. Look, if you're not appreciating that of all these smaller issues we talk about, the debt and deficit are number freaking 1. And there's no 2, 3, and 4 behind that, because the car crash is coming. It's not politics. It is math, people, right? Inflation is going to skyrocket when we have to borrow when Social Security goes bankrupt. So look, everyone just needs to get their heads together, make some tough decisions, and put, America's financial future first. The world is counting on us to do the right thing.
Wow. Thanks for not making us have to bleep you, Chris Sununu, the former Republican governor of New Hampshire. Come back and see us soon. With Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do get markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Just getting word that Boeing has begun shipping commercial jets to China for the first time since early April, indicating a reopening of trade flows amid the long simmering tariff war between the U.S. and Asia's biggest economy. Boeing shares right now, member of the Dow, we do have Boeing shares trading lower, little change, down less than 0.1%. This on an up day for the rest of the market. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. S&P have been up as much as 1.3%. Jobs Friday, looking at a gain right now of 0.9%. We're higher by 53, 59.92, back below 6,000, was trading above that big round number earlier in the day. Right now, the Dow up 343, up 0.8%. We've got NASDAQ up 227. That is a gain of 1.2%. Our Mag 7 index, all 7 members pushing higher. It includes Tesla. Tesla shares up 5.5%. The Mag 7 index up 2.1%. Your 10-year 4.48%, with the 2-year currently yielding 4.03%. Gold down 0.8%. Spot gold 33.25 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.8%, 64.51 a barrel. Earnings news right now. We have got the shares of Lululemon Athletica after earnings plunging by 20.3%, and Broadcom after earnings down now by 3.9%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where we all remain captivated by what is happening and or not happening between President Trump and Elon Musk, because things do seem to have quieted down in a big way today. In fact, no vitriol being exchanged back and forth on social media or otherwise between the president and the world's richest man. But yesterday was obviously quite a doozy. And it seemed that the doom spiral really started when the president was asked about the criticism Elon Musk was lobbying toward the big, beautiful bill on social media when he was sitting with the German chancellor in the Oval Office. This is what the president said at the time.
I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot. Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we're well anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer. Said the best thing. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill.
Since then, President Trump says he wants to move on, and reports earlier today of a phone call in the offing between the White House and Elon Musk have been disproven by Bloomberg. There is no phone call in the works, according to people familiar with the matter, and so we fester. Elon Musk is posting again, by the way. He took quite a few hours off Twitter and is now tweeting about Steve Bannon, calling him a criminal. Steve Bannon had even worse things to say about Elon Musk as we assemble our political panel for their take on this. Here we go again with Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, Lisa Camuso-Miller, Republican strategist, former RNC comms director, and host of the Friday Reporter podcast. Lisa, I'm curious your thoughts on this because Steve Bannon has been hating on Elon Musk since long before he went into the White House. Does President Trump move on and this becomes a MAGA versus Elon shouting match?
I mean, you bet. The president doesn't have time for this kind of back and forth, and it really does seem very petty. But, you know, if you're Steve Bannon and you're looking for someone to go after, I certainly think that this is going to be one. And the other thing, Joe, that we've seen over the course of the last probably 30 minutes since I spoke to you last was that it seems like the Democrats are making some headway and some waves and you know, sort of olive branches into Elon Musk. So the Democrats are looking at Elon Musk as someone that they could very well connect with and look for opportunities there. So there's going to be a lot of repositioning and a lot of interesting things happen over the course of the next couple hours. And it's interesting, and it certainly is not a fight that is going to go away anytime soon, but it's going to probably land at Steve Bannon and Elon Musk, and Donald Trump, the president, will have other work to do and move away from this.
Well, that's pretty incredible to consider, Jeannie. Not only that the president and Elon Musk can go from friends to frenemies or perhaps outright enemies, but that Elon Musk could go from arguably Democrats' enemy number one, aside from President Trump, to being something of an ally, something of an opportunity.
I think that's going to be very, very tough for Democrats. You know, I'm here in New York, and we are looking at primaries in New York and New Jersey for mayor and governor, respectively. And I have to tell you, almost every one of the Democrats running has commercials and has made statements, a number of them, running against not just Donald Trump, but Elon Musk. So I'm not so sure it's going to be easy for the Democrats to go from making Elon Musk enemy number one and tied intimately with Donald Trump to then embracing him as somebody on their corner or on their side. So I think that's going to be tough in this election cycle. Long term, maybe if it was an issue of funding, incredibly helpful to the Democrats. But again, that's going to be a hard switch. Likewise, it's a hard switch for the GOP to be selling to us that Donald Trump is this cutter in chief. He is the person who can single-handedly take the government and shape it up and cut it, and then turn around when he raises the issue that the governor just mentioned to you about the deficit and say, oh, no, he's wrong about that. So on both sides, this is very tricky messaging for these parties.
Lisa, Elon Musk making the point last evening that Donald Trump would not be the president if it were not for the vast financial support and emotional support, I guess, he gave not only the president but the Republican cause on the campaign trail. The fact of the matter is, though, we saw his influence wane significantly as he tried to get involved in the Wisconsin Supreme Court election. We covered that race together. The conservative candidate lost. Musk said to have egg on face. And the Doge effort, forget the wall of receipts. He promised $2 trillion in cuts and came up with about $9 billion, I think was the number that we ended up with, at least in terms of this rescission package. Did Elon Musk actually do anything to help Republicans in Washington?
I mean, I think if you're him, you probably have buyer's remorse. He spent a ton of money and has affected almost zero change. In fact, if anything, not only did he invest in his time and his effort in making cuts and trying to do all of the things that he did, he also suffered a tremendous loss when it comes to Tesla. So there's so much when you're Elon Musk, you're looking at losses all across the board. And so any threat that he has really, it comes up empty when you look at it from a Republican point of view. So the threat of money in these races, it doesn't seem to make a change because Elon Musk makes the fight all about himself. And that, I think, is what turns this into more of a tit for tat and nothing really that will have any kind of political fallout other than Elon Musk eventually maybe quietly walking away.
Well, when we consider the money here, it is worth pointing out that his net worth went down $34 billion yesterday alone, according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. Still, though, leaves him with $334 billion in wealth. So all things are relative, Jeannie. When we consider those virtually unlimited resources, to Lisa's point about perhaps the money not being so much of a factor for Republicans, do you really believe that even an incumbent Republican has no reason to be concerned that Elon Musk could, even more quietly, fund a harder to write, more fiscally conservative primary challenger and put you in a tricky position in the 2026 season?
He absolutely could. I mean, this is somebody who spent, $250 million getting Donald Trump elected and getting himself to lead Doge, another 15-20 on House races. If he spends just a scintilla of that he could have a huge impact on any of these individual races. And the other thing is, first of all, I have to say, Elon Musk doesn't do anything quietly. So I think everybody is dreaming if they think he gets away quietly. But he's also got 220 million or so followers on Twitter. And you can have a huge, huge impact that way as well. Just yesterday, he was telling his followers to call their congressmen and women and their senators and tell them to vote against the bill. As we all know, if you are familiar with Congress, even just a few calls bombarding an office can have a big impact. And he's got 220 million followers and eyes around the world on him. So he has a big megaphone there. And I think Donald Trump knows that, which is why he'd like nothing more than to reshape this conversation on the bill, probably smooth things over with Elon Musk and move ahead. And by the way, Kaylee, don't you think Gwyneth Paltrow and Chris Martin should do some conscious uncoupling, help with Elon Musk and Donald Trump? But don't laugh, Joe, and get them moving forward. What happened to that? This is more like Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt. It's not the way it should be.
Jeannie
only
is not the
difference-
first person who has
Yeah.
suggested this is
That's
like
right.
Bradgelina all over
That's right.
again.
This
It
program
is,
has turned
right?
into the National Enquirer.
The other thing too, though,
Lisa-
to Jeannie's point, please,
Yeah?
all of those followers, Elon Musk has selected all of them because he owns Twitter. So all of the followers, I'm not sure even all of them want to be following him. I think he made sure that everyone was following him when he bought that platform in the first place.
Well,
the whole
let's go to the
situation-
other extreme, Lisa. What are the chances that these guys make up this weekend and they're holding some news conference together on Monday? Tesla stock is up and the Doge is back, baby. I mean, that's entirely
Never
possible,
gonna
isn't
happen. Nah,
Never going to happen. Because
Nah,
why?
the
You can't come
breakup-
back from the Epstein thing. You can't. You say that and you're done, right?
Take the L out of lover and it's over, Joe.
This is really the conversation we're
I
having
don't even know what
on
I'm talking
Bloomberg
about anymore.
right now. But there is serious consequence here, as we were just discussing, the potential campaign finance implications, the funding for candidates, obviously the various national security implications, the implications for Elon Musk's business. For all of that conversation, though, Jeannie, are we really sitting here on this Friday thinking that Elon Musk, through his social media tirades and falling out with the president, has actually fundamentally changed the trajectory of this legislation on Capitol Hill? Or for all of his stomping his feet, is this thing still destined to pass anyway?
I think in the end, it likely still passes, but we actually don't know. The calls that I was just talking about, that's a real risk for the Republicans. Then the fact is, we all talked about for so long, they have a very narrow majority. It's not going to take more than a few of them to say, you know what, I'm not going to sign on to this for this bill to go down. If I had to guess, which is never a good idea, Kaylee, but if I had to guess, I'd say Trump pushes this through. His presidency depends on this. He's got to get this through. But the reality is, once you get it through historically, on the back end, when we've seen this happen, like with Barack Obama, for instance, Obamacare, your party loses that midterm and they lose big. So president is going to have to sell this thing after it passes. And the sales job so far has been a deplorable part of what the Republicans have tried to do. They're going to have to do much better going forward. And if they don't have Elon Musk on their side, that is all that much more difficult to do. And you just heard Governor Sununu tell you the deficit is it. And so if the governor is saying that you know there's other Republicans and moderates out there who feel the same way.
Lisa, we have 30 seconds left. Do you still think this bill ultimately gets through?
The bill's going to get through, Kaylee. It's going to pass. It's going to be a challenge, but it's going to get done because I don't think any of our U.S. senators, Republicans or Democrats, are going to want to be on the side of Elon Musk over the president of the United States.
All right, we'll leave it there. Lisa Camusa Miller and Jeannie Shanzano, our political panel on this Friday. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, Joe, it's not just any Friday, it's also Jobs Friday.
Yes, indeed.
And we have to get back to the data coming up.
Yeah, good conversation coming up here on Balance of Power with Kitty Richards from the Groundwork Collaborative as we dig into the data. Interesting to hear Anna Wong talk about what's framed as a stronger than expected report as in fact weaker than expected. We'll have a lot more on that straight ahead on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P 500 index advancing on this Jobs Friday, now up by 1%. Best level of the session had been up by about 1.3%, but a lot of green on the screen now with the Dow up 354. That is a gain of just about 0.8%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 239, higher now by 1.2%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares up by just about 1.1%, while the 10-year's yielding 4.48%, the 2-year 4.03%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index also rallying today, all 7 members higher, including Tesla. Right now, the index is up 2.2%. Tesla shares up by 5.5%. Spot gold at $33.22 the ounce. Gold down 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.8%, $64.53 for a barrel of WTI. And also Bitcoin rallying by 4.2%. Right now, Bitcoin is at 104,719 on Bitcoin. So again, recapping, stocks are higher with the S&P up 1%. Balance of Power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. The voice of Wall Street and the New York subway every day with us here on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington, where we've got our eyes on not just Bitcoin, but stablecoin. And when I say that, I mean the Genius Act, legislation that's working its way through Capitol Hill right now, something that we've been talking about for seemingly ever. Looks like it's about to pass. Kaylee, it could be on the floor within days as Republicans try to count their votes.
Yeah, the problem is they have to figure out amendments first. And one senator that we actually spoke with here on Bloomberg TV and radio earlier this week, Senator Roger Marshall, wants to attach his Credit Card Competition Act as an amendment, something that actually risks sinking this bill entirely. And it's something I got the chance to ask about one of the bill's biggest advocates, the chair of the Senate Banking Committee, Tim Scott, the senator from South Carolina, about when I spoke with him yesterday. Here's part of our conversation.
I think the Credit Card Competition Act needs to have a hearing in banking. I committed to doing so. I think having a hearing and a markup in banking is the way that we flesh out all the details in a similar fashion that we did with the Genius Act. So if we want to have the credit card competition conversation, you can't just rush it to the floor. It needs to go through committee. That's why the Genius Act got better and better. We looked at 80 amendments on the Genius Act. We voted on 40 of those amendments. We included multiple amendments, which made the Genius Act even better. Why not do that on every single piece of legislation? Regular order, Kaylee, is back to stay.
And finally, one thing I want to ask you finally on crypto is about when we could see a hearing or just a proposal in general on market structure legislation. Is there a chance that happens by August?
I think there's a good chance that we'll have a hearing on the market structure bill. The good news is French Hill and the Financial Services Committee in the House, they are down the road on that. The Ag Committee is as well. The Banking Committee, we focus more on the Genius Act and stablecoins. Now we're turning attention to, frankly, adding more home supply in the marketplace, and then we're heading to market structure sometime in July. So I'm pretty confident that we'll have a hearing, and then hopefully in the fall, we'll actually mark up legislation and perhaps bring the baby home.
And on some more specific banking regulatory matters, I do want to ask you about debanking, sir, but I also want to ask you about comments that the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent recently made, suggesting that there may be an easing of the supplementary leverage ratio as soon as this summer. Have you talked with the Secretary about that? Do you have any sense of the timeline, how you would like to see that blank capital rule changing?
Yes. That's interesting. I saw Scott yesterday at the White House when we walked through the big, beautiful bill. We had no conversations beyond that. He and I have both from Charleston spent a lot of time together, and I look forward to having that conversation. I think it's interesting. But at this point, we've been focused almost solely in our conversations on getting the BBB done.
And one final note on debanking, Mr. Chairman. I know that has been a big focus. How do you see yourself looking not just at debanking, but underbanking, or those who are unbanked, the kind of maintaining access and widening access to financial institutions overall?
I think critically important if we're going to make the American dream alive and well in the communities in every zip code across the country. I think we specifically need to pay attention to those who are unbanked or underbanked. About 16% of the population would fall in that category. And Kayla, one of the things I'd say as a kid who grew up in poverty is that restoring confidence in our banking system in the areas of poverty is a part of the problem that I'm trying to address. And one of the ways I do that is by working on the credit score act, which says specifically, let's make sure that all the information that is possible, good information, can be added or populating a credit score so more people have access to more credit and, frankly, at lower rates. This actually restores confidence when people understand that. Number two, financial education is such an important part of that. And number three, if we're going to make this economy work for everyone, capital formation and home ownership is the way we attract more people into the conversation about participating fully in the financial sector of this country. And those are two of my top priorities that we'll get to this year as well. My goal is to see more than $2 trillion of additional economic activity in the poorest zip codes across the country.
Senator Tim Scott, the Republican from South Carolina, of course, chairs the Senate Banking Committee in conversation with Kaylee Lines. I'm going to start calling you ma'am a lot more often, I feel like. Fascinating conversation. By the way, there's a lot more. You guys covered a lot of ground beyond stablecoin and the Genius Act, and you can find that full conversation on the terminal and online. Thanks for being with us on Balance of Power. Jobs Day, we've been digging through data here. As this is framed as a stronger than expected report, there is some weakness, however, under the hood.
Yeah, when you look at the sector kind of level job movement in terms of where we are seeing gains and where specifically we are not, but also when you look at the revisions from the months prior to this month's data. And we want to get into all of it now and turn to Kitty Richards. She's Senior Fellow at the Groundwork Collaborative and is here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and Radio, Kitty. Always good to have you. When you look at the data, obviously the print is what it is, was stronger than expected at 139,000. But looking beneath the surface of that, what do you see?
Yeah, I think, as you mentioned, we had some troubling revisions. We've lost, I think, 69,000 jobs over the last couple of months compared to the prior prints. We were slightly above expectations, but part of that is that expectations were somewhat muted. I think that we are still in a wait-and-see posture on how the chaotic trade policies of the Trump administration and other things are going to impact the labor market. You know, we've already seen consumer sentiment tank, some troubling signs in investment and manufacturing, but some of those knock-on effects in the labor market are going to take time to show up as businesses hold back on investment, trying to figure out what's going to be happening, and as some of the tariffs that are already in place work their way through the economy.
So cut rates by a full percentage point. Emergency cut, Donald Trump says. I'm assuming that you're not prescribing that. You can let us know. Chris Sununu was on with us earlier and said you're going to need to hold that cut for the second half of the year when there is real weakness. Is he right?
I think that the Fed is in a really difficult position because one of the things that you worry about is labor market effects, as we were just talking about, tend to come at a lag from other economic effects. And so you worry about getting behind the curve. That's a phrase you hear a lot with the Fed, that if you don't act until you start to see dramatic softening in the labor market, that softening can happen very quickly and then become a self-fulfilling cycle. That said, I think the Fed is also worried about inflation and worried about what the tariffs and other economic policies that the Trump administration is pursuing are going to do to the price level and to investment. You know, I have often said that I thought that the Fed should have cut faster and more aggressively and probably not gone as high as they did to keep a strong labor market and also provide some cost relief to families on things like mortgages and allow for additional investment in the housing sector, which is very, very rate dependent and really important. But I do think that the Fed's in a difficult position here. And I don't think that the Fed should be making policy based on Donald Trump's Truth Social posts. That is a very dangerous world.
Well, the Fed has made it very clear, and the chairman has said many times, that they do not, in fact, intend to do that they are following the data here. When we consider the labor market data specifically, though, to the point you were just making around businesses making investment decisions, that also includes hiring, deciding whether or not now is a time you want to get bigger, but there is a difference between deciding not to get bigger and deciding actively to get smaller and shrink your labor force. How close are we, Kitty, to the kind of pivot point in that where we go from having a hiring conversation to a firing one?
I think it's hard to say. We have seen some troubling info about layoffs going up. We're seeing less of the kind of dynamism of people leaving jobs to take better jobs and that kind of turnover. That is worrisome. You know, I think the labor market so far has been pretty resilient, but as you said, as plants decide whether they're going to be able to scale up operations or scale down operations, we're going to start seeing those decisions affect workers more than they already are.
We saw indeed some pretty significant cuts in terms of government workers and an expectation for more. Is this the Doge at work, or is there more to it? We have a hiring freeze and an element of attrition that Anna Wong was talking about. So I'm trying to figure out, is this the residue of Doge cuts or not?
So I do think that it is largely about Doge, and this is another really frightening tailwind on the economy because it's not actually the residue, right? A lot of the government workers that have been cut by Doge, the announced cuts have not gone into effect yet, and people have not been initially laid off yet. And so those cuts are not showing up in this data yet, but we anticipate tens or even hundreds of thousands of federal workers continuing to lose their jobs over the next months, you know, approaching the new fiscal year.
Where's the unemployment rate in that world?
That's a really good question. And we did see in this jobs report the labor force participation rate tick down slightly. That's not necessarily a huge cause for concern, although there's plenty of room for growth in our labor force participation rate and growth in our economy. But one thing to bear in mind is that makes the denominator on that unemployment rate different. And so when the labor force falls, you can see a kind of artificial propping up of, you know, a lower unemployment rate. And so it's something to keep an eye on. And if those federal workers struggle to find jobs amidst the, you know, using their very specialized skills, and also those workers provide really important services for their local communities and for the economy. And so we haven't yet seen those effects really impact the economy to the extent that they probably will. But that is really worrisome.
So that's something that could hit later. But Republicans also argue, Kitty, that also hitting later is the impact of the One Big Beautiful Bill. When the tax cuts are actually extended, people won't face a tax hike, they say. There will be some stimulus in the economy from things like no tax on tips or on overtime. How should we realistically be thinking about those effects, knowing that an extension isn't a deeper cut than what people have been currently experiencing?
That's right. And also, I would point out that a big part of what One Big Beautiful Bill is going to do is take away health care from millions of Americans. The House-passed draft is going to have really serious repercussions. And, you know, one of the things that we saw in the jobs report today was continued strong growth in the healthcare sector for jobs. We can kiss that goodbye if we kick millions of people off of their health insurance. But more importantly, workers and families need stable health care in order to do their jobs. And this is going to have a real drag on the economy. Some analysts have said that several 100,000 jobs could be lost in local economies because of these Medicaid cuts alone. And that is not made up for by no tax on tips. About 2% of workers earn tips, and they will be getting pennies on the dollar, while the vast majority of the tax cuts in the bill go to the very wealthiest among us. And I think, you know, that's one of the reasons that this bill is incredibly unpopular. The American people understand that shoveling another $70,000 a pop to the top 1% is not going to help them afford a house, have their kids in school, have a good job.
We've got about a minute left. Kitty, when do you start to get worried about the debt ceiling? We're talking about it in the abstract right now. We're dancing around an X date. There's a chance this bill won't be done in time, and there might have to be a standalone measure to handle it. The markets will freak out when that happens, presumably, on the concern that we could, in fact, default. How about you?
I mean, I strongly hope that we do not see the kind of brinkmanship that we have seen in the past. We should not be in a situation where anyone is holding, you know, our nation's credit
Give them the
hostage.
4th of July before you get worried?
I hope that there will be some way to deal with the debt ceiling that does not encourage folks in Congress to vote for massive cuts to Medicaid.
Well, the calendar is going to tell us a lot here when it comes to that. Katie Richards, Groundwork Collaborative, a great conversation. Welcome back. It's good to see you, as always, especially on a jobs day. Kaylee, we're just getting started. 5 p.m. Eastern time, we'll be back on the late edition of Balance of Power. We're going to be watching Truth Social and X very closely.
Yeah, everything's on social media these days. Us too, but also here on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube originals. You can always find us, and we'll see you later on right here on Bloomberg.
is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Carol Master along with Tim Stenovic, live here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. And no, we're not in New York. We are still on the West Coast in San Francisco, our news bureau here. And yet, you know, we're going to be talking about some of the things we would normally talk about in New York, like that jobs report today.
Yeah, we're going to be speaking with Mike McKee in just a minute. We got a great group of folks coming up, and look at the equity market reaction. We're seeing the S&P 500 up 1%, the NASDAQ Composite up 1.3%, the Dow up just about 0.9%. Charlie Pellet's going to be with us in a minute for a bigger update when it comes to those numbers.
Yeah, the report may be saying, well, the economy is maybe not slowing down. So we're going to dig into that. We're going to talk about it, as Tim mentioned, with our Mike McKee. We also have Amy Glazer at the talent and employment firm Adecco, where she is focusing on what she calls, Tim, the year of durability.
I went to bed last night thinking about the bromance between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And really, it was very hard to get away from it. The mistake that I made, Carol, was looking before I went to bed, and the memes were there. There were a lot of memes. The question is, where does it go from here?
Yeah, and I wonder who's got more at stake. So we're going to dig into that in just a moment. And a really great way to maybe kick off our weekend, and also Game 2 of the NHL Finals. That's tonight. So we have Gary Bettman, Commissioner of the National Hockey League. He's going to join us to talk about Game 2. He's also going to be here to talk about the business of hockey and so much more. I'm curious what he has to say, too, about U.S.-Canada relations, because he has commented on it before.
All that and more coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is in New York City, Charlie Pellet.
And loving every minute of it. Thank you very much, Tim Stenovic. You alluded to Tesla. The stock is pushing higher today, up by 5.5% right now, in sharp contrast to yesterday's 14% plunge. A whole lot more on the Tesla story coming up in just a moment. Jobs Friday, a move higher for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ right now. In fact, stocks are heading toward their highest since February. Bond yields rose as jobs data eased concerns about an imminent economic slowdown. The S&P right now up 1.1%, above 6,000 at 6,003, a gain of 64 points. Dow Industrials up 398, up by 1%. We've got NASDAQ up 264 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a gain of 1.4%. 10-year at 4.49%, with a 2-year that's currently yielding 4.03%. Spot gold is falling 0.9%, 33.21 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.6%, 64.38 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin, big move there, up 4.5%, just above $105,000 on Bitcoin, again an advance of 4.5%. Boeing has started shipping commercial jets to China for the first time since early April, indicating a reopening of trade flows amid the U.S.-China tariff war. And China has approved temporary export licenses to rare earth suppliers of top American automakers, including General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis. Again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P up 66, back at 6,005, up 1.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, I got to say that only a battle between the President of the United States and the world's richest man would kind of knock what would normally be our lead story on a Jobs Friday, because we are talking about the social media spat heard around the globe between President Trump and, of course, Elon Musk. That was kind of all we were thinking about in a big way. Tim,
yeah, that's why we got this roundtable joining us really on the East Coast. We got Max Chafkin from the Elon Inc. podcast. He joins us from the Bloomberg Business Week studio in New York. Max, for years, has written about Elon Musk and more as a correspondent for Bloomberg Business Week. Also, Kayla Gardner joining us from Washington, D.C. Max, I want to start with you. We've been dying to talk to you really for the last 24 hours or so. I think a lot of us were thinking to ourselves over the last few months, okay, well, this relationship is likely to fall apart, as has happened with both of these men over the years with different individuals, but it came to a head over what exactly? What was it, in your view, that began the unraveling here?
I think what began the unraveling probably was the failure of Doge to find the cuts that Elon Musk had promised. That, Elon Musk, as I've said on this show, I think before, he got on stage at Madison Square Garden. He said he was going to find $2 trillion in budget cuts fairly easily, I believe. He got to around 150,000, lots of political fallout from that and fallout for his businesses. And it's kind of unraveled from there. I think, Tim, to your point, we knew this was going to fall apart, but we didn't know that it was going to explode. And what happened yesterday was an explosion where Musk was on Twitter insulting the president, saying that he should be impeached, making unfounded accusations about Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, and then Trump saying he's going to cancel all of Tesla's contracts, which would be, hugely problematic he's going to cancel all of Elon Musk's contracts, including SpaceX and Tesla, hugely problematic for both those businesses.
Kayla, I want to bring you into this because I can only imagine what the Washington and White House crew for Bloomberg News has been doing in the last 24 hours in terms of trying to find out what the heck happened. What have you and the team found out about why this happened now, why it escalated? Why did the bromance all of a sudden fall apart? Like Max said, like Tim said, we all kind of expected it to happen, but it seems like all of a sudden, and it also seems like it got really nasty really quickly.
Well, I can tell you the White House team hasn't been doing very much sleeping, so that is one thing that we haven't been doing. But as for President Trump and Elon Musk, I think there's been so many moments where this relationship could have fallen apart, partly because of some of the political backlash that we've seen Republicans have in their own districts at town halls, specifically about DOGE and some of the cuts that we're even seeing proposed in this bill when it comes to Medicaid, and just some of the mistakes, if you will, that DOGE has made, firing certain people with critical jobs and then having to hire them back. And then you also had this NASA nominee, someone who is an ally of Elon Musk, that President Trump had initially put forward and was really set to be confirmed. And then he pulled it out at the last minute. And yet this relationship survived even those two moments. And you had them just a few days ago in the Oval Office side by side, still backing each other up and talking about the successes of Elon Musk's time in the administration. And then yesterday you had President Trump in the Oval Office sitting down with the Chancellor of Germany, and yet in real time Elon Musk was on X hurling insults at the president as he was sort of skirting around the issue of Elon leaving and talking about his criticism of the One Big Beautiful Bill. And he suggested that possibly Elon Musk could start having some negative perceptions of him, though he hadn't yet. And then it was in that exact moment that Elon Musk began hurling these insults and making these accusations about the president online.
Yeah, I mean, listen, line by line, we all followed it. We were all glued to it. It was amazing to be at the Bloomberg Tech event. And, we were all kind of talking about it and following it. Kayla, just real quickly, did the president ask Elon Musk to leave?
That's still really unclear, and I think it depends on who you ask, certainly between the president and Elon Musk. But we know today that the two haven't spoken. There was a report last night that said White House officials were scheduled to speak with him today. There is no such confirmation of that. Me and my colleague Josh Wingrove reported that there was no formal plans called between the White House or the president and Elon Musk today. And the White House is also mulling giving away the Tesla that the president bought, trying to support a symbolism of support for Elon Musk during his time in the administration.
Max, I want to bring you in. I brought this up on my morning call with my team, and I'm like, is there any chance that we're being managed and that they planned this? I actually did a poll on Twitter, and I'm like, do you think this spat is real? And not everybody thought it was real.
That you're wearing, Carol Massar? I'm actually not joking because I've had about a half dozen people get in touch with me asking this question too, including a viewer and listener right now.
So Max, help us out here because these two individuals know how to use media.
Yeah, and Trump, of course, this is what he did for a living, right? Is exiting people from his orbit in dramatic fashion on TV. This is kind of what he does. What I would say is what we saw on Friday. If you're talking about sort of kayfabe, the professional wrestling idea of fake fighting, I would say like what we saw on Friday was his choreographed exit. And it was, and maybe even in the comments that Trump was making either, that caused Elon Musk to sort of go berserk on Twitter. I don't think Elon Musk's outburst was planned or deliberate or fake or whatever, because it is so unhelpful to Elon Musk. And you see that in the Tesla stock price. I mean, we had this, and I made this point in the Business Week newsletter, which we published earlier today, but we had this New York Times story about Elon Musk's alleged drug use, and the stock moved down by 3%. We had this fallout, and the stock fell by 14%. This is not something that investors were anticipating. And just when I compare it to previous kind of Elon Musk outbursts, it's hard to find a point of comparison. The closest thing I can think of is when he went after that cave diver during the cave rescue, and he called him a pedophile, and then that led to a defamation lawsuit that Elon Musk ultimately won because he argued he was just joking. But the difference here is he was picking on a random person who had been on TV once. He is going at and making almost the exact same allegation when you look at what he's saying about Jeffrey Epstein. And again, that is unsubstantiated. It really seems like he's just shooting from the hip. We don't have any reason to think that's true. He's making that same allegation about the president of the United States, and it just seems like a huge miscalculation and self-destructive on top of that. So that's what causes me to think, this was not planned. At least when we talk about the really extreme reaction.
All right, I might take my tin hat off.
Okay, all right, good. Kayla, I want to bring you back in here because there are things that we're not talking about as a result of this being the top story. We're going to talk about the labor report the payrolls report in just a minute, but Russia and Ukraine, a lot of news media is not talking about that. The status of the tax bill in the Senate right now, that's not being talked about as much as a result of this spat. The latest with tariffs and with China. I want to talk about some of those things with you because some of those things are central to what is going on, specifically the so-called big, beautiful bill. What is the status of that in the Senate right now?
Well, it's really hung up there. Senator Thune, who leads the caucus, the Republican caucus in the Senate, really says that he is aligned with the president when it comes to his agenda, and he wants to see the bill passed. Really a huge impasse right now is Senator Rand Paul, someone who is a huge deficit hawk. There are certainly others, not only in the Senate, but in the House, and there's really debate over changing key provisions of the bill. But you see President Trump really trying to turn the page from this spat with Elon Musk today and really focusing on that one big beautiful bill. And that is really the signal that we're hearing from the White House broadly today. They want to get Republicans on the same page, and there's really been concern that this fight could sort of get people off on the wrong track and give people some more ammo to really come after the administration. And yet this morning you had the OMB director, Russ Vought, talking about some of Elon Musk's criticisms and specifically saying, hey, look, Elon Musk is someone who has federal contracts. He has an electric vehicle company. This is someone who they say is not dealing in good faith when it comes to his criticisms of the one big beautiful bill. And at the end of the day, it does have a lot of the priorities that the president was already talking about on the campaign trail, talking about the border wall, talking about energy reform, talking about tax cuts extensions. Those are all things that Elon Musk knew about, and if he was really critical about before, he could have been raising for months.
Kayla, just quickly, is the White House upset? Are they kind of in a tizzy this morning after what happened yesterday?
Well, President Trump is certainly acting like nothing happened. As of today, he's posted several times on Truth Social, all with references to other things. So it sort of seems like they're trying to turn the page. He has not spoken publicly to reporters today at all. He's sort of been heaped up in the White House, and we haven't seen him yet today, but we saw him tweeting about the Fed today. We saw him tweeting about gasoline and groceries and energy. So he's certainly trying to turn the page and really shore up his political legacy here.
Hey, Max, you've spent many years reporting and writing about Elon Musk, and a lot has been written by many news organizations about the relationships in Elon Musk's orbit that have fallen apart. Just look at last Friday's report about the challenges that he's facing with some of the mothers of his children out there right now. So this wouldn't necessarily be the first time a personal relationship fell apart for Elon Musk. In your view, do these two men get past this and become united once again because the stakes are so high?
I don't know about United, and after last week, I can't remember if I made this prediction on this show or if I just wrote it, but I said, don't bet on a breakup, and here we are, there's a breakup. Now, so I'm about to say that there's some chance of reconciliation because I think it makes the most sense for Elon Musk. I think it is not sensible if you are in the businesses that he's in, as we're talking about, to be at odds with a president, any president, let alone Donald Trump. So I think some sort of reconciliation is possible and in fact is probably still the most likely outcome, but it's not going to be a buddy type of thing. It's more going to be a thawing or something. And for that to happen, he's going to have to pay a price. And that price is going to probably be some sort of humiliating, eating crow or whatever. And look, if history is any guide, some kind of monetary price as well in the form of campaign contributions. There have been these reports of a potential $100 million contribution to Trump's PAC. It seems like it's going to take something like that, or at least a commitment to get back involved in politics. I think where this ends up ultimately is kind of where Steve Bannon is, as a influential figure in the Trump world, somebody who can help Trump on the right, but who's not necessarily in the administration, doesn't necessarily have the access. So somebody who's very influential and who's on Trump's right flank, but maybe from the outside.
Max, to me, that all makes sense, except for one part, which was the tweet yesterday, which made the shocking allegation that we have no proof for and that we, have no confirmation of. So I'm not even going to repeat it here, but it involves a really nasty allegation against the president, and that seemed to be very personal rather than political. What was your view on that?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is one of the reasons why I'm like hesitant to even game plan out a way that this goes back, because it is such a personal attack. And not just a personal attack, but a political attack. He said he should be impeached. He said J.D. Vance should take over. He threatened to start a third party. It's a bunch of things. I have to say, we have seen over the last, 12 hours or so, Musk has seemed to turn the dial down just a teeny bit. There was a kind of exchange with a random person on Twitter who suggested cooling off. This is a person with like 200 followers. Elon Musk said, okay, sounds like a good idea. He's also kind of back to posting about his companies. Like, he hasn't directly attacked somebody in the administration in a few hours, which is a good sign. I suppose that's a step in the right direction. And I think it's actually part of the reason you've seen the stock move a little bit upward today. Investors are just desperate to believe that there's some way out of this.
Really quickly, 20 seconds each. Max, 20 seconds. Should we assume then, Elon, in terms of any more money to the GOP, it's still up in the air?
I would have said that he's negotiating, right? That this is a point of leverage that he has. So yeah. But he has also threatened. He's been threatening to primary people. So I think it's very much up in the air, very much still in play.
Kayla, 20 seconds to you as well. How important is the Elon Musk money to the GOP? And just very quickly.
Well, Elon Musk's political loyalties have not been consistent. He voted for Joe Biden in 2020, and you had Ron DeSantis yesterday putting out the super PAC email seeking to align himself with Elon Musk. So that money could certainly be going to anyone who's the next heir apparent after Donald Trump.
All right, guys, thank you so much. What a great roundtable. What a great setup. On this Friday, Max Chafkin, co-host of Everybody's Business and Elon Inc., senior reporter for Bloomberg News, and, of course, Kayla Gardner, White House correspondent at Bloomberg News. And now we're going to get to the other big story, the jobs report. That's next.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ are all pushing higher. The S&P back above 6,000 at 6,009. That is a gain of 1.2%. We've got the S&P up almost 70 points right now. The Dow up 447, up 1.1%. While NASDAQ is higher by 279 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, an advance of 1.4%. Jobs data this morning, alleviating concerns of an imminent economic slowdown. We'll have a whole lot more on the jobs report with our Michael McKee coming up in just a moment. 10-year currently yielding 4.49%, with the 2-year 4.03%. Gold is down 1.1%, 33.16 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.7%, 64.48 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin up 4% at 104,570 on Bitcoin. UBS says it will carry out its plans to make payouts to shareholders this year, as previously announced, after the Swiss government published proposals for a reform of banking laws. Right now, UBS up by 2.1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovec. We are live here at the San Francisco Bureau for Bloomberg News. We're on YouTube. We're also, of course, on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Originals. Now, I got to say, President Trump has been, as you know, super active on social in the past 24 hours. Among his posts, though, this morning, also, he weighed in on the U.S. jobs report, specifically saying, great job numbers. Now, as for the data, U.S. job growth moderated in May, and prior months were revised lower. So it does indicate to some extent that employers are cautious about growth prospects as they continue to weigh the Trump administration's economic policies. So, Tim, I want to know what Mike McKee has to say if indeed they were great.
He was at the studio very early this morning.
He was.
He's sticking around for us, and we appreciate that. Michael McKee is Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent. He joins us from the Bloomberg Business Week studio in New York. So, Mike, were they great, even though there were the revisions lower for prior months?
Oh, so now you want to talk about the jobs report?
Now we do, yes. 20 minutes in, 23 minutes in, we want to talk about the jobs numbers.
Yeah, bumped me to the side most of the day. The jobs numbers were not great, but they weren't bad. They were sort of expected. We're seeing a decline in a slowdown in the economy, and the hiring numbers reflect that. We've been told time and again by Fed officials, it was in the Beige Book, we've heard it from CEOs, that nobody is doing anything. They're not hiring, they're not firing. So we had a low number of people hired, but we haven't seen the other side of it where a lot of people are losing jobs because we had 4.2% unemployment. It ticked up a few basis points, but it's still where it was. So we're kind of in a holding pattern to see how the economy develops, and it's too early to really draw any conclusions.
So, in terms of the aspects of the report, is there anything that you think, Mike, though investors should kind of take note of?
I think that the hourly earnings got some notice because they were stronger on a month-over-month basis, but year-over-year, they were unchanged at 3.9%. The prior month revised up to that. So there's still some kind of wage gains going on. I don't know if it's wage pressure that would create inflation. We'll have to see how that develops if companies have to raise prices to pay for the tariffs and then might have to raise their employees' compensation. That's the Fed's worry. But the real thing that stood out today in a report that really didn't stand out much is the fact that we had 675,000 people leave the labor force during the month, which has probably got something to do with Trump closing the southern border and immigration falling off. And there were 917,000 people who had jobs in April who reported being out of the labor force, not with a job, not looking for a job, in May. And that likely has to do with incorporating those people who left the labor force, and then people who didn't want to admit they have jobs because maybe they are working illegally and they don't want to get into trouble. So the immigration part of all of the Trump economic stuff might be starting to poke its head up.
Hey, Mike, as Carol mentioned, the president very active on Truth Social today. Just about 5 hours ago, he posted, "America is hot. 6 months ago, it was cold as ice. Border is closed. Prices are down. Wages are up." Help me out with a couple of those. We know the border certainly, as you just mentioned, crossings are way, way down there. How hot was America? I'm guessing he's talking about the economy 6 months ago. Are prices down and are wages up?
Well, prices are down as inflation has continued to come down, but on the rest of it, you'll be shocked to know that Donald Trump doesn't always give you the accurate numbers. 6 months ago was December. Joe Biden was president, and 323,000 jobs were created as opposed to 139,000 this last month under Donald Trump. The unemployment rate in December was 4.1%. It's 4.2% now. And average hourly earnings were up on a 4% year-over-year basis compared to 3.9% now. So that doesn't strike me as ice cold 6 months ago.
All right. So Fed policy. Is there anything in this, Mike? Now we're getting ready to go into the blackout period, right? Begins midnight Friday, really into Saturday. Next Fed rate decision is Wednesday. It is June 18th. President Trump, urging the Fed to cut interest rates by that full percentage point. So I'm just curious. Should we read the tweet?
Yeah. Okay, we'll read the tweet. Well, I guess it's not a tweet, but he says, too late at the Fed is a disaster. That's his nickname for Fed Chair Jay Powell. Europe has had 10 rate cuts. We have had none. Despite him, our country is doing great. Go for a full point rocket fuel. Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. I guess my first question is, does the quiet period for the Federal Reserve apply to the president criticizing Jay Powell on True Social too?
Oh,
or is
no.
is he still able to do that?
He's still able to do that, yeah.
Okay, he's still able to do that
Only
during the
Fed
quiet
who
period.
Can't comment on monetary policy. Jay Powell could insult the president if he wants, like Elon Musk. He just can't say that he's going to do something about interest rates one way or another. I don't expect Jay Powell to say anything. No, the dumbest thing in the world right now would be to pay any attention to the Fed funds futures about when the Fed is going to act, because they don't know. We don't have any kind of definitive view anywhere on what's going to happen to the economy, because we're still waiting on all this tariff stuff, and we're waiting on the big, beautiful bill. There's a lot of things in play. So the Fed is just going to sit back. They feel right now they're slightly tight. If inflation doesn't rise very quickly, they're happy with the status of monetary policy. They're willing to sit there for the rest of the year if they have to, with rates where they are. So don't expect any move from them until there's a much more clarity out there on where we're going with this economy.
Mike, one last question. I just came back from BNY Mellon, their Insight Conference. It's all registered investment advisors. I did a conversation with Kellyanne Conway, and I think the feeling was that, yes, the Fed is behind the curve, even from some folks in the audience. And I think, people are looking also at what global central bankers are doing. The president did say that Europe has had 10 rate cuts. We like to fact check a little bit. Has Europe had 10 rate cuts?
No, Europe's had 8 rate cuts. And I don't know where the president got that number. He had it wrong yesterday, and he had it wrong again today. Only 8 rate cuts for Europe. But what's the inflation rate in Europe? It's 1.9%. And we're still at 2.5% for the core here. So we're not the same as Europe. And also, if the tariffs go into effect, they're going to have a negative impact on the European economy as well if they reciprocate. So the European Central Bank is kind of in a good situation. They have inflation down far enough where they feel like they could take some preventative medicine. The U.S. isn't in that situation, and so the Fed is just going to stay where it is.
All right, Michael McKee, Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent, joining us from our New York studios.
He's officially done. We'll let him go now. I think he's had a full day. All right, we're going to stay certainly with the jobs report, folks. We've got another take on the U.S. employment picture. So great to have back with us Amy Glazer. She's Senior Vice President at the talent and employment firm Adecco. She's with us from Point Vedra Beach, Florida. So Amy, good to have you back with us. Tell us about the labor report this morning. Does it mesh with what you are seeing?
Yeah, so I think all in all, it was a pretty upbeat report based on, surpassing forecasts by a little bit. And it just continues to speak to the ongoing durability of our labor market. We've seen consistent 6-digit gains over and over again. And there's no reason to think this durability won't continue into the future.
Hey, I'm just getting word that the president has said U.S. officials are going to be meeting in London with China on June 9th. I know this is not necessarily your purview, but I'm wondering what you think all the trade tensions mean for the labor market, and if we're starting to see signs of a thaw between U.S. and China, and if that could be a good thing for this labor market.
Right now, we haven't seen the impact. I think we're still in a wait and see kind of moment. Maybe in the first full month, we would have seen results and really just haven't seen that much of an impact. So we're still definitely in a wait and see pattern.
Yeah, the president saying, I'm pleased to announce that Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent, Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, and USTR Jameson Greer will be meeting in London, Carol, on Monday with representatives of China with reference to the trade deal. The meeting should go very well. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Amy, it's really interesting. You know, I mentioned that I did a conversation with Kellyanne Conway at a recent, just this week, financial conference about the economy. And I'm just curious, do you feel like they seem to see that the policies are supportive of the U.S. economy, labor market, all these good things, and yet do you agree that what we're getting out of the administration is going to be good for jobs in general? What are you hearing from clients about that? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not an economist or a politician, but in general, we do still see ongoing signs of positivity. You know, it varies industry by industry, and the tariffs may not affect every single industry. We saw healthcare continues to be white hot, 62,000 jobs added. It's a 41% increase over their ongoing average month over the last 12 months. We'll continue to see healthcare do well. It's the summertime, leisure and hospitality is picking up. We're even seeing some improvement in retail. So I think, you know, the crystal ball is still murky on this one. We've got a little bit of more time to really understand clarity.
What about the revisions lower that we're seeing in previous months? This is not something new. It's not something unique to this administration by any means. A lot of hay was made about it during the Biden administration, especially in the last few months of it. How are you reading into those revisions?
I think although we have had revisions, we're still generating job growth. And I think that people need to make sure that although the market may be more normalizing in the future, we shouldn't mistake moderation for weakness in this labor market.
I am also curious, what's great about talking with you, Amy, is that you do have a great vantage point when it comes into different industries and maybe what we're seeing. What can you tell us on that front, where there is job demand, where there is not? We're going to talk a little bit later on about the AI-powered demand and like the lack of engineers and folks, at least in that regard. But what can you tell us when you get kind of granular and get into industries?
So definitely healthcare. We still continue to see upticks in social assistance. Leisure and hospitality is white hot. And believe it or not, you all, even though it's only June, employers are starting to forecast ahead their peak seasonal hiring needs. So we're currently meeting with clients in advance of Q4 already this year. So we'll continue to see upticks in retail, warehousing, transportation, and logistics as the year progresses.
Okay, that certainly makes sense. Hey, Amy, thank you so much. Amy Glazer, she's Senior Vice President over at Adecco, joining us from Florida on this Friday.
Hey, just worth repeating that headline. The president saying that the U.S. and China trade meeting is happening on June 9th in London. Once again, on Monday in London. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, President Trump says the U.S. and Chinese negotiators will resume trade talks June 9th, Monday in London, as the world's two largest economies look to resolve a simmering dispute over tariffs and technology that has unnerved markets. We've got stocks holding very close to session highs right now on Jobs Friday, with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. This morning's jobs report showed non-farm payrolls increasing 139,000 last month, with the unemployment rate holding at 4.2%. Wage growth accelerating. Here's where we stand. The S&P right now up 69 at 6,009, a gain of 1.2%. The Dow up 453, higher by 1.1%. NASDAQ up 281 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That's an advance of 1.5%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index now higher by 2.5%. The 10-year yielding 4.50%, with a 2-year 4.03%. Gold down $33 the ounce, down 1%, $33.19. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.1%, $64.73 a barrel. Bitcoin up 4.2%, 104,780 on Bitcoin. Tesla is leading gains among the Mag 7 stocks. Shares of the electric vehicle maker rebounding after yesterday's 14% plunge, when a feud between Elon Musk and President Trump devolved into a public war of words. Tesla shares today now gaining by 5.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovec live here in our San Francisco bureau on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Just want to go back to what Charlie mentioned and a headline that just crossed the Bloomberg. President Trump said U.S. and Chinese negotiators will resume trade talks on June 9th in London, as the world's two largest economies really look to resolve a simmering dispute over tariffs and technology that has unnerved the markets. The tweet or social comment was, I am pleased to announce that Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent, Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, and U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Jameson Greer will be meeting in London on Monday, June 9th, 2025, with representatives of China with reference to the trade deal. Again, the president saying in a post to his Truth Social network just moments ago, the meeting should go very well. So, Tim, it does feel like they're moving forward a little.
Yeah, it does. We did see stocks move higher on this news. The S&P 500 up more than 1.1%. The NASDAQ Composite up 1.4%. The Dow up 1% right now. Carol, this also comes after we learned earlier today via Reuters that China has approved temporary export licenses to rare earth material suppliers to top U.S. automakers, including GM, Ford, and Stellantis. Some of these licenses are valid for 6 months, and it's going to help alleviate risks to global automaker supply chains that are posed by China's restrictions on exports of rare earths. This is something that we talked to RJ Scaringe of Rivian, the founder and CEO of that company, yesterday. And we know that what he said is that he has a team that's been working hard to communicate to the White House about just how important the rare earths supply chain is. But Carol, he also said, essentially, necessity is the mother of invention.
Yes.
And he expects if the U.S. is cut off to this supply of rare earths, that people will develop a way to figure out how to build these motors without the use of these magnets that are not necessarily processed here in the U.S.
Super interesting. And I got the feeling that they're going to do it anyway, right? As they look to kind of diversify and reduce their exposure to what can be vulnerable supply chains. All right, folks, we're thinking about the weekend. We're thinking about Friday night because we are close to it. We know that political tensions, as we keep talking about U.S.-China, they are definitely high. They're also high between the United States and Canada. Pretty tense on the ice as well, as tonight is Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals between the Edmonton Oilers and the defending champion Florida Panthers. That, of course, was Game 1. The Oilers leading the best-of-7 series thanks to a win in Game 1. Our next guest was watching, of course. He'll be watching it again tonight, we assume, as he has watched all other finals and guided and grown the league for the last 32-plus years. He's the National Hockey League's first-ever commissioner, making him the longest-serving chief executive among major North American pro sports leagues.
With us, we've got Gary Bettman, commissioner of the NHL, joining us from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Also joining us, too, our in-house hockey expert, Scarlett Fu. She's a Bloomberg TV anchor of The Close. She's back in our New York studio. Commissioner Bettman, welcome to the program. It's good to see you. No Canadian team has won. Just thinking, are the Canadian fans a bit more edgy considering the political tensions between the U.S. and Canada right now? Can we talk politics a little bit?
We can do that. Thank you for having me. It's good to be with you. Our fans are passionate for the teams that they root for. There's no question about that. But there seems to be a little bit of movement towards Edmonton being Canada's team because, as you said, the Stanley Cup hasn't been awarded to a Canadian team in the last 30-plus years, Montreal being the last club to win it in 1993. In terms of the tensions, initially, and it was around the same time as our Four Nations tournament, which Canada won, back in February, there was some booing of anthems in both countries. That's all simmered down. People are focused on playing hockey, rooting for their team, and the competition throughout the end of the regular season and into the playoffs has been terrific. And the question that I get most frequently asked is, well, what does that do for the Canadian clubs with respect to the tariffs and everything else? Because our players in Canada still get paid in U.S. dollars. And the answer is the Canadian dollar is actually up a little bit since all this started a few months ago. I think 3-4 months ago, the Canadian dollar was at 70 cents. It's now at 73. And so we'll watch what goes on. But I think what the great thing about sports is it brings people together. And even if there's a little political tension around the edges, ultimately fans get into and focus on rooting for their favorite team.
So you just answered a question I was going to ask you about, the possible negative implications of U.S.-Canada tariffs on the Canadian dollar. It does feel like things have settled down, but are you still a little bit on pins and needles about concerns about how this could escalate again? We know from the White House, Commissioner, that things can change rapidly.
And we have to be flexible and adaptable, and we always are. And that's been something that I've dealt with over 3 decades. The issue on the Canadian dollar, which is where any sort of league issue would come, is really a function of what happens with the Canadian economy. And if the Canadian economy stays stable and the dollar relative to the Canadian dollar relative to the U.S. dollar doesn't change dramatically, things should be fine. I think what we've seen worldwide is a little bit of softening of the U.S. dollar, and the Canadian dollar has been holding its own. If that changes, if it becomes a problem, we'll address it. But so far, so good. And again, the good news is people are focused on the hockey, which has been sensational. As you mentioned, Game 2 tonight. And so, we're looking forward to a really terrific conclusion to what has been a great season.
All right, well, let's talk about the hockey for a moment here, because this will be the 6th straight year that a Florida-based team is participating in the Stanley Cup Final. And of course, a lot of people will talk about the state's tax benefits as a reason why Florida teams are doing so well. I know that you and Bill Daley have kind of dismissed that as a factor. But I'm curious, Mr. Commissioner, what is it about Florida's operating environment that enables its teams to consistently outperform?
Well, that's of recent vintage. Since we had the salary cap and the economic system we have in 2005-06, nobody was talking about this for the first 15, 18 years. Players choose to go to teams for lots of reasons, and maybe there's a little element of local state taxes. But the fact is, they look to go to a market they want to live in, where they want to raise their families, where their kids will go to school. They look at the organization, they look at ownership, they look at the coach, they look at the general manager. There is the cost of living. And by the way, if the players are getting paid in U.S. dollars and they're living in Canada, that sort of offsets any differences in local taxes. And as I think you know, players get taxed by the jurisdictions that they play in on the road. So I think that gets a little overblown. I think it's too much of an excuse for clubs that may not be performing as well as they'd like to. And I think it's a little bit of an injustice to the great job that the ownership and organizations have done in South Florida and in Tampa.
And of course, the Florida teams were expansion teams, and there's always going to be a lot of talk, Mr. Commissioner, about expansion into other markets like Houston, like Phoenix again, and like Atlanta again. The NHL currently has 32 teams, which is kind of considered the sweet spot because the structure creates this really consistent and clear format for competition and scheduling. You've got 2 conferences, each with 2 divisions with 8 teams each. What are team owners' specific concerns about balance if you do pursue expansion and that format changes?
Well, the answer to that question is we're not focused on a formal expansion process. Yes, we've been getting interest from a number of places, including the 3 you mentioned, but we've said we're not going to announce a date, and if you want an expansion team, everybody apply. The criteria at 10,000 feet we look at are first and foremost ownership, market, arena, and what does it do to make the league stronger? And we've told the interested parties, if you're ready to come in and make a presentation to check those boxes, come talk to us and we'll focus on what needs to be done. In terms of what it would do to our structure, our format of the schedule, that's not something we're even focused on right now because at the present time, expansion isn't front and center on our agenda.
Commissioner, I want to ask about the media relationships and the way that people here in the U.S. are watching and consuming hockey and the way that they're not. Why does the NHL Network, in your view, not have a streaming option or a digital app that you can authenticate with a third-party cable sign-on? Does it feel like you're leaving money on the table by not offering streaming availability like other leagues do at this point?
Well, actually, we do have a streaming capability. Warner Brothers Discovery streams the games that they have on Max. ESPN streams us on ESPN Plus. As it relates to the NHL Network itself, we're kind of in a transition period and we're looking at our options, but 99% of our games are available either linear or streamed in the United States. And frankly, to us, the most important thing in the short term is always making sure that our games are available to the most number of people. And we think we do a good job of that. What we do with the NHL Network, which relative to everybody else has far fewer games, that's something that will evolve over time with the changing landscape. But we do have a large, full breadth capacity for streaming, both in the U.S. and Canada.
One of the things I do want to ask you, I mean, there's just so much, I feel like, on your plate. And you talked about this in your, Mr. Commissioner, in your status of the league address prior to Game 1 of the finals. And you talked specifically about the status of collective bargaining talks that are going on. I'm curious, what are you hearing? Where are you? What are the priorities for the league? And what do you expect to be the sticking points? And can you get something done before the current agreement expires in September?
Actually, the current agreement expires a year from September, so
2026. Forgive me. Yes.
Yes. So we have plenty of time. We started having conversations with the union probably end of February, early March. I think we're having good, constructive discussions. I think for the most part, we're on the same page that it's important to work together. We get together on a regular basis. We even got together yesterday here in Edmonton. And I'm very optimistic that we're going to get this done in relatively short order. I don't mean today or tomorrow. But at the end of the day, the relationship between the NHL and the NHL Players Association, which is now under Executive Director Marty Walsh, who, as I think many of you know him as former mayor of Boston and former Secretary of Labor. We're in a good place, and I think we're going to get it done. And I think the beneficiary from all of that will not just be the clubs and the players, but our fans. I'm not anticipating any fundamental problems or issues that are going to cause us to have fundamental problems.
Are you on the same page when it comes to international competition? You guys had a very successful Four Nations tournament, and we know the NHL players are going back to the Olympics next year. So I'm sure there's a desire on both sides to keep the energy of international competition going once the Olympics comes and goes.
There's no question about that. So going back in ancient history, because it predates me, the league and the Players Association have been joint partners in the execution of international competition, particularly best on best, which is the Olympics, the World Cup, and things like Four Nations that we did to an outstanding result in terms of fan interest and the competition itself. Prior leaders of the Players Association weren't as immediately focused as Marty is in terms of understanding the importance of moving this effort forward. We know that our players, a third of which come from outside of North America, love representing their countries. It's important to them, which is why the competition at Four Nations was so good, so competitive, and so compelling. And so he is focused on not just doing that in terms of building interest, but it also speaks volumes of how well we're working together. And so we're looking forward to having the Olympics, 2 years later the World Cup, 2 years after that the Olympics, and so on a regular basis, because we know it's great for the game, it's great for fan interest, and again, we know how important it is for our players to represent the countries they come from, and I don't think there's anything that really compares in the international landscape to best on best in hockey.
Hey, one thing I do wonder, Commissioner, is where does women's hockey fit into this? And we've seen, certainly interest in women's sports skyrocket on so many different levels. And we've certainly seen some early success, initial success with the Women's Hockey League, the PWHL. I'm curious about the involvement by the NHL specifically when it comes to women's sports and what kind of investment and solid investment are you guys looking to maybe do in that area?
Well, certainly at the grassroots level, we're fully supportive, and our programs are very, very inclusive and welcoming. The PWHL, which is the Women's Professional Hockey League, is off to a terrific start. They launched very quickly 2 seasons ago. We helped them get off the ground using our infrastructure and resources, and we work well with them. We try to include them in our major events. And they just recently announced a 2-team expansion. So they're off to a great start. And again, we're thrilled and fully supportive. It's great for the game of hockey.
Commissioner, let's just return to playoffs for this year. When you look at viewership numbers, they're actually down about 20% from last year's playoffs. To what extent does that concern you? And do you believe it has any kind of, future implications? Does it suggest anything about the future of the league?
Actually, on a North American basis, which is how we look at these things, because we're a little bit different than baseball, basketball, and football, because 7 of our 32 teams are in Canada and they don't show up in U.S. ratings. But when you look at North America as a whole, we're about flat. And you have to take into account that this may be the first time in the history of the NHL where none of the 4 original 6 U.S. teams were in the playoffs, and that's Chicago, Detroit, New York, and Boston, all of which rate extraordinarily well. And Boston and New York, the Rangers, had great runs last season, even though they didn't make it to the Stanley Cup final. So it's a little bit of apples and oranges, but when you look at it on a North American basis, it's fine. When you look at, for example, Game 7 in last year's Stanley Cup final, which was, this is a redo this year, Edmonton and Florida, I think we drew 16 or 17 million fans North American wide, and I think we had about 9 million in the United States. And the final game of Four Nations was at about the same level. And so our ratings are strong. We tend to be a little bit variable, but don't just look at the U.S.
We won't. Thank you so much. Busy time for you. Good luck with Game 2. Gary Bettman, Commissioner of the NHL, and of course our own Scarlet Fu back there in our New York studio. Be well. Coming up next, The Close on TV, and we continue on Business Week Daily.
is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Stacey Lynn. Severe weather in the south has left at least 30 families displaced.
A suspected tornado has caused significant damage in Van Buren, Arkansas. That's outside of Fort Smith near the Arkansas-Oklahoma border. This woman struggled to help her grandfather after a large plate glass window fell on him during the storm.
He had glass all in his arm and he was all scratched up. But when I realized that I couldn't get it by myself, I was like, hey, I asked a neighbor, like, come here, because I need help.
More severe weather is expected today from the southern plains all the way to southern New England. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
A possible mass shooting plot's been averted in Pontiac, Michigan. Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard.
A person approached our deputies and gave them information that a family member had told them that they had seen on Snapchat a threat to shoot up this graduation ceremony.
He says they arrested one person. Deputies are looking for another suspect. President Trump says he's moving on from his very public and ugly back and forth on social media with Elon Musk. CBS's Robert Costa spoke with the president.
He talked about his high standing in the polls as he sees it. He talked about his view of the economy being in a strong position. So he was articulating a very positive view of this crossroads at this point in his term, despite everything that's unfolding with Elon Musk.
President just announced a new round of trade talks with China will take place in London next week. Yesterday, he called his Chinese counterpart in a bid to end the tariff battle. His Treasury Secretary, Commerce Secretary, and U.S. Trade Representative will meet the Chinese team on Monday. Meanwhile, the administration is still pushing the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates.
After today's jobs report for May showed a slight slowdown in hiring, Trump urged Fed Chair Jerome Powell to cut interest rates by a full percentage point, which he said would be rocket fuel for the economy. Chuck Zada, chief investment officer at Armstrong Advisory Group, says it's too soon for that.
I don't know that it's slowing enough for the Fed to be cutting now, but normally if you were to see that accelerate and become a worsening problem, the Fed might start to cut.
The Fed is waiting to see if Trump's tariffs cause a spike in inflation. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The nation's capital is getting ready for World Pride Weekend. And the National Park Service is getting ready by putting up a fence around DuPont Circle. They say the temporary closures for the safety of the nearly 3 million people from all around the world expected for the parade, rally, and performances. Checking Wall Street this afternoon, the Dow is up 446 points. This is CBS News. There's a battle over Jimmy Buffett's estate.
It's not all sunshine and paradise 2 years after Jimmy Buffett's death.
Spending money to burn.
Buffett's widow Jane has gone to court to oust the co-trustee of the estate, an accountant and former business manager for the singer, and he's looking to remove her in a separate suit. She alleges the trust is producing far too little income. The co-trustee, Richard Mosenter, says in his suit he was a trusted advisor to Buffett and says the singer worried privately about his wife's ability to manage money. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Well, you shouldn't be doing a high-intensity workout within 4 hours of bedtime. According to a study out of Melbourne, Australia, it puts your body into a heightened state of alertness, messing up your chance of getting a restful snooze. They say if you want to work out late in the day, try a short, light workout instead. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Friday, getting ready to wrap up the trade for the day and for the week overall. It's been a busy week, a busy day. Carol Masser, Tim Stenivek. We are on the West Coast at Bloomberg News, their bureau here in San Francisco. We focused a lot on technology yesterday. Today, I think we're back to geopolitics. What's going on in Washington, Tim?
Yeah, and some of the latest out of Washington, a redhead just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. This is big news. According to ABC News, Kilmar Abrego Garcia is on his way back to the United States to face charges. ABC News, with the exclusive, says that there was an indictment, 2 counts. It was sealed under seal in federal court in Tennessee last month, and I'm reading right from ABC News here, alleges that Abrego Garcia participated in a years-long conspiracy to haul undocumented migrants from Texas to the interior of the country. This is according to sources briefed on the indictment. Once again, the mistakenly deported Kilmar Abrego Garcia is on his way back to the U.S. to face charges. This according to ABC News.
All right, folks, we'll continue to keep you up to date on that one. In the meantime, let's talk about what's coming up in the next couple of hours. We've got a great guest, someone very well known to Washington, really a former iconic senator who also did some time on Wall Street and taught economics. He will be with us. We're talking the jobs report, the president's budget bill, and yet Elon Musk. We're going to have Phil Graham with us in just a moment, and he's got a new book out, too, that talks about debunking the 7 great myths of American capitalism. So we'll get into that in just a moment.
We've also talked a lot lately about the increasing demand for electricity around the globe, thanks to everything that's happening with data centers and with AI. One of the challenges, well, it's outstripping the workforce that can build it. Josh Saul joins us in just a few minutes.
All right, folks, and we're starting to see IPOs happen, and Omada Health shares, they're surging on their first day of trading. We've got the company's co-founder and CEO live from the NASDAQ, so curious to talk about the business and coming to market, that first official day of trading. Speaking of trading, it's been an interesting day, a little bit of volatility, so let's toss things back over to our New York headquarters and to our own Charlie Pellet.
Hey, thank you very much indeed. We got you covered coast to coast. I'm here in New York, there in San Francisco. Stocks advancing. S&P right now up 69. That is a gain of 1.2%. Dow Industrials up 455, up 1.1%. NASDAQ right now up 273. That is a gain of 1.4%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index, all 7 stocks pushing higher. Tesla leading the way. The index up 2.5%. Tesla up now by 5.9%. Your 10-year, 4.50%, with the 2-year, 4.03%. Gold down $35 the ounce, down 1.1%, $33.16 an ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.2%, $64.76 a barrel. Bitcoin right now up by 4%. Jobs Friday, the U.S. economy added 139,000 new jobs last month, while the unemployment rate held at 4.2%. Amy Glazer is senior vice president at the staffing firm Adecco. She was interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
So I think all in all, it was a pretty upbeat report based on, surpassing forecasts by a little bit. And it just continues to speak to the ongoing durability of our labor market. We've seen consistent 6-digit gains over and over again. And there's no reason to think this durability won't continue into the future.
Amy Glazer of Adecco interviewed here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. And again, repeating our headline, President Trump says the U.S. and Chinese negotiators will resume trade talks June 9th in London. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Sorry.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, I think it's fair to say, Carol, our next guest understands policy, politics, economics, and Wall Street. Phil Graham served 6 years in the U.S. House of Representatives, and for 18 years represented Texas in the U.S. Senate. He was also then chairman of the Banking Committee. Later, he was vice chair of UBS Investment Bank, and early on in his career, before he went to Washington, He was a professor in economics.
He's done a lot. He is now senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. He's also co-author of a new book. It was just out last month. It's entitled The Triumph of Economic Freedom, Debunking the 7 Great Myths of American Capitalism, and he joins us from Texas. Senator Graham, it is so nice to have you with us. There's so much going on, and there's a lot we want to get into, including your book, but I think we'd be remiss if we didn't start to ask you your view, someone who spent so much time in Washington and Washington politics and had relationships with various presidents, what you make of the once seemingly very close and now not so close relationship between President Trump and the world's richest man, Elon Musk, and kind of the very public fighting that we have seen on social media.
Well, I think both men are ill-advised to get into personal conflicts. I always viewed when someone attacked me personally that it was a sign of weakness, and I always did my best not to respond in personal attacks. I think it especially makes the president look bad. I think in the end it will end up hurting both people.
Do you think it gets resolved, Senator? Is this something that these two who seemed inseparable for so many months, and indeed even during the campaign, do they go back to being united, or do they stay divided?
It's hard to tell. I think both of them are capable of getting over it. I think it would have been better had it not happened. But where it goes, I don't know.
Do you think it was bad for Elon Musk in general to be involved with politics, with the Republican Party, to be involved with the government, with Doge?
Well, he clearly made a sacrifice in being away from his business. I think he contributed in the process. I think that there were going to be these huge savings without Congress getting involved was maybe a little naive. But I give Elon Musk very high marks on what he did. And I think people supported the idea that government is too big, too inefficient, too powerful, and they wanted to change it. So he gave up a lot personally. And I think one of the reasons I think these personal attacks are more harmful to the president than to Elon Musk is that he came to serve the country and the president and probably deserved better.
You know, I love that you talked about Congress, and, you know, it does seem like we're in an environment where checks and balances is not happening. And it does seem like, and it's not just this administration, but subsequent, you know, prior administrations where we've seen increasingly the power of the president, whether it's through mostly executive orders, to kind of do what they want. Are you comfortable with the power imbalances in the government that seem to be in place right now?
Yeah, listen, I think for the last 3 administrations, we've seen a growth in the power of the executive branch. I think the legislative branch needs to reassert its authority over its constitutional powers. And I think this has been building from Obama to Biden to Trump. And I think it is a problem. And one of the reasons it's a problem is that we don't tend to have now a steady, predictable path for American government, because executive orders now carry so much weight and have such a big impact. Who wins a presidential election determines basically the policy of the American government. I don't think the founders ever intended that.
Senator, I want to move on and talk a little bit about China. We heard from the president just in the last hour that U.S. representatives, including Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, along with USTR Jameson Greer, will be headed across the pond to London for a Monday meeting with representatives from China. How do you view China in relation to the United States right now? And which country, in your view, has more of the cards when it comes to working out some sort of mutually beneficial trade deal?
Well, I think both economies have power to do real harm to themselves. Protectionism hurts the country imposing it more than it hurts the country that they're imposing it against. I'm glad the meeting is occurring. I hope we can work something out. I think our relationship with China is a difficult relationship, but the two largest economies in the world are now so entwined that this idea that we can suddenly stop trading and things not be dramatically changed, I think was naive to start with. So I hope an agreement can be worked out. And I hope that we can mutually reduce tariffs of goods coming into the United States, goods coming into China, a real reciprocal trade agreement. The president uses the term, but that's not really what he's trying to implement, it seems to me.
What do you think he is trying to implement?
Well, he's trying to basically use the power of intimidation to get countries to agree to an increase in tariffs in America. I think that's what happened in the British agreement. We had fairly open trade with Great Britain. Our level of protectionism was relatively similar. We had a surplus with Great Britain. And what the president demanded in return for reducing tariffs that had been jacked up to levels that would have done real harm to both economies was that Britain accept a 10% across-the-board tariff on all British goods and services coming into the country. And I don't think the European Union will ever accept such an agreement. And I'm not sure what China is going to be willing to agree to.
We're going to talk about your book. I just have one more question. So you said you don't really, I think it's good the way President Trump leads through intimidation. Do you think he's not a good leader?
No, look, everybody has their own methods and techniques. Protectionism is a very destructive policy. We've tried it throughout American history. It has always failed economically. It has always failed politically. And even if you can force another country to accept tariffs against their goods, Americans end up paying those taxes. They end up being taxes on American consumers. And I'll just give you an example. The steel and aluminum tariff, 50%, is being imposed at a time when we're getting ready to spend $100 billion on new defense expenditures. And every defense item we're going to build is going to have a lot of steel and it's going to have a lot of aluminum in it. So we're, in essence, raising the price of the very defense items we're trying to procure with protective tariffs. And so I just don't think that's good policy. I don't think it's well thought out. I think it's going to be harmful. And I think if we can't find a way to get out of this tariff war, this trade war, that we could easily tip the economy into a recession. That's what I'm concerned about.
We're speaking with former Senator Phil Gramm. He was also in the House of Representatives for 6 years. Senior fellow now at the Brookings Institution. His new book, co-authored, it's called The Triumph of Economic Freedom, Debunking the 7 Great Myths of American Capitalism. It's out now. Senator, if tariffs aren't the right answer to address trade imbalances between the U.S. and other countries, or what the president has deemed unfairness between the U.S. and other countries, what is the answer?
Well, first of all, the European Union has lower average tariffs against American goods than we have against the European Union goods. The president thinks it's unfair that they sell us more than they buy from us. But no economic logic that has ever been espoused by anybody takes the view that you have to have a trade balance with everybody you trade with. I've bought groceries at Walmart where I lived for 23 years. Probably spent $100,000 there. They've never bought anything from me. Now, does that say that I'm being ripped off, exploited? I don't think so. I buy groceries there because it's convenient and it's cheap and it benefits me. So I just think the president's view of trade is a view that if you buy something from somebody, you lose. If you sell them something, you win. And that's not the way the world works.
So then let me just ask you something in terms of free trade. And I understand where you're coming from, but I do wonder about, how much in terms of manufacturing and supply chains moved out to China. And we saw how exposed we were post-COVID. So I do wonder, what do you blame for that? Is it greed in that more companies trying to be profitable and going for the cheapest supply chains? Was it consultants who said, get other folks to do manufacturing? Like, what was it, and how do we, kind of come back from that?
Well, first of all, I think China is a special case. We should be negotiating with China, but we shouldn't be in a trade war with Europe, with Canada, and with Mexico. We have problems with China. They have huge industrial subsidies. Unfortunately, in recent years, we have gone to the same policy, and the policies have failed here like they failed there. So China is a special case. I think you've got to deal with a series of problems in China, including defense and security issues. But again, I don't think the solution is that we don't trade with China. And I don't think the solution is to impose tariffs against all of our friends in the world. And for example, with Mexico and Canada, to have the president unilaterally overturn a free trade agreement that was adopted by Congress and has benefited all three countries immensely. I think A, it's bad economics. B, I think it's an abuse of the system. I don't think the president ought to be able to overturn a legislated trade agreement unless there's some extraordinary circumstances. And it's hard to argue that steel or aluminum coming from Mexico and Canada is a defense crisis or threatens our national security. That's where I'm coming from. I want us to prosper. We've got the ingredients to have a prosperous country.
To that point, your book, The Triumph of Economic Freedom, Debunking the 7 Great Myths of American Capitalism, you dedicate this book to America. You write that you're not dedicating it to the idealized shining city on a hill, but rather an unfinished work of a free people who strive and often fail to live up to their high principles, but who then learn from their mistakes and perpetually rededicate themselves to the task. Do you think we, as a country, are right now learning from past mistakes or repeating past mistakes?
Well, I think we always repeat some past mistakes. I think we make progress when we learn from them and when we improve our policy. America works best when we give people freedom and opportunity and where government enforces the law and lets markets work. And I think government subsidizing industry, who gives them the knowledge to know what industries need to grow? Only the market really can determine that.
Senator Graham, one last question, and unfortunately we only have about 30, 40 seconds
left here.
But please come back already. But you do say, as Tim just said, we're not the idealized shining city on a hill, but rather an unfinished work of a free people who strive and often fail to live up to their high principles. Are we still a free people? Because I often hear a lot of folks, very established leaders, heads of publicly held companies, investors, who talk about a lot of fear and fear of talking out against the administration. Are we still free?
Well, we are still the freest country in the world, and there's no other place I would want to live than America. But I don't like the president saying to Walmart, why don't you cheat your investors by absorbing the cost of tariffs that President Trump imposed rather than passing those costs on to the consumer. That's not the government that is a government that I want to have in America. I don't like that policy. I think it is a destructive policy. And again, it's trying to bully people. And I don't like it. And I think Americans don't like it. Now, there are many policies that Trump has I'm for, but bullying Walmart, a company that's done more for working people than any other country, any other company in this country, I think is bad policy. And I don't think people like it.
Senator Phil Gramm, thank you so much for taking the time. Former member of the U.S. House of Representatives, a former member in the Senate, served on the Armed Services, or Senate Foreign Relations Committee, excuse me, and also was chairman of the Banking Committee, also senior fellow now at the Brookings Institution. The new book, co-authored, The Triumph of Economic Freedom, Debunking the 7 Great Myths of American Capitalism.
All right, great to have him here. Hey, right now we do want to get back to the markets, folks. We've got about 34 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Friday and for the week overall, so we head back to Charlie Pellet in New York.
Thank you very much, Carol and Tim. We are on track for a winning week for the U.S. equity market on the week right now, up by 1.5%. Dow Industrials, as you mentioned, just over half an hour to go until the closing bell, with the S&P up 66 right now, a gain of 1.1%. The Dow up 474 for the Dow, a gain of 1.1%. NASDAQ pushing higher by 1.3%. Our MAG 7 index up 2.2%. Tesla, of course, a member of that index, it is up now by 4.5%. Your 10-year at 4.51%, for the 2-year 4.03%. Spot gold tumbling by 1.1%, 33.16. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.2%, 64.75 a barrel. Robinhood market shares higher as investors speculate that the online brokerage could become the latest firm to earn a coveted spot in the S&P 500 index. A rebalancing set to be announced after the close of regular trading today. Robinhood shares right now, they are up by 5.4%. Kilmar Abreu Garcia, a man the Trump administration acknowledged was wrongly deported to El Salvador, on his way back to the United States. ABC first reporting that news. Recapping, S&P up by 1.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic out here on the West Coast at our Bloomberg News Bureau here. And of course, we are on YouTube and streaming on Bloomberg Originals and of course on Bloomberg Radio. All right, so the great AI race, it is definitely on in a big way. It's about chips, it's about data centers. You know that. You've been following us for the last couple of years. It is also about the power surge and demand of power that is really needed, Tim, to run it all.
And appropriately, on this Jobs Day, a Bloomberg Big Take about the world's need for power and how it's outstripping the workforce that can build it. And this is happening around the world. Aging populations and anti-immigration rhetoric are not helping. With more, we've got Bloomberg News energy reporter Josh Saul. He joins us in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Josh, when we talk about challenges facing the world, when it comes to power, often talk about generation, the sometimes dirty ways that power is generated, grids that make it difficult to transport this power. One thing I've never heard us talk about, though, is the labor that goes into different parts of this supply chain and why and how that is now a hiccup. What did you and the team find?
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, so for this story, we tracked that AI and power demand story kind of back all the way to the ground, to the workers who are actually building all this infrastructure. And the thing we heard over and over again, you know, some of the people we talked to as they started this conversation, they'd say like, well, if you have any kids getting ready for college, try to steer them towards being an electrician or an engineer who designs electrical systems. And the idea there is that all of this is very complex to build. It takes a huge number of workers, and whether you're looking for the concrete workers who pour the floor of a data center or the base of a transmission tower or the engineers who design those types of systems, they're all in huge demand.
You know, it's funny, right? We were telling everybody it's all about being coding, you know, learning coding or being a software engineer. Now it's about just being kind of a regular engineer, an electrical engineer, and so forth. Tell us about Northvolt, over in Europe, Josh, because I think it really tells the tale of a company that was doing well until it really didn't have enough workers to meet demand.
That's right. Right. So this was a company that, like you said, was doing well, had lots of investors, had lots of contracts, but they were not able to get enough workers to staff their factories to build all of these, and that was one of the factors that led them towards eventually filing for bankruptcy. That's kind of one of the biggest examples that we use as a way of telling about the really serious on-the-ground issues that can come. Other ones are, there's a consulting firm estimated that in the UK, the engineer shortage could wipe 5% off GDP by slowing their economy. And here we have President Trump's push to increase manufacturing. If you can't find the people to build and staff those factories and then build all the power infrastructure to power them, that effort is also going to be slowed.
So solutions here, when we think across different elements of this, you mentioned folks sort of being on the consumer side of this, the electrician side, but also folks being on the production side of this and making sure we in the world have the workforce for this. Josh, what was the solution that experts told you the U.S. and the world need to do?
A lot of the construction companies I spoke with, they talked about growing their pipeline, trying to get more people headed into engineering or headed into some of these labor jobs earlier and earlier. So they kind of brought up, yeah, we send recruiters to talk to community colleges and colleges. And I sort of thought, yeah, sure, of course you do. But they also talked about sending people to high schools, middle schools, and even elementary schools and boys and girls clubs. The pitch is a little different, but you have workers in these places sort of checking in. You have recruiters, going to an elementary school classroom, and we're talking about, hey, look how fun this can be. Look how exciting a career this can be. You can be traveling the country. You can be building big things. Not hard sometimes to get little kids who play with blocks to get excited about construction. So they talk a lot about building the pipeline. And that's obviously a decade or two out.
Hey, Josh, I think about immigration, right? And it's certainly a story that's back on our radar today because of some developments that we're going to talk about in just a moment. But I'm just curious, what is the biggest thing holding people back from finding the workers they need? Is it actually individuals, having enough individuals? Is it the right education? Is it kind of all of the above?
It's all of the above. The immigration issue and some of the current political rhetoric, companies not real excited to put a target on their back and talk about that with us. But that definitely is something that is affecting some of the jobs, both at the kind of high white collar end of, visas for very skilled workers coming over, and also on the, labor on the ground side of things with workers who would be filling some of those jobs.
It's fascinating because, here we think full steam ahead in terms of AI, but we're realizing increasingly that there are things that are going to be out there that are going to make it more difficult maybe to meet what seems to be never easing demand. Josh, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Of course, that's Josh Saul. He's Bloomberg News energy reporter back there in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Tim?
Well, Carol, you mentioned we're talking about immigration. That's thanks to the news a little over a half hour ago that we got from ABC that Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a man that the Trump administration acknowledged was wrongly deported to El Salvador, is on his way back to the U.S. ABC News did report today he will face criminal charges for allegedly transporting undocumented migrants within the U.S. ABC, citing people familiar with the matter, reported. We've got Joe Matthew with us. He's co-host of Bloomberg Balance of Power. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Joe, I was surprised to see two things. One, the headline that Abrego Garcia was returning to the U.S., but also that he was facing these charges and we're going to hear from Pam Bondi of the Justice Department a little later in our program. She's giving a press conference. What do we know about these charges that ABC News is reporting?
We know very little other than the fact that it's a 2-count indictment, and it was filed under seal in federal court last month in Tennessee. So this is something that the administration has known about in terms of this approach for some time, knowing that the administration had gone to great lengths to try to speak to the reputation and background of this man who they say deserved to be sent away, not only deported, but to that CCOP prison in El Salvador. They're accusing him of taking part in a conspiracy that lasts the better part of a decade to move undocumented migrants, illegal immigrants, from Texas into the interior of the country. This indictment apparently refers to the domestic transport of thousands of non-citizens, including some children, including as well members of the MS-13 gang. If you're with us on YouTube right now, you see this moment when Chris Van Hollen, the senator Democrat from Maryland, went all the way down to that prison to meet with Abrego Garcia. He wanted him to come home. Guys, this is not exactly, I think, how he wanted to see it happen.
Yeah, I'm a little confused, Joe, because I thought the administration said we can't bring him home or weren't willing to bring him home. Obviously, this is not a great way to come home, but I'm just curious why this has happened or what we're hearing about it.
Well, they've obviously been cooking this up, and Tim mentioned at about 3:45, about 10 minutes from now, East Coast time, we will be hearing from Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, on this, so I'm sure we'll shed a lot more light on it. But you're right. Even after being compelled by the Supreme Court, Carol, who said that the administration must facilitate, was the word the court used, the return of Abrego Garcia, the White House said it wasn't possible. They actually didn't have the means to get him. And the president of El Salvador said the same. So it is an interesting moment to consider that he's on his way home suddenly, and an indictment that's been sitting around for about a month.
Right.
The politics of this, you mentioned U.S. Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, and we showed the picture there moments ago. There was a time just a few weeks ago that his case was really brought up as a cause of, I think, many people on the left. And it wasn't necessarily that they were proclaiming his innocence, but they were saying this is a guy who deserves his day in court. What are the political implications around these charges?
It's true. This was a case of due process, that even if, in fact, this ended with his deportation, the idea was that he would get a hearing, much like any of the individuals who were sent out of the country unknowingly to this maximum security prison in El Salvador. And this is why the administration pushed back so hard on that image. The White House even admitted that he was mistakenly deported. But they've also gone to great lengths to suggest that he deserved. They even put forth an arrest record from years ago in Prince George's County, Maryland, knowing as well that he was not convicted on charges. So look, we're going to have to hear from the Attorney General. She's going to have some questions to answer here. But yes, this became a cause célèbre for many Democrats to suggest the senator went all the way down there to hold that event. It was, concluded by a grand welcome at the airport here with a round of applause and a news conference. I'll be curious to see what he says now.
Hey, Joe, before we pivot to U.S.-China relations, I want to ask you, though, so I guess on one hand, great, he's going to get his day in court, which is something that is a part of the American fabric when it comes to due processing. At the same time, and I hate to be asking this, and I can't believe I'm asking, but will he get a fair day in court?
Your guess is as good as mine. We're going to be talking to legal analysts about this as well, and I'm not the person who should be answering that question. We haven't even heard from the Attorney General yet. This will be enlightening when we hear from Pam Bondi, and it's something that I'm sure we'll be learning a bit about on Truth Social as well. But let's get him back first. Let's see what kind of representation he has and what the process will be.
That's a good point. That press conference, by the way, scheduled to start in just 7 minutes. We'll bring it to you live as soon as it does start. Sometimes these things don't necessarily start on time. Joe, while we have you, we got to switch gears and talk a little bit about the latest with trade and with China. I want to start with the news that we got from the president a little earlier today that at least 3 representatives from the U.S., including the Treasury Secretary, the Secretary of Commerce, and the USTR, Jameson Greer, are headed across the pond for a meeting on Monday with Chinese counterparts. Are we starting to see a thaw or at least progress when it comes to the relationship and trade between the U.S. and China?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there was a 90-minute call, as we know, between the two presidents yesterday that clearly brought us to this moment. But every expert we talk to tells us the same thing. Yeah, they're adding Howard Lutnick to the mix, maybe that's an indication that there could be some new business level negotiations, maybe when we're talking about export controls, specifically to NVIDIA chips and this type of thing. But look, a major trade deal with China would likely take years. And I do think that people are trying to advance the process a little bit quickly here. China does not move as quickly as we want them to in this case. And, you know, having heard from Nick Burns, the former U.S. ambassador to China on this over the course of the past couple of days, he's done a couple of great interviews, including one on Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg Radio. Donald Trump didn't help himself by laying on tariffs on Japan at the same time as China, on South Korea at the same time as China, on the EU, Canada, and Mexico. These were all allied trading partners who were on the same side of the fence as us when it came to China. And the president may well have lost leverage by doing this blanket tariff when he could have actually created a coalition to have some strength. So we'll be watching this on Monday. It's going to happen. The president writing on Truth Social, the meeting should go very well. We're about to find out.
I love that you went there. We just talked with former Senator Phil Gramm, and he specifically, you know, understood maybe the pursuit of China in terms of the U.S., maybe not necessarily the mode, but he questioned some of the tactics that have come out of the White House and the president specifically when it comes to European allies or Mexico and Canada. Hey, one last question on U.S.-China. We did see markets, stocks move up when the headline crossed. As you said, any new deal with China is going to take a long time. But is there some hope that we can take away out of this story and this development that things are even moving forward a little bit?
Let's watch the rare earths and batteries story. This was a big deal for automakers who suddenly, Carol, were talking about sending engines to China to put a battery in it and send it back so they didn't break the tariffs and so forth. There could be a couple of items around the edges like that, maybe when we're talking about computer chips, where maybe we'll see signs of progress. We need to get these guys all in the same room, though. And there's a question, of course, of when we're going to get Donald Trump and President Xi in the same room. That might be a sign of things getting serious.
That's a really terrific point. All right, Joe, as always, look forward to your reporting and anchoring at 6 p.m., actually 5 p.m. Wall Street time. I'm a little off. I'm on the West Coast. I don't know what time it is. Joe Matthew, co-host of Balance of Power. Catch him and Kaylee Lyons at 5 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg TV and Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, speaking of what time it is, we're less than 20 minutes to go until the close of equity trading in New York. We're in San Francisco. Let's get back to New York and get an update from Charlie Pellet on the direction that things are moving. Hey, Charlie.
And I thank you very much indeed. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all higher. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. That's ShipStation.com with the code Bloomberg. S&P right now at 6,001, on track for a winning week, up by roughly 1.5% on the week. The S&P now higher by 63, up 1%. The Dow up 438, also up 1%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 236, up by 1.2%. 10-year 4.50%, the 2-year 4.03%. Gold down 1.1%, 33.15 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.1%. 64.70 for a barrel of WTI. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Once again, we are just a little more than 15 minutes away from the close of equity trading. The S&P and the Dow both up exactly 1%. The NASDAQ up 1.2%. Let's drive to the close. We've got friend of the show, Jimmy Lee, standing by. He is the founder and CEO of the Wealth Consulting Group. Joins us this afternoon. Jimmy, good to have you on with us. I want to start with the news that we just talked about with Joe Matthew about a seeming thaw when it comes to relations between the U.S. and China. Is this enough? And does it signal to you that the U.S. and China will get beyond this trade, make some progress, actually, when it comes to a trade deal?
Hey, Tim, hope you're well. Yeah, I think it does. I think it's progress. I mean, there's communication that's good, and I think that probably, you know, the president's advisors maybe he was advised that China would buckle sooner than I think they will, and I think that President Xi is ready to punch back as hard as we're punching at him, and so I think eventually, though, investors are betting on the idea that things will get resolved, which I think they will. Longer term, though, I am concerned about China from a geopolitical perspective. I think one of the things that the Democrats and the Republicans agree on is is kind of decoupling away from China. So I don't know if necessarily the president's going to be successful at their economy really being opened up to our companies the way that he's hoping. So I think that's yet to be seen. I'm not sure if that's actually possible.
Does that ultimately, in your view, Jimmy, make U.S. companies potentially less profitable?
I think that you have to be very careful if you're a large company looking at that marketplace. I know, obviously, for decades, a lot of the larger companies in the U.S., looked at China as such an opportunity. I think that we've seen now that the government over there can change things overnight, and so I think that U.S. boards need to be careful about making big investments over there, thinking that the long game is going to be as fruitful as it can be. And I think that's been talked about a lot over the last couple of years. And so I think in the long run, Carol, I believe that the decoupling is going to continue to happen.
When we spoke to you earlier this year and late last year, you were really bullish on Trump's victory and what he would do and what his administration would do for stocks. That was before so-called Liberation Day on April 2nd, and we saw the full extent of the tariff plan. Certainly since then, stocks have recovered, but I'm curious if you stand by your bullishness when it comes to this administration and what it means for equities.
Yeah, Tim, I think over the 4-year period, what we're going to see is, and hopefully we'll see some of this at the end of this year, is you're going to see deregulation come into play. I think it's going to be definitely helpful for pro-business, and I think that one of the big tailwinds that we'll see, and it's not necessarily due to the White House, is that we're going to be in a lower interest rate environment going forward. A lot of debate on how many cuts we'll get. I actually believe that the Fed should be focusing more on the future and not so much being reactive to the past. And we're definitely slowing in the economy, and I'm much more worried about that than I am about inflation due to tariffs that may not actually happen. And so I think that we need to be focused on growth more and jobs. But I think that interest rates going lower over time is definitely going to be a tailwind for the economy and also for risk assets such as equity. So yes, I'm still bullish on what the administration's focus will be down the road. I think that this whole bazooka with tariffs all at once, I think that maybe the idea around why all at once versus a little bit at a time, I heard you guys talking earlier about maybe it should have been more strategic to kind of build some allies around China. I think that they want momentum. I think the White House wants momentum going into the end of the year. And if you kind of phased it out, I think that you would have had potentially tariffs being the talk for several years, which is not what they want going into next year.
I want to jump in. Why do you think that inflation won't happen as a result of tariffs? It wasn't clear to me what you were talking about. Do you think the tariffs won't stick, or do you think the tariffs won't be inflationary? Where are you getting that from?
I don't think tariffs will be inflationary as much as everybody's feared.
Why not?
Well, I think that we're going to get more growth, and I think that the lower interest rates, I think the top line is going to go up, which will allow companies to still maintain decent profit margins. And I don't think that the tariff percentages are going to be quite as nasty as what everybody's fearing. And so I that's what I'm hopeful for. And I think that if we can avoid a recession, I think stocks have more room to run.
If we can avoid a recession, do you think we will avoid a recession?
I do. I think that the consumer and our economy is hanging on even with the overhang of tariffs. And that's why, Carol, we've talked many times about why retail investors especially shouldn't try to time the market. Look what happened this year. From top to bottom, nearly 20% of the S&P going down, and some of those technology stocks going down way more, as you know. But look where we're at today, and that was a really quick turnaround, right? And then going forward, I think that if we get lower interest rates, if we get some effects of deregulation, if we get some CapEx spending because the tariff situation starts to resolve itself, then I think you got a lot of optimism potentially that in the consumer sentiment can change and more money can go in the market. And plus, there's a lot of dry powder still out there sitting in cash.
Jimmy, the one thing though, and I know, Tim, don't look at me and roll your eyes, but I keep quoting Boaz Weinstein, who spoke to our Sonali Basak.
I would never roll my eyes, Carol.
Yes, you might. But what's interesting is he said, listen, the uncertainty genie is out of the bottle. So basically, we have a administration, a president specifically, as we are seeing things have a 180, whether it's high tariffs, paused, reduced, not going to do something, going to do something. Like, how do you invest in that environment? And how do you do that with certainty?
Well, as we all know, where you can make money is when there's uncertainty. So I think from an investor standpoint, I think the more uncertainty, the better. The more sell-offs, the more dips that we get, allow investors that are sitting on cash that have not been participating in the market to get money to work. But if you think about all this volatility that's coming from the White House, let's really think about Trump here. Do we believe that he wants the stock market to go up or down? I'd say up. Do we believe that he wants to be more popular versus not popular? I think he wants to be popular. So I think that while maybe there's some people around him that would endure more pain economically to reduce the deficit, look at this bill, right? That's going to be more stimulative if it actually went through. And what will end up happening probably is, we'll go into debt more, but there's still going to be spending. And so, I don't believe that the president is, from an economic standpoint, fiscally hawkish, right? And so I think there will be more spending. And so at least for the near term, I think that what will end up is potentially a lot of tailwinds if we can resolve these issues with tariffs, get some more clarity before the economy really turns. And as you've seen, every time we get a lot of stress, whether it's with equities or the markets or, people really, bonds especially, right? He changes. And so he's very reactive, and I think he listens to a lot of different people. And so I would bet that Republicans definitely want to win the midterms, and they'll do what they need to do, including the president, to get some momentum going into the end of the year.
I wanted to go, there's a lot, I'm looking at the president's Truth Social because there's a lot of truths today from his posts. So I'm trying to find the right one. It's about the Fed chair, and he calls him too late, Jay Powell. That's his nickname for Jerome Powell. He says, too late at the Fed is a disaster. Europe has had 10 cuts. We have had none. Despite him, our country is doing great. Go for a full point rocket fuel. We should note that, as Mike McKee pointed out, Europe has had 8 rate cuts, not 10. But do you think that the Fed should cut by a full point? I know you think the Fed should cut. Do you think the Fed should cut by a full point?
Yeah, probably not a full point. I mean, I think most of the economists are right in the sense that there is uncertainty about inflation with tariffs. We don't really know what's going to happen with that. And the economy is doing okay. But I think that if you're forward thinking about it, and that's not the Fed's mandate, but if you thought about, interest costs on a U.S. debt, and you thought about longer term, how interest rates could be helpful, if you were forward thinking, then, you would want Powell to cut more in the Fed. And so I just think that we've got to zoom out of some of the short-term noise. One of the things that gets everybody incensed about the president and is because of all these tweets, and I don't know if you call them tweets anymore, X's or whatever it is, but I would zoom out of that and, not be so focused on it. I don't think that the Fed's actually going to listen to that, right? We know that. And they are going to be very data dependent. There are definitely members that do not believe we should be cutting at all or anytime soon. But I do think that we're going to cut more than maybe what the futures market is expecting. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got 1 or 2 more cuts than what the market's priced in right now, which would be helpful for things like stocks.
We are talking with Jimmy Lee, founder and chief executive officer of Wealth Consulting Group out there in Vegas. We do want to remind everybody, as ABC reported earlier, initial report, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a man the Trump administration acknowledged was wrongly deported from the United States and deported to El Salvador, is on his way back to the United States, and he will face criminal charges for allegedly transporting undocumented migrants within the United States. Again, this was ABC reporting earlier, citing people familiar with the matter. We are awaiting any moment from now a press conference at the Department of Justice. As you can see, there is a live shot for those who are watching on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. For those on radio, we are watching the podium. No one there at it, but it is the Department of Justice. We are expecting the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi to speak about this, and as soon as she does begin speaking, we will, of course, take you there live. I want to go back to Jimmy Lee. Bloomberg, we're all about the markets, investments. We watch politics. All of this certainly impacts the environment. Jimmy, what are you doing for clients right now in this environment? Are you feeling like you can make some bets that things have maybe settled down in your view a little bit?
Yeah, and we've been invested the whole time, so we're not a market timing firm, and I don't think that investors should try to do that. But we're bullish on cyclicals, so we've been long on financials, industrials. We liked international stocks going into the year. Obviously, the performance has been very good so far. I actually think bonds will end up doing well by the end of the year. I think that rates will be lower. And the one asset class that we like that has underperformed, obviously, is small cap stocks. And I think that as we get lower rate cuts, if we can avoid a recession, that you could get a really big swing in the small cap stock space. So there's a lot of assets, obviously, that I like there. And yes, we're concerned about, more weakening in the economy, but the consumer continues to spend. And yes, the people I talk to may not be the average American out there, but people are still spending a lot of money in traveling. And you saw that there was a pickup on the jobs in the leisure and services area there, which I think, again, as we get a little bit more consumer confidence, as that turns, and with tariffs being resolved, I think that's what happens. Then, our economy can avoid a recession, hopefully, and we can pick up. And, while maybe the GDP print in the second quarter, maybe the economy is really not growing as fast as what we may see, I think at the end of the year, it may be a little bit better than what's estimated.
Hey, one thing just to follow as we await this press conference at the Department of Justice, as we mentioned, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi expected to make some comments on Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who's making his way back to the United States to face some charges. We will take you there as soon as that begins. Hey, Jimmy, one thing I do want to ask you, B of A strategist Michael Hartnett out today, and he says global stocks are getting close to a technical sell signal after reaching a record this week. And he says about 84% of country indices are above their 50 and 200-day moving average. His sell triggers when the metric reaches 88%, but we're kind of close, and we have seen a lot of flows into stocks and high-yield bonds in terms of kind of maybe disproportionate to overall asset flows. So any of that concern you? You are pulling back on some of your international, or not necessarily?
No, we're not. I actually believe the opposite of that. While we may get a technical sell-off and get a little bit of a correction, I think you'll be seeing more buying going into international stocks. Now, there are some markets, like I think Poland might be up 40%. I think there are some aberrations in there. But overall, I think that investors are believing that the valuation case that people have been talking about for years we might finally have a reason to allocate more overseas. Rates will be coming down again globally. And so I think that the hope is that the world can avoid a recession. So we're not pulling back on international. In fact, we'd probably be more buyers on dips.
All right, Jimmy, we're going to have to leave it there. Always great when you join us, Jimmy. That's Jimmy Lee, founder and CEO of the Wealth Consulting Group, joining us this afternoon once again from Las Vegas. Carol, we're just a couple minutes away from the close, and we're still seeing some buying on the U.S. indexes. The S&P 500 up more than 1.1%, as is the Dow Jones. The NASDAQ up close to 1.3%.
Yeah, we are indeed. We've been bouncing around a lot today, but we're just off pretty much our highs of the session. When I look at the S&P 500, most names in the index are actually posting some gains today. About 420 names in the S&P 500 are higher. You got 82 to the downside, 1 unchanged. Let's remind everybody, once again, our focus largely on D.C., and specifically this afternoon, we're just awaiting the beginning of a press conference at the Department of Justice. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi is expected to make some comments, and that will be on Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who is said to be making his way back to the United States to face some charges specifically. So it sounds like his day in court, but those charges sound pretty harsh. And so we'll see ultimately. We'll get more detail and clarity when we hear from the Attorney General.
Abrego Garcia was indicted by a grand jury in Tennessee in May. This according to court filings released today. In the indictment, the government alleges that he was a member of the notorious MS-13 criminal gang. Remember, Abrego Garcia's case became a lightning rod over President Trump's immigration policies, which have seen the administration move to ramp up deportations of undocumented immigrants. The Supreme Court had told the administration to seek Abrego Garcia's return.
Yeah, and as Joe Matthew of our Balance of Power team reminded us, the Supreme Court had told the administration to seek his return. And so this has been something that has been going on for some time. As you know, we've been covering it, as has most media outlets. The White House, though, did not immediately respond to a request for comment about the report. So again, Bloomberg putting this out. Folks, we're just seconds away from the closing bell. Let's head it back to our New York headquarters and to our own Charlie Pellet, who's been watching the trade for us.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. U.S. stocks on track for a second week of gains. Right now, we have got the S&P higher by 1%. On the week, up by roughly 1.5%. The S&P at 6,001, up 61 points right now. Again, a gain of 1%. Dow Industrials up 449, higher right now by 1.1%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 233. That is a gain of 1.2%. But to be clear, on track for a week in which the S&P advances by 1.5%. The big question right now, seconds to go, will we close above or below 6,000? There you have it, sound of the closing bell as we wrap up trading on this Friday. S&P right now at 59.99. Jobs Friday, your 10-year 4.50%, the 2-year 4.03%. Gold is now down $40 the ounce, down 1.2%, 33.12 on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2%, 64.63 a barrel. And Bitcoin right now up by 3.8%, 104,322 on Bitcoin. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 2% today. The leading gainer in that index, Tesla, surging by 3.8%. Recapping stocks higher, winning week. S&P on the week up 1.5% as we head into the weekend. S&P closing at 6,000.32. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update. Do appreciate it. Well, look at that. It feels like it's only lunchtime in San Francisco, Carol, because that's the case.
Yeah.
But I guess this is what folks on the West Coast deal with each and every day. The market closes, then maybe you go have some lunch. Up 1% on the S&P 500, up 1.2% on the NASDAQ. The Dow up a little more than 1%. Over the last 5 days, the NASDAQ surged higher by more than 2%. The S&P 500 surging by 1.5%, and the Dow up by 1.2%.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody, and Charlie was giving those overall numbers. S&P 500 is up about 1.5% for the week overall, so we did see a move up. Take a look at the NASDAQ 100. It's up almost 2% for the week overall, so that we have seen a lot of news flow, but definitely higher on the week overall.
Hey, let's get to Washington, D.C. and the Department of Justice, where Attorney General Pam Bondi is speaking now.
We're grateful to President Bukele for agreeing to return him to our country to face these very serious charges. This is what American justice looks like. Upon completion of his sentence, we anticipate he will be returned to his home country of El Salvador. The grand jury found that over the past 9 years, Abrego Garcia has played a significant role in an alien smuggling ring. They found this was his full-time job, not a contractor. He was a smuggler of humans and children and women. He made over 100 trips, the grand jury found, smuggling people throughout our country. MS-13 members, violent gang terrorist organization members throughout our country. Thousands of illegal aliens were smuggled. This is especially disturbing because Abrego Garcia is also alleged with transporting minor children. The defendant traded the innocence of minor children for profit. There are even more disturbing facts that the grand jury uncovered. It is alleged this defendant is part of the same smuggling ring responsible for the death of more than 50 migrants in 2021 after the tractor trailer overturned in Mexico. This is part of that same ring. The defendant abused undocumented alien females, according to co-conspirators, who were under his control while transporting them throughout our country. This defendant trafficked firearms and narcotics throughout our country on multiple occasions. They were using vehicles, SUVs, with added seats in the back, floors that had been ripped out, guns, narcotics, children, women, MS-13 members. That is what the grand jury found. A co-conspirator alleged that the defendant solicited nude photographs and videos of a minor. A co-conspirator also alleges the defendant played a role in the murder of a rival gang member's mother. These facts demonstrate Abrego Garcia is a danger to our community. We want to thank the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, our state and local partners, our acting U.S. Attorney Robert McGuire, and prosecutors from the Joint Task Force Vulcan. Questions?
Attorney General, the traffic stop that we've seen video of from Tennessee, where Abrego Garcia was first identified by the local authorities. At the time, the Homeland Security Department declined to take custody of him. What has happened in between that time and in between the time that the government has been arguing that he was not returnable from El Salvador? What has happened since in this investigation that brought you here?
Yes, the question was in 2021, there was the traffic stop. And what has changed since then? What has changed is Donald Trump is now president of the United States and our borders are again secure. And thanks to the bright light that has been shined on Abrego Garcia, this investigation continued with actually amazing police work. And we were able to track this case and stop this international smuggling ring from continuing.
But these were recently found facts, right?
Yes, okay. Recently found facts.
To that point, can you just explain when this investigation was opened? The investigation in Tennessee, can you say when that investigation was opened?
Well, the grand jury indicted on May 21st. This investigation has been ongoing.
This case has been hotly debated here in Washington. In your mind, does this resolve that issue in terms of his deportation? And should this be seen in any way as complying with the judge's order to return him to the U.S. and the Supreme Court ruling that the U.S. government should facilitate his return?
There's a big difference between what the state of play was before the indictment and after the indictment. And so the reason why he is back and was returned was because it's an arrest warrant, which was presented to the government in El Salvador. So there's a big difference there. As far as whether it makes the ongoing litigation in Maryland moot, I would think so, but we don't know that. This, he just landed today.
Jake, CBS.
I just want to confirm what you said earlier, that you're intending to prosecute him and keep him in an American prison if he's found guilty, and then would remove him after his sentence is over.
Correct. Yes, he will be prosecuted in our country, sentenced in our country if convicted, and then returned after completion of his sentence.
Last one, Sadie, Wall Street Journal.
Okay. I have two. One's on topic, one's off topic. Maybe I misunderstood you, but you were mentioning, that he had some involvement in a murder, or was connected to groups that had, involved with this other smuggling ring. But to be clear, the only charges he's facing right now are the, human smuggling charges. Just that's the one offense. But the other things that you have talked about are not actually in the indictment?
No, co-conspirators allege that, and we were clear to say that. He is charged with, it's not only very serious charges of alien smuggling. And again, there were children involved in that. Human trafficking, not only in our country, but in our world, is very, very real. It's very dangerous. And as you saw recently in Virginia, the arrest we made of the MS-13 member, unrelated to this, we learned at that press conference, that's where they bring young children into our country and they start grooming them at middle school age to become MS-13 full-fledged members, commit violent crimes throughout our country. It is highly organized. It is very dangerous. And they are living throughout our country, but no more, because they are being arrested, they are being prosecuted, and being convicted and deported when appropriate. That's all for today. Thank you.
All right, everybody. You have been listening to the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi there at the Department of Justice. A rather brief press briefing, if you will, but she did take questions, certainly from the reporters in the room. Again, it was about Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a man that has been in the Trump administration, I should say, acknowledged was wrongly deported initially to El Salvador. He initially, ABC News reporting that he is on his way back to the United States. She talked about, I'm not quite sure if it's one or two charge. I'm not a lawyer, because it seems like the reporter asked about whether or not it was just one charge on the human smuggling charges. She made reference that included the alleged charges, that included children. Also, allegations that this was said to be an organized operation stretching back years. So again, some brief details, but it does sound like, and I'm not quite sure, Tim, if it was clear that he was back on U.S. soil yet.
Right. I did hear that was unclear to me. I did hear the word landed at one point.
Right.
But unclear to me where he is right now. When we do get that information, we will bring it to you. Worth reminding everybody that the Maryland man who was wrongly deported by the Trump administration to a prison in El Salvador, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, is being brought back to the U.S. to face federal charges that he illegally transported undocumented immigrants within the country. We did just hear from the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi with a few more details on that, and we will continue to bring you any breaking news as we do get it.
All right. We do want to bring in our own David Weston, of course, Bloomberg, host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week, which is coming your way at 6 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV, but also a lawyer and his former Supreme Court clerk. David, kind of leaning on you big time here. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just trying to make some sense of what we just got from the U.S. Attorney General. What jumps out for you? What did we actually learn here?
Well, I am a lawyer, still my bar card. I haven't practiced in a while, but it was interesting to hear what was said. This was an example of American justice, the Attorney General said. One entity she left out were the courts, because as you recall, the courts were pretty adamant about this. And forgive me as a lawyer, I'm going to go back and read a couple of lines out of the Fourth Circuit opinion that said you have to bring him back. And what the Fourth Circuit said is the government asserts that Abrego Garcia is a terrorist and a member of MS-13, which is what we just heard from General Bondi. Then the court goes on to say, perhaps, but perhaps not. Regardless, he's entitled to due process. So the process here is the one it should be, which is all of the allegations we might have just heard may be true. We don't know. They're allegations. They're not proven facts. They may be true. If they're true, he should be punished. He should be put in prison. Nobody would stand up for him. But the whole issue here is they might not be true. And in this country, even people who are not citizens are entitled to due process for an opportunity to say, what are the charges against me? Let me respond to them. And so now it appears he will be given that opportunity. And I would say, but I am prejudiced in this is actually a victory for the courts. I will say the Fourth Circuit opinion, which is a pretty conservative circuit, the opinion was written by Jay Wilkinson, who is a quite conservative judge. I know him well. He's a very good judge. But he is not some flaming Democrat at all. This was actually, I think, step forward for the rule of law, which we really depend on in this country. But that's me talking my book.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I was going to ask you, David. And I guess my question is about, it's an impossible question to answer, but I think it's one worth considering, about whether or not Abrego Garcia would have been brought back to the U.S. had he not faced these charges, and whether he would have actually gotten his day in court if there were not an indictment that had been unsealed today that would call for him to be brought back.
I hope the answer is he would, for this simple reason. What we did learn today is that the United States did have it within its power to bring him back if it wanted to. And the courts had ordered him brought back because he wasn't supposed to be sent down there in the first place. There was an order that said he shouldn't be sent. So I hope, Tim, that in fact he would have been brought back either way, because the courts were ordering the United States to do it, and the United States has demonstrated it can do it. What would have happened, I can't know. That's a counterfactual. I can't really identify it. But I do want to emphasize, these are serious allegations that the Attorney General has brought, but they are allegations. And let's wait and see what the facts are and see what can be proven in a court of law, which is what all of us are entitled to under the Constitution.
As you said, David, they're serious charges. And before we move on, because we want to talk about what's coming up on Wall Street Week, but then it is a win of sorts in that, as you said, the rule of law, he is getting his day in court, and that is a really good thing. And we know they are serious charges, but this is important.
And it comes against the backdrop, for me, again, I'm a lawyer, and I did work in the courts for a while. it comes to the fact so many of these disputes right now working their way through courts about deportations, but about other things as well. And questions about whether, in fact, the executive branch would comply with the final legitimate orders of the court. And people have been nervous about that question. And I would take this as one step in the right direction of saying, you know, we still are going to let the courts interpret the Constitution, which is what we've based our whole entire republic on. So I think that's encouraging. But I will say, state the obvious, this is a long way from being over. In this particular case, and more broadly in all the challenges we brought. But, you know, it is a step, and it's a step that at least I personally would find encouraging. And by the way, let me bring it back to Bloomberg for a second. I think the markets should find encouraging, because ultimately the markets that we have are based on contracts. They're enforced in courts. And the validity of our treasury bonds and everything else is based on the notion that you can go into a court and get an unbiased ruling with a proper process to enforce the promises made. I mean, the entire economy and the financial structure is based on rule of law. So insofar as I'm right and this is a step forward for that, then I think that's good, including for financial markets and business.
Hey, that's a really good place to transition to Wall Street Week. And because really, David, we saw stocks move higher on a couple things today. One of those was the fact that the United States, we learned today, is sending at least 3 representatives to London for talks to begin on Monday. They include the Treasury Secretary, the Commerce Secretary, and the U.S. Trade Representative with China. One of the questions that you got a great group of folks on Wall Street Week tonight, one of the questions that you deal with is this idea of the U.S. being in a Cold War right now with China, a new Cold War. What does that mean?
Well, we did get Larry Summers, our special contributor from Harvard, obviously, with Neil Ferguson, who was at Harvard, now at Hoover Institution, but he's an economic historian. We got them together for a roundtable discussion about China, where China is going, and particularly U.S. relations with China. Neil made a particularly interesting point that I think we can play here. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He made a particularly interesting point that it appears that we can have a trade war and at the same time continue to import an awful lot of goods from China at the same time. We're proving that, although he does regard it as an economic Cold War. Interestingly, Larry said he thinks we are overestimating China's economic power in this trade war. He thinks that they are more vulnerable than maybe we realize. But they have an interesting back and forth about exactly where China is going and where the United States is with China and where it should be headed.
You know, it's funny or interesting, David, we had a conversation with former Senator Phil Gramm earlier, and he made the point that maybe he understands some of the hard talk with China, but he also questioned, you know, why the U.S. is being so tough on its allies and its trading partners that it's had for such a long time, citing specifically Canada and Mexico, but seemed to understand that, you know, China's kind of a different situation. What else do you have going on tonight?
Oh, believe it or not, we've got a legal story, but it's not the one we've just been talking about, Abrego Garcia. We actually, this caught my fancy in the Financial Times, having been a partner in a law firm once, that private equity might be getting interested in, believe it or not, investing in law firms. And some of the bar rules have already changed in Arizona. They may change other places as well. It would permit private investment into law firms. It could be an asset class, believe it or not. It would be an alt, to be sure, but it would be an asset class you might invest in. And so we talked, among others, to Richard Wilkins, who's a professor at Harvard, and he tried to explain why that might be the case. This is part of what he had to say.
Top law firm partners are being recruited from one law firm to another, and they're being paid something like $20 million a year, guaranteed for 5 years. I used to joke that law firm partners are paid like middle relievers. They're now being paid like starting pitchers. You start to have that in global enterprises in dozens of locations with tens of thousands of people, if you count all the, you know, the people who are not lawyers who work in these organizations. And pretty soon you realize that if you're running one of these things, you need not only the skills of an excellent lawyer, you need to also understand how to manage a complex business.
The transformation in the practice of law has already brought with it outside investment, largely in the form of litigation finance, where investors take an interest in individual cases or groups of cases.
Litigation funding is just the securitization of litigation assets. And again, it started out as a kind of cottage industry. mostly focused, frankly, on plaintiffs' firms who are looking for ways to defray the big investment. Increasingly, what we're going to see is, by the way, companies bringing them in to bundle cases together. So just like subprime mortgages, for better and for worse, we are now seeing, litigation as an aggregate asset in which people are bundling cases together, because from the company's point of view, it's an aggregate risk.
But now there's the possibility of private financing, not just for individual cases or groups of cases, but for the law firms themselves.
Law firms borrow money all the time, and there are restrictions in every state on how a law firm can take on capital, if you want to call it generically. The more recent development was that a few years ago, Arizona and Utah as well have created a new structure, alternative business structure, ABS. It's actually not new.
There at the end, that was Boris Zeisser, who's from the Schulte-Roth firm, who practices this part of law. So there you go. You can take your hard-earned cash if you want to maybe invest in a law firm and get something out of it instead of just legal fees.
Whenever, David, I hear somebody say just like subprime mortgages, my ears perk up a little bit.
Yeah. How'd that work out?
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
The bundling of assets always makes us a little nervous. David, great stuff. Really interesting. Had no idea that was kind of happening when it comes to law firms. David Weston, he is, of course, the host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week. It's coming your way at 6 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV. Be sure to check it out. All right, we are continuing on more of what we started off with David specifically, and what is happening in terms of immigration in the United States. And I want to get to Alicia Caldwell of Bloomberg News. Alicia, these developments, unexpected. Of course, we just covered from the Department of Justice and the charges against Kilmar Abrego Garcia. How are you looking at this specifically? It seems like good that the rule of law, as David Weston just pointed out to us, is in effect, and that he will get his due process and perhaps stay in court. But you're the immigration expert. How are you seeing this?
Right, that's the exact lens, right? For months now, there's been allegations sort of repeated that Abrego Garcia was this really aggressive, violent criminal. He had never been charged with a crime in the U.S. He'd been arrested, of course, back in Maryland in, I believe, 2019. And then there was this traffic stop in Tennessee, which we now have the indictment. These crimes he's now accused of date to that traffic stop. But the Attorney General went further and said, co-conspirators allege that he's involved in much more nefarious activity, including, acts against children involving photographs, possibly tied to a tractor-trailer incident in Texas that in which 50-plus people were killed in a smuggling incident. So it's really wide, but the charges are very limited to this one particular incident in Tennessee. So I guess the curiosity is, why now? Which I think, the Attorney General addressed. The landscape has changed because of the indictment. And certainly there was public and I think legislative and judicial pressure to do something, to bring this man back, to let him face a judge, be it an immigration court or in criminal court. And obviously now we know that will be in criminal court.
Alicia, we just heard from the Attorney General Pam Bondi press conference. It was relatively short. There were a few questions. What are the questions, or what are some of the main questions that you still have about this case and that you would ask the Attorney General if you had the chance?
I think it's still why now. Again, we heard again, it's sort of a host of, I don't want to call them blind allegations, but really aggressive allegations, including in the fatal tractor trailer incident, which I covered for a different news organization back in 2021. And those are really serious allegations that aren't charged. And we've seen that sort of pattern of this man is a really serious violent criminal, charges to accompany that. So I guess my question would be, why now? Tennessee is not in terms of its approach to immigration enforcement. There was no arrest in 2022 during that traffic stop. In fact, he was allowed. Why not indict earlier? Why not? Why did it take all of these mounting, not only again political but judicial and public pressing to get to this stage? listen, I've not met anybody who has said, I know Abrego Garcia and he's the most lovely man ever, short of his wife, and I've not met her, but all the lawmakers, all the other individuals involved in this have said, we just need due process here, which is now going to happen. And we'll see what happens in terms of the criminal case. It's a very serious allegation. And as the Attorney General said, if he's convicted, he'll spend time in a U.S. prison and then likely face deportation to El Salvador. But again, my big question is, why the delay? It seemed like, it seemed a delay. It seemed the government made a mistake. And historically, when we see those mistakes over different administrations, they are like, oh no, and bring the person back and start a new process and start a process. If they're intent on deporting that individual, they do so, through a process. And that seems to, this evades to a degree those questions, at least in court, perhaps. We'll find out.
Last question. As we heard from David Weston, let's remind everybody that the Supreme Court had ordered the administration, the Trump administration, to seek Abrego Garcia's return. So again, bottom line, again, allegations, but that he's going to be brought back at his day in court, Alicia, for someone who understands immigration and the importance of having your day in court. This is a good thing, a step forward. I know they're serious
Certainly,
charges.
I mean, it's not a good thing if you're Abrego Garcia to be brought home or brought back to the United States to face a criminal indictment. That's never good for anybody. Obviously, criminal indictments are just that, they're allegations, and we'll see how they play out. But yeah, he gets a chance to now fight, if he chooses to do so, these allegations that he is an MS-13 member, that he is a human trafficker by the allegations laid out in the indictment. He's not been indicted or charged with the other offenses that the Attorney General alluded to, but he gets a chance now to address that. And he also has a chance, by the way, to plead guilty. We'll see what happens on that front. Once that process is done, of course, then he would face another immigration process that would probably be pretty swift by virtue of he's already been ordered deported. They would just need to, make an argument before the immigration court that he can actually be sent to El Salvador. And those circumstances would certainly be different now than they were in 2019 when he was first ordered back to his home country. But with the caveat that, oops, he can't be sent to his home country. He can be sent anywhere else. So it's a long road for him. We'll see how he and his lawyers decide to approach it.
Alicia Caldwell, Bloomberg News immigration reporter. Thanks for jumping in on this breaking news. Really do appreciate it. Headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. This, a redhead. The Supreme Court has given Doge access to Social Security data. Once again, the Supreme Court gives Doge access to Social Security data. I don't have any more information apart from that headline, Carol, but you can recall that over the last few months, there were a lot of folks out there who were concerned about what access Doge and members of Doge had, and now it seems that they have access to Social Security data.
It is certainly something that Elon Musk had wanted, I think, earlier on. I think it's safe to say he's also warned in regards to the spending and tax bill that's making its way through Congress, the president's spending package and tax bill. Elon Musk has warned that if the massive deficit spending continues, there will be no money for Social Security, as well as health care and defense and some other things. But again, as Tim mentioned, it's just a headline right now, folks. So we'll look for the story to be built out a little bit and bring you more as it is known.
We should say, getting a little more information. So Social Security data includes Social Security numbers, addresses, birth and marriage certificates, tax and earnings records, employment history, and bank and credit card information.
It's basically your identity. Let's just be real. It's kind of everything and anything. You have a Social Security and you are open to kind of everything.
Okay.
Our dossiers, there they are. All right, guys.
Let's talk about IPOs.
Let's do that.
Okay.
That's a little bit lighter, I think, right now on a Friday.
It wasn't just Circle making its public debut this week. The digital healthcare company Omada Health raised $150 million in its IPO. It priced in the middle of the market at range. Shares, though, today surged 21% in their debut. It gave the company a market cap of around $1.3 billion. Sean Duffy is co-founder and CEO of Omada Health. He joins us from the NASDAQ in New York. Sean, your company is a virtual care that is really focused in between doctors' visits to help people manage chronic conditions. We're talking about things like diabetes, prediabetes, obesity, hypertension, and more. We're going to talk about the business in just a second. First, though, on a day where shares in their first day of trading are up 21%, do you feel like you left money on the table in that IPO given investor appetite today?
You know, no, look, we're just so proud of the outcome. I mean, I think it was picture perfect. We got the capital we needed. We got some incredible new shareholders to join the mission, and we're all very pleased.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what that mission is. I think a lot of people recall the IPO of Hinge Health a couple of weeks ago, one of your competitors in the space, but also a little bit different in terms of what you offer. How does this work for people who don't necessarily work for employers who are customers of the product?
Yeah, so Omada, we're a between visit care company, and the problem that I saw in medical school is that too much of healthcare is just caught up in those 1 or 2 visits you may have with your primary care clinician a year. And that's not enough, and it's not the right kind of care, especially for the 156 million Americans suffering with chronic disease. And so we asked, well, how might you solve this? What is the solution? And our view is that's persistent day-to-day care between visits. And the go-to-market for Omada is to work with employers and insurance companies to pay for our care services on behalf of their employees and their members.
So tell us a little bit about the business and the demand. Obviously, prior to going public, tell us about the growth that you are seeing specifically.
There's been a couple of tailwinds here. The first is Omada's expanded from prediabetes and obesity, where we got our start, to diabetes, to hypertension, to musculoskeletal care, and we felt that resonate with the market. In fact, 31% of Omada's customers today work with us across multiple condition areas, and that adds convenience to them. Even better, it's convenient for our members who may be suffering from more than one of those conditions, and it's great for operating leverage in the business.
So just forgive me, it's Friday, it's been a long week. So tell me how this works for a patient who has a condition. Tell me where you guys kind of fit in. Walk me through that example.
Absolutely. So step one, we set you up with a compassionate care team. And these are individuals that get to know you. They understand your goals, your family, your social context. Then we mail you a set of connected devices. So a cellular scale, blood pressure cuff, glucometer, continuous glucose meter, such that your data and clinical measures can come back not just to you, but to your care teams. And then we have an app that helps you support learning objectives, goal objectives, and includes a whole host of really neat artificial intelligence experiences as well.
So all this information goes back to my original doctor then, who can monitor it? Is that how it works?
That's right. You've got a care team that's Omada, but we work to partner with your primary care and complement your primary care and medical home.
And who are these people that are the compassionate care team?
Yep, so it's a mix of professionals, certified diabetes educators, health coaches, LCSWs, and physical therapists. So our care teams, they're purposely not MDs, they're not MPs. They're the sorts of professionals that we feel are best for that day-to-day support and giving our members a feel that, look, you've got someone in your corner, in your pocket, rooting for you on a daily basis toward your health goals.
How do you make sure, since there aren't any MDs in there, that if there's something that needs to be dealt with, that all of a sudden shows something serious, more serious condition, how do you make sure that that's going to be caught?
Yeah, very important question. So we do have MDs at Omada and have a whole clinical oversight team. And that includes all sorts of escalation protocols, pathways, and really clinical governance to make sure that when something like that happens, we know immediately what to do and to route you to the right place.
And how much AI is actually involved in the process? Give me a percentage.
Well, so we're at an amazing moment in software history. I founded the company while in medical school, had worked at Google prior, and we're able to do the things that back then I only dreamed about. So clearly has enormous implications in healthcare. 2 weeks ago, we launched 2 member-facing AI experiences, one to support intelligent goal setting, and the other to support intelligent nutritional support. That being said, we do hear from our members they want real people that are part of their care. They want that compassion. They want that accountability. I've still yet to find someone who feels accountable to GPT. So I often quick that, look, there's a reason that artificial intelligence is a buzzword, but artificial empathy is not.
So how much percentage of what you guys are doing is going to be AI kind of run or oriented? Just quickly.
It's led by the care teams and reinforced by AI tools.
So a small percentage, under 10%?
I mean, it depends on the user. Some users love to lean into the AI tools. They use them, regularly. Others are like, I just want to talk to my person. And you need to do that. You need to accommodate your specific members' preferences. But again, the compassionate side with our real people care teams are always going to shine through for Omada.
Hey, Sean, curious what you would make of the way that the current Secretary of Health and Human Services talks about metabolic health. It's getting a lot of attention right now, really from the perspective less about treatment and more about prevention. So less about what you guys are doing to treat it at Omada Health and more about preventing those patients from even coming to you. Is that a risk factor that we are going to become healthier and we won't need your service?
Look, if that happens, job well done for the country, and that'd be a happy outcome for us. Remember, we support patients with prediabetes and obesity. And in those members, we want to do everything we can to ideally not have them progress to diabetes. And we support members with diabetes such that they don't progress from there. And so, there's a spotlight. There's a spotlight on chronic disease. There's a spotlight now on ultra-processed foods. In those conversations, they're a good thing for Omada. We've got 156 million Americans suffering from chronic disease right now. That's an enormous number. It's driving costs for the country, and something needs to be different.
All right, Sean, I got to ask you, how often do people think you're the transportation secretary?
I have SeanDuffy@gmail.com, and so I get flooded with emails each day on speed bumps, LED headlamps, you name it. So it does happen.
All right, so send all complaints about TSA and flight delays.
You got my email now.
To SeanDuffy@gmail.com. All right, Sean, apologies to your inbox. Hey, congratulations on making it here. Thanks for joining us. Come back quarterly. Share earnings with us. We appreciate it. Sean Duffy. He is the co-founder and CEO of Omada Health.
All right, folks, as we mentioned, we did have a headline cross just about 10 minutes or so ago. The Supreme Court of the United States giving Doge access to Social Security data. We wanted to talk about that. We wanted to talk about the week that was for Tesla. It was not good for the share price. And we also have some breaking news exclusively of Bloomberg and courtesy of our own Ed Ludlow, co-host of Bloomberg Technology. Ed, I know you're right here in our bureau somewhere.
I don't see Ed.
But you've been a busy guy. You are in your bunker. Let's start with Doge and the Supreme Court giving Doge access to Social Security data. I'm kind of surprised, but it was something Elon Musk and his Doge team wanted. Why is this happening now?
Yeah, let me put this into the context of this week. It is a big news story that the Supreme Court would give Doge access to Social Security data because Elon Musk and the people that he assembled from his sort of long-standing orbit to participate in the Doge exercise leaned heavily on the idea that they were technology industry people. They were good with data, and they could use data to find savings in a way that, with respect, just sort of like the legacy apparatus of federal government just couldn't do. So that's why the recent reporting, not just on Elon Musk's deteriorating relationship with the president, but also some of those people's departure from Doge. So Steve Davis, for example, has worked for Elon across all of his companies, and I learned from sources he'd left. You have people there like Joe Gebbia, right, who's a Tesla board member, Airbnb founder, and they've just been zeroed in on this idea that they can do a much better job if they have access to all of the data. And when I say job, I mean like use tech, use AI, use software to make better decisions in areas they can target savings. That's the story.
I want to remind everybody, it includes Social Security numbers, addresses, birth and marriage certificates, tax and earnings records, employment history, and bank and credit card information. What can you do with this information to make it more efficient? I mean, that's this is just...
Let's remind everybody, all of us who have visited the White House, you and me included, you give them your Social Security number, and within a few minutes or like in a short period of time, they know whether or not you can come in, right? If there's any issues. I'm just saying it's so much information.
I was not denied access. Were you denied access?
I was not denied access.
Sure. Okay, go ahead, Ed.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, so the counter argument to the argument I just outlined was that of the Doge participants, not my own, as you know, and you know that. But the counter argument and the sort of at the root of the litigation is that you don't want people having your own broad, full spectrum of personal data. And what I want to be honest about, I don't know about what the sort of conditions the court might put in place on the safety of the warehousing of that data, right? Like, it might be usable, but I'm sure that there would be some sort of discussion around, well, can a Doge personnel sort of log in and look at random people's data. I'm sure that's not how it works. The value is in aggregate as they make decisions, and I think that's about like personnel and scale and. But we just don't know. You know, it's somewhat speculative.
All right. One last question before we move on to some other stuff. So Elon doesn't get this data, or we don't know? It's just real, or is it just for Doge?
Elon's not part of Doge anymore, is he? So
I
guess
know.
Not right now, not currently. He did say, this is the past couple of days notwithstanding, he did say that he would continue to help out with government work a couple days a week, like a month ago, Ed, right?
Yeah, and you know, like, obviously we do not know where things stand between Elon Musk and the president beyond the posts from Musk in particular softening in tone and sort of walking back and there being a bit of a detente. So there's an update on the story. I'm just going to read it to you guys because it kind of answers the question, and it's from the court's ruling. Under the present circumstances, SSA may proceed to afford members of the Doge team access to agency records in question in order for those members to do their work. That doesn't hugely answer why they should have access or how they use the data, but I think that the court's reached a decision here where basically, despite the very real concern of grave privacy risks, right, that whatever Doge has proposed in the use of the data, the court has sided with them that it is useful in the work that they're trying to carry out.
All right, one last question. I promise you that's this. But Doge people are Elon people, correct?
Yes, not universally. There are some interesting lawyers and former private and public attorneys, for example, that are on the team. There are very talented engineers that are not Elon people per se. They may be alumni of Tesla or XAI or SpaceX, but that goes back to the original point of the first question, which was like, why do they want the data? They're technology people. You know, data is the underpinning of software, and their argument is that they have the skills, the particular set of skills that can make this government more efficient.
All right, we're sticking with Elon. I want to talk a little bit about Tesla and your scoop. Ed, Tesla had its worst week, down 14.7%, worst week going back to October of 2023. We've talked a lot about why Tesla shares fell, but you, after the market closed, had a scoop. The leader of Tesla's Optimus program is leaving the company. You cited a person familiar with the matter. What are the implications of this?
Yeah, so Milan Kovac is the head of the Optimus, or as of today, not the head of the Optimus program. Milan Kovac was running the Optimus team, and he informed colleagues today would be his last day, and that his responsibilities for Optimus would be passed over to somebody called Ashok Elaswamy. Ashok Elaswamy is responsible for the autopilot team. That's the team at Tesla responsible for all of the software development for both full self-driving, the consumer tool and software platform in consumer cars, but also robo-taxi. And clearly this is an important story because Milan Kovac didn't say in this memo why he was leaving Tesla, simply that it was a hard decision, but today would be his last day. But as you know, and we can get into it, Elon Musk has put both Optimus as sort of going to be the most important Tesla product ever, and robo-taxi as the two sort of core pillars of Tesla's future business model.
So does this mean Elon's back at work? He's had a busy 24 hours, but is that what that means, potentially, or something else?
We just don't know, and my reporting doesn't sort of confirm any rationale on the timing of Milan Kovac's decision. Let's be honest, it's curious timing, isn't it? It was just this past week, and I'm frantically scrolling through my timeline, but Elon tweeted just this week, here, I've got it. This tweet 9 years ago was how I started the autopilot, now AI team at Tesla. Ashok, who now leads the team, was the first person I interviewed. Milan, who leads Optimus, also joined very early. Many of the key people in Tesla AI have been there from the beginning. That was a post Musk made on X this week. That would imply, would it not, that Milan Kovac's departure this Friday afternoon was a surprise. And I can tell you, because my phone was ringing off the hook straight away after publishing the story, not just a surprise to those internally at Tesla on the autopilot AI Optimus teams, they were surprised, but some of Tesla's biggest investors as well, because the institutional investors who are deeply researched, a lot of them do believe in that Optimus thesis, and they know that Milan was a core part of the work that was happening.
You interviewed Brett Adcock of Figure AI yesterday at the Bloomberg Tech Summit. Peggy Johnson of Agility Robotics. They also make a humanoid robot of sorts. That's what Optimus is. What's the landscape here in the U.S., Ed? Because we also know that China is making serious progress when it comes to humanoid robots.
Yeah.
Where does Optimus stack up?
So Elon's latest disclosure on the earnings call would be that by the end of this year, 2025, Tesla would have in the thousands of units of Optimus robot, but they would be working within Tesla facilities, Tesla factories, internal development, but in the field, so to speak. And the big picture forecast is that within 5 years, they expect to be building in the millions of units annually. So it's a rapid arc. Compare and contrast, I pointed this out on stage, and I've had a lot of feedback that from people they're glad I did so. With Figure AI, loads of people are super skeptical about this company. So, for example, they only have one named customer, BMW, but it's basically a pilot. Very few operational robots in that BMW facility. And as you guys know, at our tech summit yesterday in San Francisco, Peggy Johnson brought a robot, did she not, with Agility?
Digit.
Demoed it. Digit. And Boston Dynamics, a sort of more legacy name in robotics, brought a robot, and we all looked at it. And I said to Brett on stage, where's your robot? You didn't bring a robot. And his answer was, it's just not what I do. I don't do the parties and events, and I rarely speak publicly. And yeah, I think that people are very skeptical at that.
He spends he's very clear on social media though, right? He's has a big social media presence.
He posts every single day, literally, on LinkedIn, X, and Threads. And it was one of the reasons that I tried to convince him to join me on stage, because I basically said, you're posting this every day. It's almost oversharing. I don't know many founder CEOs that share to this level. And it's kind of curious, but there were still so many outstanding questions. So he has this target, compare and contrast Tesla, right? I said Tesla wants to build in the millions of units annually within the next 5 years. Brett's goal is to build 100,000 and ship 100,000 of his Figure 2, Figure 3 robots within the next 4 years. However, it's not immediately obvious how he's going to pull that off, and I don't know that we fully answered that question.
Well done, Ed Ludlow. It's been a busy week for Tesla and certainly Elon Musk. A lot of headlines throughout the week. Ed covering it all. And again, check out his story. It is among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal. Ed Ludlow, thank you. Fun to be with you on the West Coast here this week. He's, of course, co-host of Bloomberg Technology. I should point out Tesla shares were actually up about 3.7% in today's trade. We know they were down about 14% yesterday, but it was interesting to certainly see investors, Tim, come back in and do some buying today.
Hey, there's a lot of news coming at us fast and furious. I want to get to another headline crossing. The Supreme Court has ruled that President Trump can exclude journalists from the Oval Office. D.C. Court says that the president can exclude reporting based on, quote, viewpoint. So continuing to get more and more headlines crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
All right, certainly fascinating development, and another one late this Friday. Hey, folks, let's head it back to...
Oh, excuse me, not Supreme Court, U.S. Court.
U.S. Court,
Excuse me.
Court.
Thank you for that correction.
Okay, yeah, a lot coming at us, certainly, and we did have some stuff from the Supreme Court earlier when it comes to DOJ and Social Security information and access. Hey, back to New York we go. There's a lot going on. Let's see where Charlie Pellet is up to.
I've got you covered. Let's first reset what happened to U.S. markets. Today, we wrap up the trading week with a gain of 1.5% on the S&P 500 index, if you're keeping track. And yes, we do here at Bloomberg. 2 in a row on the S&P. And also closing above 6,000. Barely 6,000 with a decimal. Up 61 points today, up by 1% on the S&P. The Dow today up 443, up by 1%. Nasdaq up 231. That was was a gain of just about 1.2%. Stocks, by the way, closing at their highest since February. Bond yields rose as jobs data this morning eased concerns about an imminent economic slowdown. The 10-year, 4.50%, with the 2-year, 4.03%. Gold down $41 the ounce, tumbling 1.2%. 33.11 the ounce on gold. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.2%, 64.76 a barrel. And a big move today for Bitcoin, up 4.1%, 104,671 on Bitcoin. IPO news: Omada Health iShares climbed. Omada Health shares climbed 21% in their trading debut after the digital healthcare company raised $150 million in its IPO. Gemini, a cryptocurrency exchange platform backed by the billionaire Winklevoss twins, has filed to go public on the heels of that frenzied debut by stablecoin issuer Circle Internet Group. Circle up another 29%. Today, that's on top of yesterday's 168% surge. Some of the other top stories that we are following for you right here on Bloomberg Radio. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man wrongly deported to El Salvador, has been brought back to the U.S. to face federal charges of illegally transporting undocumented immigrants. As Tim mentioned, a U.S. court has ruled that President Trump can exclude journalists from the Oval Office, and the U.S. Supreme Court has given Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency access to sensitive Social Security information. Those are just some of the stories that we're tracking for you at this hour. Recapping: stocks higher, S&P closing above 6,000, up today by 1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thank you so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Charlie, listen up to this one, because I know you're going to be interested in this. When you think of cruise ship terminals in the U.S., perhaps you think of Miami or Port Canaveral, also in Florida. Maybe the Port of Los Angeles?
Totally, yeah.
What about Galveston?
Nope, don't
Texas?
think about that.
The Barrier Island, it's an hour's drive southeast of Houston, and once again, or it was known as the Wall Street of the Southwest. It's now the fastest growing cruise port in the country and the fourth biggest by number of passengers. Red Brown is a Bloomberg News earnings reporter. He joins us in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York. Red, what happened here? Did you tell your editors that you wanted to go on spring break and you wanted them to pay for it, and you know, you'd write a story about Galveston? What happened here?
Yeah, you caught me. That was my number one choice for spring break location was Galveston.
Well, tell us a little bit about it, because this is a great story, and what I didn't, there's a lot I didn't know before reading this story. One of the reasons why Galveston is exploding is because cruising in the U.S. has just exploded over the last couple of decades. Give us some numbers here and why Galveston is blowing up.
Yeah, I think I might be blank on the number of passengers are expected to do this year, but this industry overall is around 30 million cruise passengers this year. You know, it might sound like a kind of a drop in the bucket, but like, you have to remember these huge ships, right? I mean, carrying thousands of people. So the industry has really aggressively expanded as quick as they can. You know, it takes a while to build a ship, obviously, post-pandemic. And with that, there's a lot of growing pains. So, you know, Port Canaveral, one of those giant cruise ports that you called out, they're actually having trouble. They wanted to add an 8th terminal to that area, and the city said, no, we'd rather focus on space exploration and investing in infrastructure for space. So these cruise companies still need places to put their ships. They can't put it in the Middle East anymore. They can't put them in Russia, very popular destinations. So places like Galveston are kind of benefiting in some people's minds from some of that stress.
Yeah, and I also think about, I guess, Red, where people want to go, right? A lot of times I love the Caribbean, but people are also thinking about kind of heading to South America or some of the ports along there. And I guess this makes it really easy from Galveston to do so.
Yeah, where people really want to go is the private islands, right? All these cruise companies have all of these private locations, private beach clubs, and Royal Caribbean is especially kind of far out ahead of this. And what Galveston is probably going to be is kind of a packaged product with 2 of these new private locations that Royal is opening in the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. Their private day. Mexico is going to be, you know, multiple hundreds of $1 million investment for them. And Galveston is going to be this perfect jumping off point from a lot of these really explosive markets in Texas and Oklahoma, all of the middle of the country. People are getting a lot more interested in cruising and now have an option to do so. And the place that they are going to want to go a lot of the times is to these private locations that all of the companies are investing in.
So, Red, if you go to Galveston, you can get T-shirts that say things like, I don't get drunk, I get awesome, or shut up, liver, you're fine. You could also find that the economic development in the cities is pretty massive as a result of the activity at the port. You'll find traffic, as you note, and you'll also find people who may not be so excited about the crowds that are coming to Galveston. What are the downsides here?
Yeah, like there's this phrase on the island that I got familiar with. They call people that were born there BOIs, born on island, and then there's these IBCs. It's just island by choice. So there's a little bit of this tension here between these groups of people where the island by choice people are excited to bring the cruises there. That, you know, it is a great economic engine for a town that is a tourist town. You know, you talk about those T-shirts. You could find those T-shirts in most tourist towns in this country, beach towns in this country. So there is that tension there. There are people that feel like the cruises are maybe getting a little bit more than they should. Maybe that now that the cruises have been well established, it is a strong engine. We should maybe be funneling that money into other parts of the economy. So some of the BOI people would really love to see cargo come back to the port of Galveston. It's been devastated at different points. Either, you know, deindustrialization hit Galveston really hard, natural disasters hit Galveston really hard. So they're seeing, you know, these BOI people who love Galveston are seeing the cruise's success there as a real opportunity to kind of reinvent Galveston another time, reinvest in the cargo areas within the port, and kind of, set Galveston off on a kind of a brighter future.
I love what basketball star Charles Barkley, who played for the Houston Rockets for a stretch, kind of said about it. I can't say it on air. I have to say, years ago, I have a lot of family in Texas. I actually took a trip down to Galveston, and I remember like picking up the water and thinking it's kind of brown. So I highly recommend everybody.
You can say it.
All right.
You can say it.
Dirty A water.
He said you couldn't even go in the water, and then he said dirty blank water.
I can't say it. I can't say it. I can't say it. I am curious about the economic impact, what this has done for the local economy, because it sounds like it's definitely built it up. And is everybody all in on it? Because sometimes with economic development, their locals are saying too much.
Yeah, no, there's this contingent. You know, I spoke to the former mayor of Galveston, and he, and along with another one of the members of the board that governs the port, they actually proposed pausing the cruise development. So right now there's 3 terminals there. They're doing a little over 400 cruise ships with just that amount of infrastructure. There will be a 4th opening up in November. And Jim Yarbrough, the former mayor, said, what if we paused after the 4th terminal? What if we kind of reassessed, waited a year to see how things roll out? Let's see how the traffic goes. They're doing some other infrastructure projects to kind of alleviate some of those problems. And, you know, that caused it was caused like a colossal mess, was actually the direct quote from the minutes of that meeting, because people are so passionate about, you know, making sure that cruises continue to feel welcome because of the impact it's having. You know, it's kind of revitalizing a small part of this island called the Strand for travelers year round, you know.
Bloomberg News earnings reporter Red Brown. Check out his story on the Bloomberg Terminal and at Bloomberg.com. I'm Tim Stenevec with Carol Master. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move this week. Bloomberg News earnings reporter Red Brown is with us. Red, I want to start with onsemi. Why is it on your radar this week?
Yeah, onsemi, the ticker is ON. It's on my radar because it was the best performing stock in the S&P 500. Wow. Rose 19.4% this week. I was on here a little earlier this week actually discussing it, and the performance comes because the CEO was speaking at a conference and made the point that some of these non-AI chips that companies like ON are involved in making are finally starting to see recovery. It's been around 2 or 3 years of kind of sequential and consistent contractions for these businesses, and finally starting to maybe see a rebound. I also think some of the news that's coming out today with talks planned with China next week is also kind of relevant for these stocks. You know, what does that mean for the potential demand within automotive sector? Does that improve if those talks start to kind of alleviate some of the pressures that those industries that ON and some of its other peers, which are also trading higher this week, are very critical to?
You mentioned, okay, so some positivity, right, for that name, but also for some of the travel stocks that are out there, Red. So what did we see this week on that?
Yeah, Norwegian Cruise Line, another kind of company in the top 10 best performers this week. It actually led all cruise stocks higher this week, and that's kind of been an elusive award, I guess you could say, for this company. It's still down around 24% this year. But Citi actually came out with some research that showed that web traffic and pricing is still strong for all the cruise companies. And you know, we've talked about this quite a bit, that cruises are kind of the standout performer within the travel industry at large, because it is a more of a discount option. But we're starting to see it trickle down. You know, Airbnb was the 10th best stock this week, up around 9%. Delta, United, both moving higher today. So it feels like maybe there is some positivity that, you know, the cruises are leading the way here. That makes sense if they are the cheapest option. But if demand is hitting cruises, maybe it's starting to trickle to some of these other travel options as they get cheaper as well. So yeah, maybe some bright spots within the travel industry.
Hey, the folks who are shareholders of Brown-Forman might need a Jack Daniels after a week like this.
Yeah, Brown-Forman, the ticker is BF/B, had one of its worst trading performances since 2008 yesterday, and that's left shares down 16% this week, 26% for the year. You know, Brown-Forman, all of the alcoholic beverages stocks are, you know, they're kind of trapped in a little bit of a secular decline, and then we have all of these momentary pressures coming on top of that as well. You know, younger people taking weight loss drugs are all drinking less, so that's kind of the long-term declines. But now we're also throwing in the economic uncertainty. Tariffs are especially impactful for the liquor industry as some companies or some countries cut back.
Bloomberg News earnings reporter Red Brown. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Have a great weekend, everyone. Balance of Power starts now.